We are Nightmare Esports and we are representing Laos.
Last year, we don't know what we were doing. Right now, it's more different because we are disciplined in the game. We have more time and practice.
For those team who underestimating Nightmare this time, think good luck to you guys because you don't know what we are capable of doing and how strong we are right now. We want to prove that we can go to main stage even though our country doesn't have enough opportunity to prove themselves.
Бид нэр Wildcard-ийн багуудыг бүгд нь л Wildcard-аас гараад дэлхийн хэмжээнд тоолж чадна харуулмаар.
Өмнөх тэмцээнүүдийн хожигдолцоороо надад айлхаа ерөөсөө басч болохгүй. Тэгээ тэмцээн дуусан зогсдол хүчээр хичээн чармаалтаар нь тусаж болохгүй гэдгийг заасан.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Today we'll actually be having eliminations because now we're at the CGBS, the cross group breakout stage, where now it's the best of 3. And you guys are here at the EWC 26 Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcard. Mine's FL, alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigida, where we're done with the best of 1s now. Now it's a best of 3. Now, even the coaches will be tested on how they will adjust mid-game. So now, Marco, best of 3, how different it is from a best of 1?
It's very different. I think we heard from Nats as well, just yesterday. Best of 1s, a lot of times you could just have that cheese pick. You could also have a little bit of an advantage coming in by going super aggressive. But as teams start to download their opponents' games, these best of 3s are really going to impact a whole lot, especially for these Mongolian teams, by the way. And for some reason, Alpha 7, it seems like they need some games, some reps to get going.
Yep, enough of the download games once we head into the best of 3s. And we're moving way past just mechanics, because you'll need a lot more strategizing when it comes to possibly 2 or 3 games just to secure the wins.
Yeah, and then when it comes to the draft as well, this is something that we have discussed with Nicer as well as Gideon. It looks like everyone has their own meta in the sense of what is the best first pick, right? We've seen Zushin first pick, we've even seen an Atlas first pick, Marcel, and then even Alpha 7 going back to the double fighters, even putting in Roger into the jungle. So this is where, firstly for me, if we're going to be looking at the brackets later on, number 4 teams will be playing much more games. Number 1 teams only be playing 1 or 2 games. I don't know, I kind of feel like for the wildcard here, playing more games might be advantageous.
I think so too. I mean, at least that's the pattern we saw through the group stages, right? If you get more games in, if you get more reps, you're going to be more prepared. And especially if we look at who's going to be playing in our first match. Nightmare, okay, it's unfortunate for them. They haven't been able to get, a lot of wins under their belt. But the Mongols, they lost their first match. Ever since that first match, they've looked better and better and better. Now, the question is, can they still get better, or have they hit their limit?
Yep, and hopefully it just keeps carrying over, because I know there will be a one-day break, especially for the teams who've already secured their top 1 spot. But for teams such as, A7, it's amazing. They haven't played for the first day, and they just had to download 1 game. And now they've already secured their spot in top 1, and it hasn't been all that easy, because that's Group A. Imagine, we also saw a tie in Group A before we actually got to find out.
Yeah, a 3-way tiebreaker. We'll be looking at that later on. But yeah, in case you guys don't know how we calculated that, was the total game win time. So all 3 teams won 3 games. So we just got all those wins. Who's the fastest? Number 1. Second fastest, number 2. And the slowest is number 3. So again, over here we will be looking at the brackets later on. But the TLDR is number 4 fight against number 3, win, and then you go to number 2, and then eventually you go to number 1. For today, losers will get eliminated, and then all the way to tomorrow until the final game, the final best of 3 for tomorrow. Then we will get to see who actually goes to the main stage, because that's the point of this wildcard, right? Out of all the teams, 9 teams that competed, only 1 will get through. So the pressure is pretty high. You may be fans of the Mongols, of the Huns, fans of Alpha 7. These are all strong teams, Foot Esports. But here's the thing, only 1 will make it through. So let's check out the brackets just to see how things have really shaped up after the first 2 days here. Looking at the brackets here, single elimination, Nightmare will be going up against the Mongols. Winners will go ahead against Team Falcons Meta, and then KOG against Sunset Ravens. Alpha 7 is waiting for the winners there.
Yep, it's again, a group of life that we also previously discussed. So we are seeing all previous members of Group B advance to the gauntlet bracket. And Nightmare Esports, on the other hand, I think it's just really Nightmare Esports who I feel have really struggled so far, at least as we're seeing right now in the gauntlet bracket.
It's weird because we saw them do really well in the early game in one of those matches yesterday, right?
In their second game, yeah.
In their second game, but unfortunately they weren't able to fully take control of the game and close it out. So
actually, I think that one was it with Sunset?
That was against Sunset Ravens.
Yeah, because Sunset Ravens only have 1 win, and it was against them.
Yeah, it was 7-0. Oh.
Yeah. And then here, Foot Esports as well as the Huns is just waiting tomorrow just to see who actually makes it through that second round of the CGBS. This is, again, the knockout bracket.
There's a possibility to have a full Mongolian finals here at the wildcard knockout bracket. So that's pretty sick. I spoke to Summer just earlier, and it seems like that's the plan for him, at least. He thinks the Huns are the team that they are going to have to look out for.
Yeah, and that's such a statement, because I think we've been witnesses to their journey and how badly they just really wanted to put Mongolian MLBB on the map. And if they're able to achieve that, even in just the wildcard finals, then that's a statement from them.
I feel like every time they're here, they make a statement. But for now, we got to look at the prize pool to see, going to the main stage, what are you actually fighting for? It is a 3 million USD prize pool. Look at that, even being last 25K. That's a lot.
Yeah, making it to the main stage is already such a big boost in the prize pool, man. Life-changing money. So everybody's really looking at MSC now and thinking, I want a piece of that pie.
Yeah, I'm glad I got it right. That's a 10K USD difference. Because I was worried I did
Quick
not get
maths.
the computation right again yesterday. But yeah, it's a huge difference and definitely a very tight competition now that we've narrowed down the teams to just, okay, here we go. How many teams do we have left?
No, you don't do the time.
Don't do the calculations.
We'll just focus on
8.
the matches
We have
that we
8.
have today. Which, by the way, for you guys, this is gonna be 4 best of 3s for
4.
today. Tomorrow we will have 3. Will we have Foot's first fight in the CGBS, and then Hunt's first fight in the CGBS, and then eventually the final best of 3. We get to see who actually makes it over to the main stage. So let's talk about the first match here, right? We're looking at the Mongols going up against Nightmare. The Mongols, it really does look like they have their own style, and then their style kind of changes just a little bit, but not too much. But Nightmare, it does seem like they're scrambling a bit. They're not entirely sure how they want to play.
It's very confusing. It's frustrating as well when you've already built such a good lead at the start of the game against Sunset Ravens, and it ultimately didn't pay off in the late game, right? So it comes down to them just being clutch and having the understanding of their win conditions again. Because a lot of these teams coming into the wild card, I think that's what we expected. They will lose track. They will lose sight of what their win conditions are, and that's been just back-to-back for Nightmare.
Yeah, I'd like to think that the Mongols are actually going to be okay with that though, because we've seen a lot of their just in-game or throughout the tournament, quote-unquote, adaptation happen and take place. Whereas I think that's been a huge struggle, especially for teams, or specifically maybe even the team that they're going up against, because I know it's just been one day for Nightmare, and they've only played for like 3 or all their series yesterday, but we haven't really felt that much adaptation just yet.
Let's talk about this more by looking at the roster, right? Because now I feel like we can dive in and actually talk about all the individual players here for Nightmare. We got Nomad, Jasmine, I did Too Easy for Lexi, as well as Juviana. And again, in this wild card, and I believe up until the main stage at MSC, it's about the EXP, right? If you win, that's such a big advantage for your team.
That's
so
true.
Juviana just kind of has to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Juviana has been able to do it. It's just outside of the lane itself, right? He's a really good laner, but then when we see him in team fights, he just makes some really weird decisions, going in 1v2, 1v5, taking these bad fights, I'd just say.
Yeah, and it's always the type of EXP laner that you should usually pair up against your jungler, because they've been going for the utility junglers ever since. It's just mostly the Akais and Freds. And yet, we haven't really seen that cohesion, which I really think they would want to work on going up against the Mongols, because the Mongols are just so versatile. Like, you would never know what kind of approach they are going to use heading into the game.
And for Juviana, this could be the 3rd time that it has happened to him. Zexora knocking him out of a wildcard stage. It's strange. It's not a lot, but it's just weird that it happened 3 times.
Yeah. I don't know, Zexora is a bit mean, you know? Speaking of Zexora,
He doesn't want handshakes.
Yeah.
he doesn't want
Or
handshakes.
actually, he
man.
wants handshakes. Some people don't want to give him handshakes.
And because of that, it started his villain era.
Uh-huh.
The
Right, the
anti-handshake.
The arc has begun. Speaking of, only the Mongols really have kind of like their own pocket meta, you know, liking the Harara and actually making it work.
Yisun jungle.
Yisun jungle as well. So honestly, drafting against them might be a bit difficult, as we have Mumu, Zexora, Mikey, Ox, as well as K. Even Mumu having an incredible game on the Alice really made Alpha 7 sweat for that one.
Yeah, so much influence that they forced teams against them to just really ban out the Hirara completely. Even though we were having like conversations on whether or not the Hirara should be played in
Meta
tournament
or not.
level, meta or not. But when you go up against the Mongols, it's just become a non-negotiable that you take it out against them.
It's kind of like, I feel like in the best of 3, they might try it once and see if they can deal with it. But the moment they're like, okay, yeah, this is kind of unfair. We don't know how to deal with this. We're going to take it away. Speaking of, we got to start looking at the upcoming roamers here. The Matildas, Atlas has been a mainstay. And when it comes to picks like the Cho, it really is player dependent. But I want to see in this matchup, are we going to see a lot of Matilda?
That's a good question.
It depends on the jungle, right? It really depends on the jungle.
Yeah. Despite that, though, it feels like Ox, especially, has just been adamant on the tanky setup type of.
I mean, if
roamers,
Alice is open, you know.
Hey,
Right?
That's true. That's true. We've seen him on the Grok and the Atlas for the most part, right? Even though there are a few missed ultimates here and there, It's a-okay. Sometimes you gotta have those misses so that Mumu can get that big throw in a ruin. It's a zoning ult, bro.
You need
It's a zoning ult.
You need a few ones to have a 10, right? You need to miss your choke kick so that your Atlas can get 5.
You need to miss. You need to die in my lane as an Atlas and a Cho to get MVP.
There you go.
Zoning.
Yeah.
Zoning is the name.
Zoning. So that's what you were trying to do.
Trying. That's the keyword.
Well, anyways, we're gonna be looking at this matchup, and for now, it looks like the Des we're agreeing that the Mongols are looking like to be the favorites for this one because Nightmare, they just haven't been able to find that. Hopefully, after a good night rest yesterday, they figured something out. They're like, okay, guys, hold on. What I've been doing hasn't been working. So the question is, do they still want to follow the meta or just like the Mongols, just like Alpha 7, just like the Huns? Do they create their own thing?
I agree. Because we had such a great game from Nomad yesterday too. Like,
especially on that carry.
On that carry,
good.
seemed to have struggled a bit in the first game, but
Died one time and it's over.
is it two once? Yeah, he had
one.
once because for the longest time he had none. But
He had 9-0 and 1 KDA because you guys mentioned it. And then almost immediately after, died to the Zushin.
I guess it's Mirko who mentioned it.
Bro, I called him 700 Bond James. So it didn't happen right after that.
Yeah,
it happened when it was 901.
Exactly, 901. And no, you were the one saying like, is this the highest kill we've seen so
Exactly.
far?
You were the one.
It was me.
You brought it up. And then all you said, nah.
I emptied my brain, Brigida, just to remember everything that you guys said.
Hey, it's a comeback game.
Well,
It's a comeback game.
Speaking of games, Broken Walls will be the map here. Nightmare Esports is first pick. The Mongols are on the second pick. Immediately, Harara banned out.
Is it like, okay, is Hirara actually worth the ban? I think maybe it's just a wild card thing, you know
The
what I
wild
mean?
card against Mongols.
Here's the thing. This is my theory and my analysis. I feel like Hirara isn't plug and play. That's just the worst thing, right? She needs to be paired up with a certain composition that makes her do well.
Whoa.
Okay, yeah, it's just the nightmare thing against Mongols, man. The Mongols, they're not going to get their signature assassin or damage-dealing jungler, Zixora. Okay, so they banned the Marshal and the Fredgen, so they don't do anything too crazy. It's
Right now-
Nightmare who are just fully respecting them.
We got to talk about the things that are still open. The Freya, the Paquito, the Zushin,
A lot of different picks here.
the Akai, the Boxia, right? There is a lot here. So even though they're taking out the Hirara as well as the Yisun Shin, they're not going to deny Zexor of any tanks. He will have something, and then it becomes something else. Eve. So it looks like this might be a Zushin first pick.
Yeah, they want to
Interesting.
go for it.
And they just secure the Akai for
But if that's the case,
Zixora?
I wouldn't ban the Freya because there's a chance they could take the Freya.
Yeah, it'll just be a trade, right? You go Juicin, we get Freya, maybe Freya Paquito, and go for Roger Jungle, like we saw yesterday from A7.
Oh, that was against a Hirara.
Oh.
A Hirara that's not touched by a Mongolian is different.
It's different,
Well.
man. The Mongolians are just better at Hirara right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So like the only utility that you'd really just consider, Akai Guinevere actually might just be also
the Boxia
options
is there
later
too.
on the Boxia.
Yeah. They banned the Atlas, which also is showing to Nightmare. If you do pick up the Zushin, which they do, Mongols, if they want, they can pick up a Matilda and a tank. Right? Matilda, Akai.
Yeah.
And Zushin does. It's not like she doesn't have any counters now. Kimi does well against her. Lilia does well against her. So it's not that you have just lost the draft just because they got first pick Zushin.
Yeah. You just lose out on the straight up answer, right? The Eve. So this could actually also be a Paquito that they want to pick up because of the Atlas ban, right?
But then there's a
Paquito,
Freya
Freya.
still available.
They could take both.
I think they don't care about it. I think they think they can just play the side lanes. They have enough CC as well with the Akai to deal with the Freya if it comes out from Nightmare. So I like it. I like the Paquito. I like the Akai. The Arlet gets picked up. Now this is already a good lane for Mumu. And it's
Boxia.
going to be the Boxia. Interesting choice here. Great start to the draft.
Yeah, I think since yesterday we've been starting to see more fighter golds too.
In this game, I think is not possible. If they do that, they won't have enough damage.
I think this is a
to end the
Harith
game.
for Mongols, right?
Because Zushin, I think, is enough to activate the Arlet, so you don't have to pick up a Ruby Gold here. And for the Mongols, I feel like getting
So no
a-
Freyas anymore. No one's gonna pick up the Freya anymore.
it's okay for Mongols if they have a mid like a Kimi. So it's, marksman-ish.
Sure.
Hey,
I feel like just picking up marksman here would be fine, but they pick up the gourd instead. Still a pretty good pick. And let's address the elephant in the room, right? Let's not talk about this draft like we haven't seen how it's played out. Unfortunately, Nightmare, they've been doing Arlet plus Akai for a long time, did not work out. And the reason why they didn't work out is Arlet doesn't play with anyone, right? He just does things by himself. So hopefully that has been fixed now, having the Zushin as well as the Baxia. So if Mongols is able to deal with the Arlet, the win condition of Nightmare is, I would say, cut in half.
Yeah, right now I'm just surprised the Phobias went through without getting picked up or banned, so interesting, but all right. The gourd gets picked up. The Mongols now, are they going to start limiting the marksman? Or are they just going to leave it open? Because they do have red 4. There you go. Mathilda gets taken out. They don't want those fast rotations early.
Surprised that I would have thought they would consider that too, because they had like the gourd and Akai together. I feel like that would have been a really great choice. Also up against the Baksha. But it seems like they have a different plan in mind. I guess it's really Ox just wanting the tankier setup heroes all over again. He's not just going to go for the utility at all this wild card. And speaking of, I think a lot of his options are still left. The Belleric, if Nightmare is just really going dive comp, then could they consider the Belleric?
Honestly, yeah, not a bad choice, not a bad choice. But now the Claude has been banned up. I wonder if they want to respect a possible carry as well. Because again, there is a chance that Nightmare is gonna pick up a Harif. For Mongols, I think having a Harif for them is gonna be slightly tough. Not impossible, but slightly tough, just because of the damage profile that they have. It's all skill based.
Yeah.
I would prefer for them to have something like a Moskov.
I agree. Moskov carry, some more sustained DPS. Okay, for the Mongols. I don't know, for Nightmare, I think it might be also a pretty good idea to start planning out the Grok. I know we didn't get to see the Grok do too much, but this is a very vulnerable lineup to a Grok set.
What if K goes Obsidia again?
Oh.
Yesterday we did see, I believe it was Nats on the Arlet, keep getting RX on the Obsidia. Very obnoxious, unfun. So it's just something that you have to be careful of. Like, you know, even though you have a pretty strong front line, a good Arlet will still be able to catch you.
Okay, they ban out the glue. The carry gets banned out by the Mongols. Here we go. Do they snatch the Harith away, or do they take the Moskov? Could also be just revealing your roam early,
which I think is still fine.
So
I don't think there's a lot of roamers that can be countered right now.
Knowing Ox, is it Grok?
Okay.
It's Moskov. All right. There you go. You want to save it for last. Nightmare. What is the answer? The Harith pickup question mark against the Moskov. Skill matchup in that gold lane, and then gotta go for your roam.
Yeah.
It's the Harith.
Okay.
So is it just the Gatot Kacha, or is it like a setting hero?
The Marcel's gone.
Honestly, I feel like just having another front line, just to make sure so that the Baxa isn't alone, is already pretty nice.
I agree.
We have a lot of that. Even though there is a gourd there, even picking with a high loss, just that early revitalize.
Roamer, yeah,
early revitalize can make it so that Nightmare just has good control, good tempo at the start of the game.
They go Belleric. Okay, so
still a revitalized hero, yeah.
Technically, they can still go for Kalea. They can play that combo with the gourd. It is risky because the healing is going to be cut very early by the Baksha.
Ox. Cho.
Whoa!
He wants to redeem himself.
He wants to redeem himself for all those missed
setups,
tectonic charges.
Yes.
Yep.
At least he doesn't die in my lane.
Yeah. We'll see if the Cho will die in this lane. Right now, looking at the draft here, looks like Nightmare, they're still going for their identity, trying to play around the Arlet, and then just in case they do have the Harif. Now, the Mongols, this time they got to go back to the meta, go to an Akai. So with that, Mirko as well as Brigida, this is going to be the first best of 3 in the CGBS here, so good luck for this one.
All right, the first best of 3 indeed that we will be seeing here in the third day of the wild cards, and it's an elimination match that we're about to see. They gotta give it their all, and heading into game number 1, there were really good adjustments that we got to see from Nightmare, taking out majority of the comforts from the Mongols.
It's a good strat, you know, seeing Zexora getting away with a Harara and a Yi Sun-shin throughout group stage. Definitely a lack of respect to a lot of the teams in his group, but here, Nightmare, they know it's all in or nothing. They know this is an elimination match, so they gotta go all in, and the Mongols, They're going to have to play something that they haven't played in a while.
Yep.
Whoa!
Oh, he's using the new skin!
Ken skin on the Cho Ox.
Oh!
You know what? I feel like the Mongols are just chilling now. Because, like, they should have just picked Guinevere.
Hey. Yeah, I want to see the Guinevere. That's why I suggested the Guinevere earlier too, but we are seeing 2 of the new skins debut in game number 1. Guys, I hope you're seeing this because it's already out now.
I didn't know. I got to buy it after this.
Yeah, I tried. It took me like maybe 4,000 or 5,000.
I might not have enough diamonds, though.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Okay.
I think chat believes me. Right, chat? You believe me.
We gotta take a look at the emblems real quick. Pretty much... Oh, that's... Pull yourself together for I did.
Yeah. He, I guess, wants that. Okay, this is the thing, though. In lane, Juviana's always won out. This is the first time that it's just been a tough lane for him. Paquito kicking, that is a weird one, for sure.
So the animation is a bit different.
Yeah.
For the new skin.
Look, it's like...
Just a bit.
He's not a boxer here.
Okay. I'd like to see a bit more of that later on, but... For now, we gotta take a quick look at the matchups yet again. Ox still doing his thing. Hopefully this time around, it'll be a bit more easier for him to do these kinds of zonings though, because it's gonna be a Cho in his hands. And again, hopefully we see a bit more of the hero synergy between Nightmare this time, because that's something that we really failed to see from them. And approaching the first objective, too easy for Lexi.
Wait a second, they might just go all in on the Arlet here. Good stuff with the missing projectiles. Sort of with the rotation as well. They bait out the flicker, and it's level 4 for Mumu. Mikey's gonna get level 4 as well. This is dope for the Mongols.
Yep.
Ox, Jeet Kune Do forward. Gonna be caught in the Crimson, or sorry, the Lancer Flare. Flicker's out of the way. Jasmine and Idid walking up. No Revitalize, it's a Flicker.
Ox and Juviana both don't have their flickers though.
Wreck Trade, too easy for Lexi with the win here. Zixora pops in a heavy spin, and the oh, Mystic Gush gets through Juviana, who had already burned his flicker early. Idid with a Crimson Beacon. Now it's going to be Ox with the walk up, and the Purify comes through, and now Ox gets away. Great Jeet Kune Do.
Honestly, I'm not used to seeing Zixora, at least in this tournament, get a hold of these kinds of junglers. But it seems like despite the slight change, the Mongols really know how to approach this game. They've been really systematic in terms of that objective take, making sure that it was Joviana who wasn't really in a comfortable spot to position himself first. And now Nightmare Esports, as much as they really want to look for a trade, yeah.
Yo!
Yeah, they got the... Okay, they're successful in that.
That's a very aggressive tree. He just stole the purple buff of the Dragon Warrior. Mystic Projectile lands with the Gush. Idid doesn't need to use any of his resources. And this is going to be great for nobody saw that. For too easy for Lexi.
Yeah, at least Nightmare. They are indeed trying to get the most out of their lineup, at least for now, even though they are just slightly behind. It's not as proactive as you'd think, but at the same time, it's very difficult to do that when your XP lane is struggling at this point. You're not really seeing Juviana be as active across the map just because of how well Mumu has been playing on this new skin, Paquito.
The new skin Paquito. The non-boxer Paquito.
It's a...
Yeah, Mumu's been doing a really good job, man. He's got a level lead as well, I believe, or not a level lead, an XP lead over Juviana. But it's a very slow game, and I think if it goes slow, it actually should favor the Mongols, right? They got crazy scaling. Paquito, Moskov, Gord, Mumu doing a good job now with a knockout strike as well on Juviana, setting up tempo for the Mongols. They're going to rotate straight up onto that turtle, and Mumu gets the XP crab.
Yeah, it's just the right amount of aggression that you're seeing from the Mongols, just enough to limit what Nightmare would really want to do in terms of the pacing across the map. And they're always together. So the Mongols are really just capitalizing on the fact that they are going for this team fight comp. Not really heavy on the pickoffs just yet, even with the presence of Mumu on the Cho. Whoa, K!
What? That was an SOD forward K! I saw the angle, but Mumu was not prepared for it. Ox gets lifted up, thrown back onto Juviana. Free reset on the Vengeance, and now it's a 4v5.
Just as I described their clean play being more of a unit. Hold on, heavy spin!
Coming down around, Zixora trying to go for the Red Tree. He won't be able to get it. Could stun away with the Wrath of the Dryad as well. Now Idid goes with the Crimson Beacon. Mumu lifted up, thrown back by Idid as he picks up the kill on Paquito. Ox trying to possibly secure this purple buff. Goes in, gets it. It's Jasmine, actually, who gets it again.
That entire sequence just really felt like it was a punish to that failed attempt we saw from Kay and even a bit of Mumu not
Wait.
catching up. But I don't think it's Mumu to blame. It was just really a slight miscalculation from their part because that was pre-turtle.
Oh, Sokolil up top, Juviana shows K how it's done. A 0-2 start to the game for the main damage dealer, the Mongols.
That's not what you want. And the first one, I think, could have been prevented even. Hold on. Okay, Juviana's gonna be out of this. Why does this purple buff feel like it's been on Jasmine for too long?
Because he stole another one, man. Jasmine is a menace. Grand Theft purples all around. But the tree.
Yeah. I don't think they're giving it to him on purpose.
No, he's just better
always
at last hitting.
Okay, hold on.
See, this is where it gets troublesome. Well, oh god, Mumu. Knockout strike, caught in the wrath of the Dryad, thrown back around again. Aidid gets a kill. And they have all the time in the world to wait for their resources to be back up for the turtle.
Yeah, slowly, Nightmare have been dealing with the side lanes. Like, the sides of the Mongols, Mumu and Kay haven't been in such a great spot, and unknowingly, they've been taking these pickoffs under their nose, when in fact you would expect the Mongols to be the ones to do that. They have the Cho, but the Nightmare grouping up together like this. Now it's Nomad also being part of the rotations. It feels like they're the ones who are more ready with this almost 4K gold lead to take on the Mongols anytime they please.
It's just exactly as planned for Nightmare, right? They want to snowball out of control with this composition, and they've done exactly that. Mongols just feels like it's not the same Mongols we've seen in the last 2 days who've played those assassins, those damage dealers in the jungle. Zixora on the Akai has not been it so far, man.
Yeah, it's you think.
Oh, another buff stolen. Aidid steals it away with a lantern flare. Okay, the lack of damage in the hands of Zixora is really starting to feel bad.
Yep.
Oh, bit of missynergy as well as the Spear of Misery shoots them away from the Jeet Kune Do.
This is also another download situation for the
Yikes.
Mongols, you know? But it's in a sense that they're forced to play a different kind of lineup, a different kind of jungler, and you're starting to feel it. Like, this is not the most comfortable they've been in the wild card. Hold on.
God. They're gonna go all in. Heavy spin coming down as well, but look at the Wrath of the Dryad already there. Mikey pops in the Mystic Gush, but it just tickles. Too easy for Alexi. They're just gonna run them down through the tier 2, and now they'll take the tier 2 as Mumu at least gets a bit of compensation. Let's take a look at this. Zixora can't get it, but this time at least it's not Jasmine.
At least. It's not the Belleric, it's not the tree, but it's such a struggle for the Mongols. Like, you'd really want to see their combos put together. You'd really want to see the kick into the Mystic Gush. But when things get messy, when there's a definite need for the heavy spin to also come into play because you gotta play defensively, then the team fights don't favor them at all. It's always Nightmare forcing them into these kinds of positions, and the Mongols aren't really able to find an answer to that. They feel very passive as of the moment, and it's very understandable. They need some catching up to do. Mumu again, all alone!
Good sidestep, flickers out of the way. That's some Ryu movement right there, but look at the rest of the team coming down as well. It's too easy for Lexi. It's going to be thrown back into the turret, but it's going to be juggled so well with the Wrath of the Dryad locking him down. Zixora will fall. First Sky Piercer stack for Aidid. Mumu caught in the Vengeance, caught in the Crimson Beacon. Juviana will be the one to take the kill.
The Mongols just accepted that. They just dealt with the other lanes as much as they can, but it's nothing that that Nightmare would not be able to deal with. They're immediately able to just take care of their mid lane, only losing one turret down bottom, and they're not really feeling the threat from the Mongols from this Moskov just yet. They've dealt with it really well. It's 0-3, and it will take some time for Kay. Just look at his items right now. It's just the Corrosion and the Golden Staff.
Oh god, yeah. It's a lot of items. He's building towards the Holy Shield. That's what the build path looks like, but it looked a bit weird. I mean, seeing all those items.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Oh, Mikey! That was so greedy of Ox and Mikey. Flicker and a kill, but hold on, Zixora's gonna go for the heavy spin. Too easy for Lexi. Still wins it out despite the heavy spin. That level advantage paying dividends. Aidid getting another Sky Piercer stack, and Mumu is all alone against an Arlet and a tree.
This is very unfortunate. We've seen it how many times? It's happened to at least 2 members of the Mongols already in the entirety of this game. First on K, and now on Mikey. These were the players who seemed to be the most calculated too, but now it's Nightmare with a constant punish. I don't think they would be confident enough to start things off with this kind of situation too. Ox could just barely do anything on the Cho.
Wow, Nightmare just stomping through. An 8.6k goal lead. Heavy spin coming out now onto Jaspin. He's going to get thrown all the way back, but he just flickers out of the way. And that is one of the biggest resources for the Mongols, burnt out before the siege even starts.
Yeah, and they still have a Lord. They still have a Lord marching down bottom. Both energy shields in mid and top already taken out. They will be losing out on some of their base turrets. Just look at how decisive Nightmare are in terms of the siege.
Oh, they're going to get a base turret as well on the sideline. Mumu. Knockout strike gets them out just for a bit. K with the Spear of Misery. 0-3 and 0. Taking a 1v1 against Ida. He's going to get thrown back again, but K's doing some damage at least. Juviana kicked back to the rest of the team, but there's just no damage. Juviana is able to go for the final slash. Stays alive for a bit. Finally gets shut down. Mikey with a full-on Mystic Gush, but it does not do enough damage. K lands the SOD. Won't take it this time around. There's just too many members. He finally takes it. Gets the pin down. Ida just pops the Purify to get out of the pin.
You just can't. You just can't fight them. The Mongols just can't fight Nightmare just yet. Now with knowing that the Wrath of the Riot is still up, I feel like as much as you'd really want to just push forward, go for the chase, and at least commit to the fight, you really have to take into account that there are just multiple resources still left for Nightmare to capitalize on. Not to mention even the Zaman Force from Nomad, who again is yet to get picked off. He's 008 right now on the Harith. There's just so much space created for him, and that's the complete opposite of what you're seeing for K. At least now has the Trinity already in his hands, but you'll need a lot more because he just... Yeah, Nomad just got the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, the reason the Harith goes for Bargain Hunter is because some of those items are supposed to be pretty expensive, you know, but he has an item advantage over the Moscow, who's supposed to be the one better at farming, so... Yeah, 2,000 gold lead. Basically what I'm trying to say is it's kind of cooked.
Yeah. We're trying to look at the potential angles right now for the Mongols. I think they're trying to play around with the map. Yeah, might just go for a pick off as much as they can, but do they have the damage?
I think it's wise to go on Jasmine. Mumu. Oh, now it's Oxu, the Street Fighter. Ryu and Ken both gonna fall. It's a Sky Piercer stack for Aidid.
Yay. I mean, hey, not yay. Because, like, they did want to get the pick off, but again, you just asked the question. Is Jasmine the best possible target? I know he was a bit too far away from the rest of his team, but how could you know? You had no information whatsoever of where Nightmare was. SOD already used here, but Zixora, he could just watch. There's no way he could just approach this, not when he's alone, not when two of his members just got back in the game.
Yep. And Nightmare just take it safe. They see the SOD land. I know it's almost impossible, but they think it was still, you know, as long as there's no chance for a steal, they're happy with it. They wait for the SOD to disappear, then they go for the Lord.
And I also feel like the Mongols might have just wanted to at least go for that play in case they aren't, or in case they just really had to let go of the Lord, but now that it's failed, they just lose on so much more. And okay, we're taking a look at the damage dealt rankings. Look at the sides. Look at the difference between how Nightmare have been able to play their sides as compared to Mongols.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if the Mongols can defend this. They still have one base turret, so at least there's something there, but after that, it's just, they're crystal too easy for Lexi knows it.
Yep. Oh, okay, got the Malefic Gun just now too. Diamond Force.
They use all their resources on to the base turret up top, so the Lord should be cleared out here. Mumu gonna do a good job clearing K as well, piercing through them. Lantern Flare knocks Mumu out, he's flickered out. Gets him to safety, final slash and a flicker combo onto Mikey, but he's gonna be under the turret with a Mystic Gush on him. Zixora gets a heavy spin in time, the wave's gonna be cleared out, SOD lands, and K is gonna go for Ida, but there's no damage at all. Not for K, it's game one over to Nightmare.
Nightmare have put an end to their game losing streak, at least for now, because again, this is a best of 3 and we're yet to find out if they will be the ones advancing or if the Mongols could actually show us another adjustment from a download game. Lafel, that was a 15-minute game to start off our best of 3 day.
Yeah, and I really feel like it is just number one, discomfort, because again, they have been performing very well when Zexora is on damage dealers, because we gotta address the amount of buffs stolen when it wasn't like the best case scenario for a steal, right? The Bellary gets debuffed twice, getting 2 purple buffs there. I really feel like it's 2 things. Number one, discomfort, and number 2, just warming up, right? I feel like the Mongols, they just need a little bit more time to get their body heat in check with the game, and then it's good. But here's the problem. It's not a best of 5, it's a best of 3.
Yeah.
Right? So you need to warm up very, very fast.
You do, and we've seen the Mongols do well after losing game number 1 before, right? But we're just gonna have to see it again, because in this game, it really made me feel like Ryu and Ken were out of place.
We're gonna be looking at the highlights here, and let's talk about how the timing is very off coming in from the Mongols, because they try to fight and the idea is take out Juviana. That's all good. But then Zexora as the jungle, we've discussed this ever since day 1. Once your jungler starts to lose, once his cam starts to get stolen, it becomes unfair for everyone because you're just so far behind, and it just creates a domino effect that's hard to come back from, because we even saw Kay getting into items and still having no damage, and it's against the Jushin.
Yeah, and we wanted to see this. I did and Jasmine really working together, because I think that's also one of the biggest ouch plays for this game. It's not too easy for Lexi taking away the buffs. It's just always
Jasmine.
the mid duo. It's either Jasmine or I did, and them just trying to interrupt whatever Zexora's been doing in his own jungle. Too easy for Lexi. It was too easy for him.
Here's the thing. Bellaric is a tree, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it goes to reason he controls the jungle, no? Because, no, legit.
He is the jungle.
As a Bellaric player,
Yeah.
part of the rotation is to actually use your taunt against the jungle minions to pull away, like one of the best aggro tools to disrupt a jungler. It just so happens it also does enough damage to steal away the purple buff twice. So I feel like he was just trying to delay, right? Pull it back towards me because, just make him chase after it. But it's like, I got it. And here's the thing. Sometimes you attack the Bellaric and it's just a passive that gets it, right? So there's multiple ways for the Bellaric to steal there. So here's the options. Either the Mongols figure out a way without Hirara and Yushin. What else is the damage dealers? We saw Alpha 7 with the Roger. Do they have something else? Or is it really just because they just screwed up on taking the buffs, right? Because without that, I think it would be an even playing field. And maybe also Nightmare after day 1, like we said, good night rest, check what's wrong, and then they just fixed it.
Yep, and they completely read out the Mongols, at least in game number 1, right? So the Mongols, I think they'll have a bit more leeway to play with if they get blue side. That's 1.
Yeah.
They're going to get blue side, I believe, in game number 2. So that's where now Nightmare might have to leave some of those assassins, damage-dealing junglers up for grabs as they need to deal with the Marcel.
Okay, so if that were to be the case, though, I think they need some time to regroup and reset about this.
Yeah, with that, this is still a best of 3. We are going for a short break for both teams to prepare for the second one. One more win, Nightmare goes through, and Mongols eliminated. Mongols, one chance to extend the series. We'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back. Nightmare, they stick to their guns. They still want to prioritize the Arlet, and now it has worked out. However, for the Mongols, they were forced into an uncomfortable situation, and they could not recover. Welcome back. Lafel, Mirko, as well as Brigida. We're about to jump into game number 2, Mongols against Nightmare here. Do you feel like Zixora might still just have to get used to playing tank jungle very, very fast, or go back to something like a Suyo, maybe even a Lance, maybe even a Haya?
Yeah, I'd go for just Assassins. If they don't get the Yisun Shin, they don't get the Hirara, I think I'd rather see Zixora on the Lancelot. Even though it's not meta, you create your own meta, you know? Like the jungle on the other side, still meta. Just go for the damage. I also think, though, if you look at the pattern right now, game 1, their first ever match in the wildcard, they played Mumu Paquito. This time they played Paquito again, and it's just both times it hasn't worked out. The Phoveus was also open there. And if you know Juviana, it's almost like Juviana likes Arlet.
Yeah.
So maybe it is on Mumu that we'd rather see the tankier,
maybe
less mechanically
I mean, like,
demanding.
here's the thing. Let's address this, right? Because it's not comfortable for Zixora. It's comfortable for the whole team because the jungle is such a prominent role that affects every single lane. As a damage dealer, the timing that you reach the lane is different. The amount of damage you pull out is different. Same as being a tank. So it might not just be Zixora, but also the rest of the team be like, shouldn't we be winning this gang? Why do we have enough damage?
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of the idea that they went with when they drafted their draft in game number 1. Like, were there specific combos that we should have seen but we failed to see? Because the movements that they did around the map, I feel like we weren't really able to see the value out of it. I feel like at least in the beginning, they just really wanted to go heavy in the objective fights. But when they failed, they've been losing on buffs. And then we don't know what's next.
Because I feel like the Akai was also a deny, because I think they had an inkling feeling that the Arlet would be picked up, so they pick up the Akai. But instead of double down by picking up Phoveus as well, they're just like, nah, Paquito's good, you know, we gotta try that one.
Yeah, because it's honestly, if you look at the composition, it's great for early tempo. It's great for you to get into the turtle first, right? And that's what we saw. Mikey rotated up top, got level 4 together with Mumu, and they even dealt with the mid wave just with the Cho already. It's just they didn't execute Turtle 1 well. They used the heavy spin, they used some of these resources in a way where it wasn't for the neutral objective, but rather for the fights, and that's exactly what Nightmare wanted with the Baksha Arlet.
Now, question for Brigida, was that a very tough game for the Cho to play? I mean, like, the Bellaric is there, you go in, you might accidentally get caught.
Yeah, I completely understand how he feels. Like, when he was so desperate to at least find a pickoff, he saw Jasmine, and he said, maybe this can be the guy. But it was not. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I would do that. I would be the first one to do that. If I were the Cho, I would be the first one to do that. Right?
I wouldn't do that, but you know.
To be fair, she wouldn't do that. She would walk to lane, though.
Oh, I would do something worse.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
You know, worse or not, it's up to perspective, right?
Let me just say, you are one of the best roamers I've ever played with. The only thing is I don't play with a lot of roamers. So now going into game number 2, Nightmare, nothing really has to change. The question is, do you think Mongols will have this foresight to be like, let's just ban the Arlet and see what else they got?
Just pick the Phoveus, bro. I feel like at that point, you just try to counter the Arlet, right? Because, hey, Sunset Ravens got it. They did it.
They countered Alpha 7 on the Arlet with the Alice, and then there was just no coming back for Alpha 7.
Boom.
They could have just done that.
Boom.
Yeah. And it's like Mumu needing to do less.
Maybe he was also uncomfortable that Paquito was kicking.
Maybe.
You have a heavy left punch with your kick.
I think at this point, it's just the utility jungle. It's just off because I understand why you would want to go Paquito if you'd have something like a tank in the jungle. The thing is...
Fredrin is great. But Fredrin was bad. I know,
yeah, so maybe Guinevere. No, they don't have the combo. They don't have the combo.
And also if like Ox just really wants to stick with the tanky roamers.
Yeah, maybe just the Grok next time.
Yeah, maybe.
Or the Gato Gacha.
Or don't ban the Atlas. Because look,
that's an Ox hero.
No, here's the thing. They themselves banned the Atlas, and I thought, okay, Paquito as well as the Freya, and then like either a Kimi or something else in the jungle so that you have a basic attack damage hero. But then no Freya, which is very weird for me. But now, looking into the players here, Nightmare, they have the momentum. Imagine how amazing it would be for them. After day 1 for them, having 0 wins, and then all of a sudden, here in the CGBS, getting a 2-0 victory against the Mongols, which, by the way, had a 3-way tie for number 1.
Yeah.
Let's put them into perspective here. How is the number 4 team of Group B, almost defeating the guy that almost became number 1 in Group A.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because we thought Group A were a lot better than Group B.
Makes you think, huh?
Oh, there you go. They banned out the Arlet.
And this is dangerous grass. The Mongols will be first pick. Blue side Nightmare second pick. Still banning out the Harara for Nightmare. And like Mirko said, Mongols banning out that Arlet. I feel like that is already a very good start.
I agree, Raphael.
Now you stop that. Hey. Hey.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to change my name to Summer.
Summer?
It fits you for some reason,
It
you know?
fits me, right?
Yeah.
Is it the complexion?
No, it's the Juice In ban.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. For context, they banned out Eterna's hero.
Summer did.
Summer
Yeah.
did, not LaFell.
Do you know why I did that?
Why?
For Brigida.
Why?
Because
It
if
was
Eterna got her comfort, she might get the MVP.
Ah.
But because she did it, who got the MVP?
Brigida.
There you go. See,
After dying in my lane.
see,
You got a pop point.
See,
yeah.
Brigida, you don't know this, but you my boy.
Wait.
You my boy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's another B word, but I'm not gonna say that. So you my boy.
Boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Okay.
Eterna's my boss.
No, Eterna's his boss. She's gonna cut his pay.
Bro.
I know. I discussed with her, and she said she'll reply the email eventually. She said she's busy or something. What's she doing?
She is... I don't know.
I can see her.
She's... I don't know.
She's replying emails, you know?
Your
She's the
email's
boss.
last.
It's like, okay, which sponsor do we want to talk to now? Either ways, right now, looks like
We're waiting.
a bit of a delay here, but we already see the Arlet band out. Nightmare, what else do you want to do?
They banned out Fredrin as well, by the way.
Mongols?
Mongols banned out Fredrin and Arlodi.
Yeah, I really feel like Nightmare wants to overload on the crowd control, and this has been a rising meta ever since the new patch has came true, that you can survive with one main damage dealer and the second just supplement it, right? As long as you have enough crowd control, eventually you'll win it out. One of those strats came from Team Liquid Philippines, right? Having just one damage dealer in the carry, everyone else is just pure utility.
Yeah.
But for them, even the utility EXP somehow does damage. Made that make sense.
I think we get answers when we approach the main stage. And these teams are fighting for that last slot to the main stage.
Yeah.
How interesting would it be if it's actually... Because I know we call Group A the group of death, but you know, like once you keep the momentum going, Nightmare from Group B being winless in the beginning and just continuing that streak, no?
If that's the case, I am very interested to see Sunset Ravens.
Wow. You're right.
Because it has happened before, Mirko. We've had internationals where a group of devs suddenly not looking that great, and now the draft has started.
Atlas first pick and the Alice pickup. What? Nice.
Okay. Let's talk about the bans here.
I like it.
Arlet, Fredrin, Marcel, Mongols banned out. Nightmare banning out the Zushin, the Yusunshin as well as Harara. Nightmare picking up the Even, the Akai, Mongols, Atlas as well as the Alice. And we talk about the Alice against the Arlet, and now they go for Freya. So it looks like my answer or my question has been answered that they are gonna go for double fighters. Question is, what is gonna be the jungler, or are they just gonna stick with the Kimi?
I think Nightmare ban out the Kimi, yeah. They go for the Yuzong pick. They ban out the Kimi and what, the Roger? Kimi Roger?
Roger.
Because that's the only other marksman that I would think of in the jungle that we've seen. A7.
Munton has tried to make some gold laners into junglers. For example, have more damage on the creeps, but I think it's still slow.
Yep.
Granger as well, slow to get his own stacks.
Very slow.
So yeah, at that point, if there's no Kimi, there's no Roger, let me open up my game.
These are very proactive picks from the Mongols coming through.
But have they
Oh,
revealed...
Elaine.
Whoa.
Okay, but that don't like...
I don't think that's an okay ban. I don't think that's an okay ban.
'Cause
Like,
it's like, do you really think it's going to be a threat for Mongols to get their hands on...
Because that's an apply.
there's another one that can kind of work in double fighter, which is the Hanzo, right? Because you can go in and not be in true danger, and still technically you build, the Trinity item.
Didn't a team already try the Hanzo? Was a VSG?
But that
Mark
one is
TZ.
with a Minotaur roam, and they just got steamrolled.
I'm just confused right now because, like, I don't know, yo.
What's the do they have a very fragile backline or something?
Because right now,
can't get caught.
This is going way back. way back in ranked games. We had Natan in the jungle.
We had Popo and Koopa in the jungle
I
too,
don't-
bro. Like, I don't think...
It's here.
with a Yuzong, I really feel like they shut down any marksman in the jungle. So I think they just got to deal with an assassin.
Yeah, no. By the way, it is very weird that we see Popo and Koopa in the jungle a lot here in the EU server. I don't know why, but hey.
Gives us quick games.
It gives us very easy games. The Mongols. Yeah, for Nightmare, I think it's just a carry pickup for them, right? They just play pure front to back against this composition. Very tanky lineup. Pick up a possible... I don't know what they go for last.
They can pick up a
pick,
roam
actually.
here just to save their gold lane.
There you go.
they
That's the
still-
carry. They go roam last pick.
Well, Kimmy and Roger are still open, so they can pick up Kimmy in the mid and then just an assassin in jungle. Because I don't know how much Xora has practice on a Roger.
Yeah, if they want Prior, they can still go for Cho as well. The Claw is open, but the Mongols already have a Freya. And
They already have an
Alice.
Atlas, so I don't think they can pick up. Also, there's Suyo.
It's Kimmy. It has to be Kimmy. Right? Ooh, this is just a brawl comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be pretty bad at sieging. The Kalea
Oh.
comes in with the carry.
And now, honestly, the Valentina is going to get overloaded. I think the default is going to be either the Eve or the Akai ult, but hey, in certain
Yeah.
situations, Kalia is going to be there. I got to say, Nightmare have a very synergistic draft here. Like, every hero here works together very well. Compared to Nightmare, it feels experiment-ish. With that being said, this is Mongols' last chance here to extend the series. Mirko and Brigida, it's your turn.
It seems like it is going to be quite a brawly start to game number 2 between the Mongols and Nightmare Esports. But we got someone who's, I think, very much used to these kinds of fights. You know, like, I don't think this is something that's gonna be new to you. And we are about to witness that heading into this game. Match point for Nightmare Esports. Let's see if the Mongols are able to find their way around with this draft. Who, by the way, feels indeed very synergistic, as mentioned by LaFell.
They've only got one shot, man. The Mongols are a game down. And folks, this is match point elimination match. If the Mongols lose here, all their effort of going 3-1 in their group goes home with them.
Yeah. Not gonna see them really extend their hopes of making it further, apart from their breakthrough runs that we've seen in their recent international appearances and their hopes of finally making it to the main stage. Now it is up to them. Oh, what? K.
Wow.
K has been, I think, in laning, even in game 1, has been very aggressive, sometimes a bit too much.
Yep. He's doing a good job here, though, against a carry who actually should have a pretty good time against the Freya. But it is what it is. Nomad knows exactly how to play the carry too. Last time we saw him, he only died once or twice, but he went 9-0-1 before he died.
Yeah, even earlier. Nomad was, I think, almost deathless, or if not deathless in that game. And I think in this situation, K definitely can afford to be the more aggressive one in the laning, considering the hero that he's got his hands on.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
Mikey's taking a beating, and the regen gets procced by the basic attack. He's going to have to recall. Oh, man.
Okay. So, I think this was the pick that was also a bit of a surprise to us earlier on. We understand the idea that there are just so much ultimates to choose from. It's overwhelmingly too much even. But then it might just be a bit of a struggle in terms of at least managing the mid waves for now. But let's see, because we're approaching the first hurdle of the game. Xora, again, finally gets his hands on an assassin jungle. And that might just change the course of the objective takes for the team. As even K is planning to help, but here goes Rubiana.
He used the dragon. Suyo's not there, so
Yeah, he's not gonna go.
pretty neutral objective for Nightmare. Good start to the game for too easy for Lexi.
Mongols didn't really try to go for anything apart from the opposite jungle camps from Nightmare around the top lane, because not even Nomad seemed to be a target, and apart from that, he did really do his best to keep himself safe. Didn't want to just be the trade. Hold on.
Throwing a ruin all the way. That's the Soul Sever. But it's a 1-for-1. Xora is going to get some gold over on his turret. Ida with the rotation already into the bottom lane, but Xora He's picked up quite a bit. 176 on top of the gold he got there. Ox with just a bit of zoning to make Aiden miss a few minions in mid.
Okay, now they're gonna show up in too easy for Lexi's buff. Not enough to steal it away like what they did towards the Mongols in game number 1 though. But at least the Mongols, despite not being able to secure that turtle in the first objective, have found a trade down bottom, although they also did lose Mumu in the process. So we get back, farming for now, and at least they're keeping it really careful since we are going to expect the team fights to be the ones that really matter, at least in this fight, considering their lineup. Okay?
Yeah. A gank onto Mumu. Don't think it's going to be too good here. Alice, very, very tanky. Ox, just with the rotation. So, at this point, again, we see Mongols with a lead, despite the first turtle going for Nightmare. 2 Nightmare. Mikey, with a heavy spin, trying to bait out some skills. Blade Surge. Zixora's going to try to steal this, but he's got to be careful. Jasmine has a jump. So, yeah, it'll just be given to Lexi.
They're not really forcing anything.
Nope.
They're not forcing the fights. They know that they shouldn't. They will have, and they can afford to do that later on once they're definitely grouped together and when they can just get the most out of this team fight comp. But as of now, when you just see isolated members, then I don't think that is going to be the go-to.
Whoa.
That was a Sky Piercer pickup?
Yeah, so I wonder if it's a Fury Hammer Sky Piercer straight up items for Zixora. Or if it's... Did he finish a Hunter Strike? I don't remember seeing a Hunter Strike, right?
Yeah.
Glowing Wand also built up. This should be the proper time right now. There you go. It is Fury Hammer straight to Sky Piercer. This is the make it or break it moment. If Mongols can somehow get a snowball going from Turtle 2, it could be very good for them.
Yeah, Mongols might just pick up the pace right now because it has the Sky Piercer already. Mumu gets dragged in!
Mumu! Thrown a ruin to the anti-CC already, but he goes back in and is still able to survive right now with a heavy spin already used up to disengage. Too easy for Lexi. Gets caught in the midst of it all now. All the damage coming down with RWM already there. K is going to go up with the Soul Sever earlier. Got Zixora, a Sky Piercer stack. Now it's K going up against the Dragon. Zixora against the boys. Oh, it's the all-in for Jasmine. Zixora picking up another stack on top of the turtle.
At this point, as long as Zixora is having a good time, I think the Mongols would be very much okay. This double fighter setup is really built to play around him. Oh, K barely made it out alive!
Hold on now, cool! What a kill by Juviana! Furious dive with the tail, and he gets the kill, and even here he's doing a good amount of damage. He takes K down with him! The DOT! Oh god, a disaster for the Mongols. Both the carries taken out by Juviana.
It's just said as long as things are okay for Zixora, but here we go, Tsunami Slam.
You don't say it,
We gotta be careful with our words, because just now, that lead we talked about for the Mongols,
it's still there.
It's still there.
It's not big, but, you know.
Yeah. Okay. It's tough now. The Nightmare slowly, even though it's the Mongols who we're expecting to really be the team fight comp, the way that their sides have been playing this series so far is just, it seems very calculated. Nomad, it's not too careful, it's just the right amount of being careful up until the moment that you really get that power spike that you need from him. And even though it's K who's trying to be a bit more proactive in the fights, you don't really get to see the value out of it once Nightmare goes for the punish. Here up top, okay.
Oh god, Fatal Ace as well. The Purify coming down. Nomad's doing a lot of damage over on K, but all of the health bars with a heavy spin is enough to take both of them down under turret. Mongols with a win. Oh, with a turret too? Too easy for Lexi. Tries to go for a gank up top, and this means that the Mongols will have enough time to set up for the turtle. Heck, they're just gonna go for the mid turret. Zixora is already on it. A few hits will get it down. Too easy for Lexi. No heavy spin. This should be free for Mongols.
And I just said that Nomad was careful before that pickoff happened. So it's happened twice in a row.
Yeah, maybe it's just tough, man. Soul Sever Red Tree. Oh, Mikey is the one that gets it out. Zixora's gonna be chased down. Oh god, Tsunami Slam. The Throne of Ruin locks all of them out. Zixora goes down. Furious Dive now onto Mikey. He's trying to run away, but the headbutt knocks him in place. K's doing a lot of damage, pops in the back with Descent. Ox is running away, but Juviana is trying to go for the kill. Dragon Tail doesn't land. K gets a kill on Jasmine. And Nightmare gets the winning team fight as they look to siege the mid turret.
Nightmare's just too tanky. I mean, even if even if you just really want to go for the setups, even if you want to look for the fatal links for Ox, I think even before you get to find that, there already is the presence of Black Dragon form. Yes, they did get the turtle, but once it was actually Nightmare ready to take on this fight, I mean, they had majority of their crucial ultimates up. It's mostly just really Juviana making so much things possible for his team. There's no direct answer to Juviana just yet, at least in this game.
This is looking very scary for the Mongols, but then you look at the lead, and Nightmare don't really have the goal lead. Yes, they have proper scaling. Yes, they have good clear. But the Mongols are still strong at this point, right? They still have that power spike going for them, that mid-game power spike. So, oh, Jasmine. Tsunami Slam onto Ox. He gets there. They bait out 3 big ultimates. Mikey?
Yeah.
Flickers in forward, Soul Sever Retry. It's a win for the Mongols because they got a camp.
No casualties.
No casualties.
No
right?
casualties,
Yeah.
just a camp that they were able to secure, and possibly even a turret. So this could be a big win for the Mongols because that's the mid. Oh, Petri!
Mikey with the walk up as well. He dashing forward. A Black Dragon form comes around, and Mikey might actually have to go down to the DOT. Juviana, a beast on this Yutong. Walks up, gets covered by fatal links. That's Exora with a Sky Piercer stack. K in the back, cutting them off. Now a jump from Jasmine to keep him alive. Too easy for Lexi. Will fall to Zixora. K in the back, gets baited out. Takes the turret down. Zixora wants more. But it will just be a win for the Mongols, 2 for 1.
Okay, Nomad a bit too late to join that, and now the Mongols could just immediately head to the Lord and take this for themselves. Too easy for Lexi is not going to be back in at least 10 more seconds, but Jasmine still goes in!
With a jumper to Tsunami Slam, but Ox is going to go to the back. Perfect match as well. Nomad doing a lot of damage. Zixora, you need to go for the retry here. He gets it in time. Mumu blinks to the back, gets hit with the Queller. They go in on Nomad, but the healing's right there. But Zixora gets the Soul Sever right on Jasmine. Another Piercer.
Nightmare really want to keep fighting. And I feel like they do acknowledge the fact that Nomad might be in that condition to do so. And even if they didn't really get the Lord or had barely little chance to secure the Lord, I think that would have been okay, especially if they got a kill, but they didn't. At least Mongols are able to keep it tight, but this is already Zixora bouncing back from that pickoff we got to see from him earlier, already with 39 Sky Piercer stacks as well. So it's not going to be an easy task to just take the front damage if you're from Nightmare, and they are having a Lord up top. So this is going to be a Lord Siege that they will capitalize on, definitely considering their lineup. Oh!
Fatal Links on Jasmine. They're going to go for the kill, and they're going to give it to Zixora. 49 stacks. Heavy spin already used by Lexi. Zixora with the turret. Mumu! Throwing a ruin to Purify out by item, but it gets taken out by Kaze. He purifies out to the way. Ox, perfect match. No Fatal Links. Juviana walks back up, pops in a dragon in the air. Is going to go very low. A Queller to take him down in the skies.
They still are able to take down base turrets even before the holy shields get out. They now take one down bottom and they're in the base.
Ox with the walk up, he just dies to the crystal. Zixora with a Soul Sever. This time he's gonna charge it. Oh, Zixora! A monster kill as he surges past everybody to assassinate now. Makey got on the Void Blast, good sidestep. Now it's Mumu again with the Blade Surge coming out. Zixora is right there to throw in a ruin, providing zone. Lexi's low, Blade Surge in, Soul Sever, another stack. The Queller comes around. Zixora is gonna try to go for the massive kill again, and he gets another. It's a double for Zixora. A shot that doesn't land on Jasmine as he conceals out the way.
Very systematic for the Mongols. They're making sure that they do have the necessary tools just to make sure that the siege will be easier for them. They're very reliant on winning the fights. They had the Lord, they made the most out of it, and just the same, they did not take the risk. They just made sure that they always had the advantage before they ever went for the siege. As much as they tried though, Nightmare still doing a great job at somehow defending. Did have to sacrifice a couple of their players just to do so, especially Juviana. But now you're starting to see how Mongols are getting that damage. The necessary amount of damage, mostly from Zixora, a bit from Mikey too, but even K in the late entries, and wow, full stacks.
On the Sky Piercer, Zixora. I never want to see you play utility jungle ever again. And it's not because the utility jungle isn't good, it's just you're really good at damage dealing junglers, bro.
Oh! Okay. What? You were saying?
Zixora is very good
Yeah,
at
he's very
damage
good.
dealing junglers. Nothing else happened there. Juviana? Okay.
There's a Lord.
So at least it's a trade, right? Ox already used the Fatal Links, but the Dragon has already used as well. Jasmine! Oh, Tsunami Slam, but it's only onto Mumu. Pops in the Throne of Ruin. Attack flickers in! All in onto the back. Nomad goes away. Uh-oh. Triple kill for Zixora. He might go for the Savage. He gets a Maniac, but K takes the last kill. The Mongols equalize.
I think that would also be some sort of unofficial Savage, because that definitely was something started out there by Zixora, who we do like seeing on the Assassin Junglers. And we are heading into our first Game 3 here in the CGBS.
I agree with Mirko. You know what? Zixora, don't play tanks anymore, man.
Please.
Unless that tank can have a BOD, a Sky Piercer, a War Axe, maybe don't touch it. In fact, if you can somehow get a Fredrin, I want damage items on that Fredrin in his battle. Because here's the thing. Nightmare, I feel like it's already a good start for Mongols to take out the Arlet, right? They lost without the Arlet, but Juviana on the Dragon is still dangerous, man. Yuzong. I was questioning Juviana, but hey, today he really locked in. And now it really does seem like it's part of the draft. The team that walks away from their identity will lose it.
Yeah, I agree. Juviana did lock in, but towards the end, I think
It's the rest of the team. I feel like he did fine. Like, I feel like the things that he did will, how do I say, cover any of the mistakes that he did. But let's talk about how amazing Sora is, man.
Zixora, that early
As I say that he died, but you know.
Even in the replays, you're caster cursing, bro.
All of us. Here's the thing. If we are in the JJK universe, we're S tier, man.
That's true.
Yeah.
We'll all be special grade.
We are special. What are you talking about?
That's true.
Looking at the game here, the tempo is different just because Zixora this time is able to fight back in his jungle, and then he's able to assassinate. That's the biggest difference when he is on those assassins compared to any other player that is on the carry role. He can get those targets, right? He knows the primary one that will help the team out. And yeah, Momo just stay on those tanks. I think Momo did do some mistakes here and there, but as a tank, you just need the frontliner. You need the frontline, you need to create that disruption so the damage dealers can deal free damage.
If there's one thing we saw from Mumu this game, is that he's really good on the kinds of heroes that just play for the team, or like just provide setups for the team. He's very selfless, because in the few moments you saw him on heroes that had to go for 1v1s, I think that's where the opponents were just really able to punish and capitalize on the EXP lane matchup.
I do have to say though, I have a friend, wise friend, he said last year in fact, that if he picks up a Suyo, that's where he's like, you know what, I don't trust my team that much, I can solo carry. And with 15 kills and a Maniac, I kind of feel like Zixora is in the same wavelength. You know, I don't know if my friend is watching, but Mr. Frederick, I can see the wisdom that you have provided. And I can see. You pick a Yisun Shin if you trust your team. You pick a Suyo if you don't. But hey, it was banned out, so what are the options does Mr. Zixora has?
To put a trust all on himself. And it worked.
Be an egoist.
Not,
you know, but you know what I mean.
So he does play jungle.
Who?
Mr. Frederick?
He's pretty good.
He's a bi laner.
He doesn't want to play jungle with me.
A bi laner, bro.
He goes either the jungle or the gold lane.
Yeah.
Why does he want to play jungle when I'm playing?
Because the meta is very boring in the jungle.
Well, we'll ask Mr. Frederick when the time comes. For now, we will be going for a very, very short break. This is going to be the final break for both these teams. After this, one goes through, but one gets eliminated. We'll see you guys after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. This has started as a best of 3, but now the score is 1-1 as X7. Look at the full screen here. We got Mirko as well as Brigida.
I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're talking about. I did nothing.
Yeah, well, it was all Brigida. Now, here's the thing. Yeah. This is now going to be the final game between these two teams. Winning moves through, loser gets out. Game number 1, Nightmare had an amazing game where they were able to force Zixora on the Akai pick. But then once Zixora's like, you know what? Suyo is still there. I'm going to get on to the Suyo. And now they look amazing. Let's recap some of the early picks from the Mongols early on. First picking the Atlas and then following up with the Alice as well as the Freya. That's a pretty good setup for, I don't see any jungler. Even the ones that we thought would get banned, didn't get banned.
Yeah.
Those are like the heroes or the kinds of heroes that I think are or suit Ox and Mumu the best. Like the kinds of heroes that just really play for the team and go all in. And I'm glad that they went for that kind of prio because you see how much of a difference it makes in terms of their gameplay.
Yeah. Maybe they were testing skins in game 1, dude. Like now it really makes me think.
Because they're like, we have a limited amount of diamonds.
Yeah.
Which one is going to be worth it? And then when they lost, like, maybe just the Paquito.
Maybe they haven't tried to Dairoth.
Joe has so much skins already.
Guinevere, Dairoth. Which one? Next, we gotta see one of those.
Can't we have another Kalia skin? Can't we have a Fovia skin? Can't we have, what's another famous one? Graw just got a skin, so that's fine.
Melissa.
You know what? Melissa. Glue, I think I will never replace my Patrick.
Oh, yeah, well,
like you just can't, bro.
That's true.
No matter how good the next skin is going to be, I think Patrick will be immortalized.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of a hero that will be better than Patrick. I can't think of one. I can think of a skin that will be better than Patrick. You're right.
We're really thinking about it. So now let's think about Nightmare, right?
Okay.
In terms of their priority picks, it still looks like they want Joviana to be the main carry. And I really think he can. Main carry in the sense of the first 2 minutes all the way to the next 12 minutes, right? But then at the end of the game, it really just boils down to the gold lane. But that's the problem. If Zixora gets an assassin, I think the gold lane is just going to have a hard time surviving, especially if the pick that he has a Sky Piercer.
Especially if Mumu's on an Alice. He's just an absolute menace to anybody who has backline in their composition, all right? So, again, I did and Nomad, they didn't get to play the game. They wanted to play a clean front to back. Every time it was Zixora together with Mumu saying, "Nuh-uh, fam."
More on Nomad.
That's what they said in Mongolian.
Nuh-uh, fam.
Nuh-uh, fam. It has to be low, deep, but smooth. I can do deep, but I can't do smooth.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you want to try?
Want to try? Nuh-uh, fam.
Nuh-uh.
Fam.
Lower.
No.
With a diaphragm. Nuh-uh, fam.
Nuh-uh, fam.
That's close enough. So in this game, I believe the bans won't change so much. I believe that Nightmare will still ban out the Harara and using Shin, and I believe that the Mongols will still ban out the Arlet. So now what else is going to be the priority?
I think right now the priority is the side selection.
Honestly,
Nightmare back on blue.
I might even consider betting out the Atlas.
More than the...
I would rather Ox be on the Grok than on the Atlas.
So, remember, game number 1, the Mongols banned out the Atlas, thinking the Atlas was going to be first pick. I think that could be it right now, right? I think if we go through the same bans as game number 1, because again, Nightmare are going to be on blue side, we're probably seeing either the Atlas ban or first pick by Nightmare, because it really seems like that's the win condition.
Because like you said, the Alice, as well as the CEO just now, made it so that the gold laner cannot play.
Yeah.
Playing the mid duo, Atlas has a lot of ways, well, just the perfect match, to make sure that the mid laner doesn't play, right? So they have a lot in their kit to deny the plays, right? So I feel like that's part of the Mongols' winning strategy, is just having the right tools on different lanes to deny any kind of play from the damage dealers.
Yeah, because I think most of the pressure should be put on the mid lane first, because we've already observed how...
Talk with your hands more. Me and Mirko already move a lot, so you do it too.
I thought you were trying to copy me, but I feel like because the sides are the more quiet lanes and the ones that take their time, we saw how Nomad countless times take his time before he actually joins in the fight. Thank goodness the camera's not on us anymore. But yeah, so we do observe that the more proactive rotations definitely are starting from their mid duos, and once you allow Ox, once you allow Mikey to do that, then it'll be much more easier for the rest, because Nomad, he's the type of gold laner that just really takes his time.
Yeah.
So like you can expect him to not just join whenever.
That's a good way to put it. He's a goal laner that takes his time. I agree. He's like, he really waits for his items before he's comfortable, you know? He
Yeah.
doesn't want to take any risks, but with that style of play, you're actually risking losing the game early because you're
Yeah.
not rotating as much. I understand. You're not going to try to rotate over a Freya,
Yep.
but at least you need to take some trades. I think he's playing it too safe to a point where he doesn't even try to get a punish on it.
Yeah.
Again, might not be his fault. It was just K always rotating in and cutting the wave before he can even do anything. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there goes the Alice ban.
And the Yisun Shin and the Hirara, but the Atlas is open. So Nightmare, they're gonna have to make a big decision here. First pick, is it gonna be still the Jusin or the Atlas? Seeing no Yves ban, I
Yeah.
think it'll just be the Atlas.
Wow.
But I think don't ban the Atlas because you're hoping for Nightmare to pick up a Freya or a Paquito so that you can get Atlas
First,
for
but
yourself.
knowing the Mongols.
Marcel, okay, they banned out of Marcel. Honestly, pretty good ban. So now it's on Nightmare because they're gonna get one and they're gonna get the Zushin. So it should be an Atlas +1. There we go, Atlas instant pick.
We get the Eve later, so
Freya, I would take Freya. I would take
yeah,
Freya. Yeah.
For K,
Yeah.
I think that's great.
I mean, like, maybe Momo has practiced it, but I think just pick up the Freya because K did pretty well on the Freya.
Yeah, and Mumu, to be fair, again,
Just
I'd
don't
like
pick
to
up-
see the play for the team kind of XP laners on him.
As long as they don't pick Baxia or Akai here, I think we're okay. Imagine, right? Imagine. I mean, it could happen. They're taking the time. They're picking up the Paquito. Maybe he's like, I want redemption.
Maybe. I don't know if I want to see a Paquito here though.
Oh, and now Freya. Oh, I'm liking Nightmare's
liking
lineup.
Nightmare.
I'm liking Nightmare with the Freya as well as the Baxia.
And the what if Ox? Oh no, okay, Ox at least has the Atlas for
If
now.
they don't pick up Eve, Eve is gonna get banned.
Yeah,
and
I have to go Eve.
going up against a Baxia and Freya, most mid laners cannot survive.
Exactly. I think you already have enough front line right now with the Atlas already, right? Like, to provide space for the Eve
Because I
that
feel
you
like
get a combo in.
I feel like they're thinking of a Gord, but I think against a Freya, it's not wise.
Yeah, and if you get the Eve, at least you could like make
Spam your
things
skills so that you
easier.
get shields. Yeah.
Yeah, and even for the gold lane, you could set up the box a bit more. And since you have the Paquito on your side, that's like a lot more ways to just take care of the angles. But they don't.
Ooh. They go for the Suyo. Okay.
Oh God, man!
But this does mean that Zixora doesn't actually have that much in the pool, and they understand the risk of it getting banned out is going to be game losing. So this is Mongols trusting their basically comforts.
But
Yeah.
this time it's already very, very different, right? You're
Yeah.
up against a Jusin, that's one.
Yep.
You can't just like bypass the backline anymore. It's just a full dive comp, and it's a Baksha. Someone that can clear and rotate maybe even faster than you on a Suyo.
And Freya doesn't die fast.
Not at all, no. You cannot burst him down.
Her.
No,
Her.
her. And the Freya, I
Him and
think.
Juviana.
Let's not, misidentify. Imagine how embarrassing that would be, right?
Oh,
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty well. Thank you very much. So in terms of the ban here, they're banning out the Matilda, and that's good.
yep.
Because Matilda, Freya, Baxia, whoo, they got wings.
Just like
What a very
Rafaela.
Yeah, it's like a known energy drink.
That too.
Well, Gord gets banned. I don't think Gord needs to be banned, but still, I guess it's the respect. And then the Belleric ban, I think is justified as well, considering they got a Paquito as well as the Suyo. So again, I feel like Eve should be okay here.
Yep.
Or do they want to ban out a Lilia?
They're okay with the Eve.
Okay,
There's
interesting.
there's a Claude still, but are they really gonna put the Freya in the EXP?
Freya's in the XP is fun because you can die whenever it's important.
Yeah,
And-
I think they should. Yeah, because it's a Paquito too that they're gonna match in lane.
Okay.
So is it?
Nightmare can still go Phobias as well, right?
Ah.
It's still open. It's good against Paquito. You won't have a lot of range. Right now, it almost seems like Nightmare are just taking a page out of the Mongols book.
But then don't we like to see Nomad be the more proactive one this time? So
Yeah.
like if they put him on the Freya, isn't he forced to play
I think you are the most proactive on the Freya. All right, because like I can move forward, I can survive, I can deal
There you go.
damage, but they still go for the Harif here. And now for the Rome pick, the final one. Honestly, I feel like quite a lot is still viable here.
Isn't this just the Phobius for the Mongols then? Right, there's a Freya and a Harith.
Well, as long as Paquito is usable in the goalie, which it is. I've seen Innocent use
And a
it.
Cho? That's so many dashes.
Yep.
Yeah.
This should just be a Phobius.
Yep. Just play double fighters.
Yeah. Fighters all over again.
And they even have an Eve.
No, sorry, there's a Paquito. I'm so sorry.
No. It's
You
still
can
okay. You
put
have
it
an
in-
Eve.
Phobius Gold? I sorry,
No,
Paquito
Paquito.
Gold?
Yeah. Hey, Innocent made it work, okay?
That's innocent, bro.
And this
And
is
this is K.
What's the difference, man? They both eat something. I heard Innocent's diet is a bit weird, but other than that.
Okay.
If not though.
Is it time to go for the Phobius and a Paquito Gold? Is it time to just brawl your brains out?
Granger. I
again.
don't like it.
I
They
don't
I don't
lost-
like Granger.
They
I
lost the
don't
last
like it.
time they went with a Granger.
And a Paquito.
Yeah.
And a Paquito.
The reason why we don't like it, folks, is because, skill reliant, and I don't think it's going to be enough damage to kill anyone, right? Unless they have the best early game, by 5 minutes, they have 40 stacks. Nah, even that one. I think by 8 minutes. By 8 minutes, you need 40 stacks of the Sky Piercer, and then there's resemblance of damage. So, Mirko as well as Brigida. I don't know about this Granger pick, but it's time for you guys to call the game.
We got quite a lot of questions that we need to find out heading into this Game 3 do or die for both the Mongols and Nightmare Esports. They ended or will be ending this series with a draft that was very much similar to the first draft we saw from them, and that looked very uncomfortable for a lot of reasons aside from it not being too meta.
Well, folks, we'll find out. We'll find out the answer to all our questions as we jump into the Lanadon. The Mongols going back to their roots. Oh, this is a risky start to the game. Zexora is already getting punished by Jasmine, who's on the Ken skin. But this is the second outfit. I mean, the first outfit.
Oh.
Because earlier, Ox was on the second outfit with the coat.
Wow. We got so much to look forward to in the new draw. Hope you guys have checked your diamonds for that. But yeah, Zexora already being checked out, and as early as the first minute of this game, at least he gets his hands on all his buffs though, but whoa.
Good damage on Idid. Mikey into those Void Blasts in. Zexora with the Blade Surge trying to walk up, but no, he'll just go to his own camp.
Okay. So again, so far, the Mongols also are going for a full Flicker lineup in this scenario. Probably not really going to worry much about Jasmine and what could be done later on eventually. There will be such need for repositioning. K though, whoa, that was close. Really got to put Nomad down low, even forcing out the the Flicker from Jasmine right there. So I think the Mongols, at least so far, have been managing the lanings pretty well in terms of the gold lane, but this is just Juviana things. This is something you would expect from Juviana in the EXP.
That's true. This time on a good matchup as well against the Paquito, right? So, XP Crab gonna be... Oh, great steal by Mikey. That will delay quite a bit for Nightmare to get Prio. Okay. And Mikey will be the one to get level 4 quicker. This could be a straight-up fight for the Mongols. They might just utilize this level advantage in the bottom lane. It's Juviana who clears it out, but Mumu shouldn't be too far behind. There you go. He's 4.
Wow. Ox just doesn't care about Jasmine here.
Juviana trying to go for the zone. Purify out of the ready. That's Juviana, the turtle take, but look at Mumu in the back line with a knockout strike as well. Ox taken down already by the Lantern Flare. Now Idid gonna go over. Finds it with a shield unity as well. A big double on Zexora and Ox.
Mongols still decided to fight that even when Nightmare already took the objective. They had almost all of their resources still up. Mongols here, at least they have K really doing well in the goal. Oh,
Idid has a Crimson Beacon. Mikey does not have the RWM. He just gets away. So it's 2 kills and a turtle. All the wins for Nightmare.
Yeah, it's crazy though. Like, even just looking back at that recent team fight, the amount of shields that Juviana got and how we thought Mumu could have already gotten the pick-off but still did not. It's just so much sustain from Nightmare right now. And so much mobility as well. It's not going to be an easy task for the Mongols to just find the pick-offs that they want. And Ox is about to get his level 4, so we'll see what they decide to go for next. There are a couple purifies on Nightmare though, and I think that is just going to be one of the few layers that they'll have to deal with when it comes to the fights later on, because there are just so many purifies that you have to pop.
That's what winners do. Winners raise their hands.
Yes. Okay, we don't see that as well.
No, no one saw
We don't? Okay, we go
that
back.
reaction was just to something on my screen.
Okay.
Oh, Shield Unity over on Ox. Oh, even a kick with the Dragon. Now to Idid. Oh god, Ox is getting tossed around everywhere.
I saw this. I saw this yesterday. This was something I saw yesterday. In a very similar lineup where Ox could just barely do things, but at least he took that kill. So K will be okay. Oh, down bottom though.
Knockout strike 2 times, too easy for Lexi. Able to get the Shield Unity onto Zixora, and you can see the magic damage piercing down Zixora. He has to use the Queller to get out. Juviana gets away just in time out of the RWM. Ox in the back line on Jasmine. Oh, Jasmine Versailles no, doesn't get Zixora in time. Now he gets caught. The Queller lands, but he has the flicker to escape, and now Purify out of the fatal links. Mumu to knockout strike onto Idid. He doesn't want to go in, but the rest of the team does. Ox perfect mash. Mumu gets a strike. Way the Dragon, locking him down. Now it's Juviana with the blades. Again. Oh god, Mumu is just shredded. And the turtle gets reset. Too easy for Lexi. Now the Shield Unity onto Mikey. He's gonna go down as well. Zixora can't even get the kill on Jasmine. It's Ox.
Nightmare did not recall at all. They just stayed there, waited for this re-engage, but there's K!
Rotating already. Neutral objective going to be taken by Too Easy for Lexi. Perfect match coming down again, but Too Easy for Lexi is just that tanky. Shield Unity, Idid gets a kill. It's a disaster for the Mongols. Wait a second. Nomad in the back. K gets away with a flicker. Nomad gets baited and shut. Well, not shut down, just taken out.
Nomad, for the first time we see him join the fight, had a very unfortunate death and positioning under the turret. And Mikey gets spotted out there too, but at least it's somehow an equal and decent trade in terms of kills, but the lead, it's... Okay.
Sokolil, Too Easy for Lexi punishes an overextending Granger. K!
Yeah, just when we thought he was safe. And countless of times, he's been safe. They've been able to make sure that he was safe. So much sacrifices have been made as well. But the Mongols, they're being hunted down by Nightmare. They're doing everything they can just to make sure that things will be uncomfortable for the Mongols. Now it's going to be the target on Juviana.
Do they have enough damage? Juviana might actually win this 1v2. Mumu's up their top lane. K, he just got back to lane and he's handed 4 members of Nightmare. Ox getting lifted up. Perfect match away. Nomad gonna go for the chase as well. Ox gets away in time. Jasmine is just looking to get some space in enemy jungle.
Yeah, and they still get the turret too. They're looking like they're about to get more as well. If you take a look at other sides of the map, even down bottom, Juviana, this is what you expect. And it's not looking too good for the Mongols because of the nature of their lineup that just requires you to really snowball and activate that assassin jungle early on. Now it's just Nightmare being all over the map. They already spotted out where Zixora currently is as well.
Jasmine.
But Jasmine, you're all alone.
That's a lot of damage actually onto K. He should be Way the Dragon already. Ox gets lifted up, thrown back again, flicker on the fatal links, but Purify comes around, and Nomad also pops in Purify as his Amon Force is right there for them to deal damage, making... Gets knocked up, I did with a walk up already. Zixora and K, finally a Sky Piercer stack, signs of life as Mumu cuts in bot.
They don't care, they're just gonna keep fighting, they have the Purifies to keep them going, and Nightmare are gonna be okay. Now it's gonna be another turtle over to Too Easy for Lexi, and for some reason, I think K is dealing a bit more damage than I expected him to. Like on this Granger, together with Zixora, I'm not even sure who the Sky Piercer is gonna go over to. Okay.
He's actually ahead of Nomad because I guess Nomad dove a turret mid.
Yeah. So this is the only time you see Nomad trying to be a bit more active. But hold on. Ah!
Juviana tries to go in a 2v1. He's actually healing, but Zixora takes him out. The Nightmare, the lead is starting to disappear. Too easy for Lexi with a jump in the back. Shielding and he lands. Mumu now with a knockout strike to peel for Zixora.
No one else is there. Could have been an opening here for Nightmare after they lost Juviana. But yeah, these are some very weird decisions we're starting to see from Nightmare. I think whatever coordination we got to see from them a few games back is something that's starting to get lost all over again. And that's not what you should be seeing from them, not in this crucial game. Whereas the Mongols, they've been capitalizing on so much. With K this much ahead and already in the Sky Piercer, I think they'll be able to play around each other a lot more.
This is looking very scary for Nightmare. You'd expect with all the turtles and all the... Oh, Zixora.
Okay.
Falcon Descent, too easy Flexi also there. Zixora now with a Sever. Gets away with the Blade Surge just a bit, buying a little bit of time. Let's see if the Mongols can actually look for the trade in the bottom lane, and they actually want to go on Jasmine. Mumu cutting his movements. Zixora doing a good job running away. Pops into Queller, gets out through mid. Too easy for Lexi right there, and Zixora, the great escape has happened.
Whoa.
Look at the rest of the team, into the bottom lane they go. They get the kill on Nomad. Zixora baited 3 up top, and Mongols get 1 below. 5 seconds for the Lord to spawn. Beautiful.
All they burned was a flicker too. Zixora yet again!
Oh god, this time I don't know if he can actually escape it. He does! Mumu goes in, knockout strike, Jasmine low. Okay, can he land the shots? He's gonna go in. Idol falls to Mikey. The Mongols are back. The goal lead is gone for Nightmare.
That was a close call. If K only got to land that one bullet, that Death Sonata. But thanks to the Shumpo, he's gonna be okay. But that's a turret that they're about to lose. And the Lord as well.
Holy.
Mongols. Even with this less than 1k gold leader making it happen, Fatal Links!
On to Jasmine, is it a 4v5? K in the back line doing some damage. Zixora just trying to buy some time as Juviana walks up to try to cut them down, but it's just not working. Mumu knocks him up. Wave up top, gonna take the turret down. Bottom lane wave is looking juicy for the Mongols as well.
Yep, Nightmare are still trying to position themselves around this Lord. They might want to threaten Mongols even for just a bit and not allow that easy free Lord take. We see Juviana already positioning here, dealing with the lane as of now, but since it's such, or there are so much minions that have to be dealt with, this is not something that Nightmare could just easily go for, and Ox too. Holding the front.
No Fatal Links, no perfect match. He's already used it earlier, but he's so darn tanky. Mid-wave handled by K. The rest of the team trying to corral the Mongols over. And it's a fight for Prio. Mid and top go. Oh, God. Blade Surge doesn't land. Juviana with the Valkyrie Descent, but Ox going to follow him through. They know there's no Purify. The Fatal Links locks him down, and the damage is enough to take him out. But the Lord is getting bursted by Nightmare. They're going to get it.
Oh!
They snuck it under the Mongols.
Crowd control is indeed one of the biggest enemies, but who would have thought that Nightmare just took that opportunity? Juviana as a sacrifice, even if map control is over to the Mongols, nonetheless, that was still a major objective that they were able to take for themselves, buying them a bit more time to stay in this game, despite what the Mongols has been able to achieve. But even then, there will be a bit more catching up to do, but now it's different. Nomad has the Holy Crystal. I think that will change things a bit for Nightmare Esports in the next team fight.
So it's worth it for Nightmare if they can use the Lord. Now, oh, God. Straight up onto Mikey with the Poissance as well. That's a Crimson Beacon. Mikey, oh! He pops in out of him in time right now as they go all in. Zixora's cutting them down. Way the Dragon, lost Mumu. Ox is able to flicker out, but Juviana's cutting him out. Juviana in the midst of it all right now is that's Mumu trying to buy some time, but he will go down to Nomad. K, can he clean up? Lord up top, and Mongol should be able to deal with it as the minions. Holy Shield down below. The mid tier 2 almost fell. N.M. don't get a single turret with the Lord.
Yeah, and that's what we mentioned. The Holy Crystal, the difference that it made. They were just so confident to go in and take on that fight, even with the Fatal Links and the real-world manipulation already laid down. They knew that they had the damage to fight back against the Mongols. And now they even lost 3 members after that fight. The map control is now somewhat getting equalized.
So Nightmare did get a tier 1 and a tier 2 up top and a tier 1 bot. But it's still Mongols with a turret advantage. Just one, but it's an advantage.
Yeah, it's something that'll at least allow them to move a bit more around the map, especially considering that I think that's what Jasmine has been trying to do for quite some time now. It's just that they're not really able to connect as much, but you really can't blame them. They're waiting for the damage. They've been waiting for the damage. It's just the utility jungler that you're looking at, so definitely Juviana and Nomad had to be the ones making the difference. And now you're starting to feel that they are able to do that. But with Mongols also grouping up together like this and having the wave advantage, Nightmare will still not have an easy time. Earlier was just something that they forced through, especially after Mongols just tried to go for that siege. But this is what's really going to matter the most, this upcoming objective that we're about to see, because we are already looking at an enhanced Lord.
Let's see it. Slow build again. Mongols trying to fight for the bottom lane this time. They have figured it out, man. They've identified what really got him cooked in the last team fight. Nightmare was just too fast. Juviana. Good Purify burnt out with the Fatal Links.
Really good. Now they know that at least 2 major resources are down and not available for this upcoming fight. That's the Fatal Links and the Purify.
Yeah, too risky.
For Juviana. Gonna be a bit risky right now.
Ooh.
Okay. Jasmine gonna hold this mid bush for the team. But they know that Ox doesn't have the Fatal Links, but he's still gonna go for the entry.
Trying to burst it down. The wave in the bottom lane looks even right now. Ox knocked up, thrown back, poked a bit. I did taking a bit of damage as well, but he has the regen. Too easy for Lexi coming down. Valkyrie Sun as well. Mumu able to flicker out to safety. Ox will do the same. The Crimson Beacon is on him with the Lantern Flare. Brings him straight back to Nomad.
Ox just got his Fatal Links now, but it doesn't matter anymore, not unless!
Oh my god, the Mongols with a re-engage. Zixora caught in the midst of it. Oh my god! Jumps in, K. Got the Sky Piercer. Zixora wants more, but it's a bit too greedy. K with a flick around. Nomad with the jumps again. K getting sidestep away, gets caught by it, and it's a shutdown for Nomad.
They just badly wanted to get the trades. They lost Ox right before he got the Fatal Links. But even then, Nightmare, they were just so quick to react. Let's take a look at that. Just now, they fought in this mid-bush. There was just so much damage coming in from Nomad, they had to reposition a bit. And again, Ox falling first did not do them well. But they still somehow found an opening. They had the real world together with them. And that definitely looked like something they could fight for. But for some reason, Idid holding out long enough, even Clutch using the Purify. That was the difference maker in that fight. He kited Zixora so damn well.
Zixora really wanted to get Idid down, but it was just way too greedy to jump past a Harith. K got then chased down by Too Easy for Lexi. And now we look at the items, we see exactly how Nomad was able to deal that damage. He's almost full items. He already has a Divine Glaive as well.
Yeah.
And he's going for what? Blood Wings, right? Last item, BOD finish for K.
Idid has some stacks on the Sky Piercer too, so this is going to be a challenge for the Mongols. The back and forth have been insane, but at least they get to deal with the Lord for now, and Zixora also picks up the Blade of Despair. So there will be a bit more reliable damage coming in from his side, but that is if he does get to find and reach the targets that they want, because they're being so well protected. And again, their battle spells are all up. Their purifies are up. Their means to disengage and just protect one another are way too reliable at this point, especially as they've regained the map control that was once just in the hands of the Mongols for the longest time in this game.
Yeah, Mongols can afford actually to still lose out those Lord fights for now. As long as it's not the Evolve Lord, they still have a chance, but Mikey, way too aggressive, pops in RBM. The Ox Fatal Links catches all of them, but they have Purifies to deal with it. Ox now caught in the midst of it all, cut down by Juviana. And fed to Idid. Jasmine! Jikuno with the way to Dragon onto the Suyo. Zixora is able to get away. K kites out as well. They only get an immortality. Lord is up in 75, but Nightmare want to try to crack the space open.
Ooh, Jasmine's not going to recall. Too easy for Lexi going in. They just buy enough space to get this base turret.
Wait a second. They're going to try to go for the end right now. The wave's going to be cleared out in time as Xora jumps into the Blade Surge. K is able to escape in time as that's the Immortality bought by Xora. He's going to get the Blade Surge down as Mumu gets thrown back in time. K gets 1 kill in that team fight. He's trying to go for more, but he knows he's already gotten enough.
Yeah.
It's just Nightmare who cracks the base turret in mid.
He still has stacks. He still has the Sky Piercer. Nightmare will definitely have to respect that.
Wow.
So they're going for the disengage for now at least, and they crack 1 base turret open. So that's going to mean a lot for them, to
Holy
say the
shield.
least. And holy shields. Look at Noman right now. With a purple buff as well, I think he's going to get the double buff. And yeah, quick check on IDID. 30 stacks on the Sky Piercer. On the other side, it's K, I believe. Oh, it's just the same. They have the same amount of stacks. IDID and K.
Okay, one thing needs to change. Mikey cannot be walking up the way he has been the last, what, 2-3 engages, bro?
Yeah.
He's been in front. Xora.
Sorry, you're all alone. Jasmine doesn't have a flicker. Okay. He doesn't have a flicker at least. So they don't really get to make a play out of that. But he will have to take this purple buff first before they transition to this objective. Nightmare are definitely the ones who have a bit more control over the map. And Ox will be getting his flicker in 10 seconds. So that might be something they would want to play around. Oh, the damage from IDID.
Yep. They have to get away. Jasmine in the back is able to find the kick. Oh, but it's cancelled a bit by Ox. They're kiting away. They're doing a good job right now as Zaida gets owned away as Mumu rotates over. Nozamon Force is on cooldown. That's a Purify coming out. No man trying to cut away. That's Jasmine with the G-Kundo over on Ox as he gets topped by Mumu. Jumps him back into the RWM and it lands on everybody. K with all the executes. Mongols, they set their sights on the Evolve Lord.
3-4-2. Xora, I think he was doing a
Wait.
buy and sell. He got the BOD again.
They want to go for the end.
They're
The
not gonna
Lord
go
is
Lord.
up. 30 seconds on Nomad. Is this a good call? We'll find out.
Okay, they're kind of split up right now, but they might just be focusing on the bottom lane for now. But this is IDID, who could potentially take care of the wave. So they just get the base turret before they go to the Lord. So they just at least wanted the base turret.
Was that worth it though? Because now I don't think they have enough time to burst this.
Yep, it's gonna be too easy for Lexi just catching up with the back to shield unity.
Okay,
But
they're doing good damage.
They're getting to burst it down though.
Everybody's up.
Okay.
Too easy for Lexi. Zoned away by Mumu. Knockout's right, doing a good zone. That's a retreat. Oh my god, I did. Wait a second, buddy. He goes up, he takes Mumu down. That's an XP for the Evolve Lord that'll spawn in 10 seconds.
Someone had to block their path. Mumu did a great job at that, but he unfortunately will be going down. And the Lord is spawning in a bit, so they lose on one major player to actually take care of the zoning. And yes, that's what K was able to accumulate after that sequence and triple kill we got to see from him. He's now 61 stacks on the Granger.
Both the Sky Piercer holders have the same KD, 8 and 3. Lord in bottom lane, but I don't think Mongols can utilize it. Not when they're at a man disadvantage.
Yep. Nightmare are just gonna hold it down. It's going to be Nomad taking care of all of it, but Ox... Okay, can he intercept?
This is a very risky move again. Mikey gets caught in the bad spot. Has the RBM, but he gets lifted up into... Oh god, IDID just tearing them through.
That's one more stack.
That's another, but it's given over to Nomad. So the Lord, the Evolve Lord, will be in vain.
This has been so tough for Mikey.
Dude, he just cannot walk up. Dude, the time that he doesn't walk up, they win.
Yeah.
Right? Earlier.
He's just always getting caught by Nightmare Esports every single time. It's just IDID going in with the Crimson Beacon, and for some reason, they're also not able to respond quick enough. Mikey and Ox. The mid duo, I think, have been struggling to coordinate their plays well enough. Well, there is a difference in a sense. They aren't going to come in from the same area. Mikey just has to be a bit more further in the back.
Dude, this mid duo, Mikey and Ox, have a combined death of 15, bro.
That's why. It's something that we didn't see in game number 1. They were just so good at playing the aggressive game. But I don't think that's what you need to be playing in this scenario. Like, to a certain extent, yes, but there are just so much purifies. You force them out, coordinate on what the positioning is meant to be. because it's always been them forward, pushing first.
So it's either Mikey needs to like
It
look for new items, like maybe get a Brute Force, Athena Shield, Chastise Pauldron, or he plays it back. Either way, though, you gotta make a decision.
it just has to be Mumu or Ox doing that.
Or Mikey doesn't walk up. Because I don't think it's... Ox has been frontlining quite well.
Yeah.
He's been walking up.
Okay. Now it's Mumu, at least Ox and Mumu, you see them take their positions,
Oh,
but
never.
Mumu!
Immortality gets it in time as the Monforce already there, but the synchronization was timed perfectly, and now the Mongols are in a bad spot. Zixora with a desperate play, jumps in forward, trying to go for Iden. He won't be able to go in, but he's gonna get knocked up by the Lantern Flare. Juviana in the back, gonna be taken very low, taken out by Mikey.
Oh.
Now it's Ox. Can he do it? The Purify.
Can they still fight?
All of it is still up. Iden, Nomad, both the Purifies are up, and there's no Fatal Links. Mikey needs some big RWM.
Yeah, but they still have K. They still have K. Mikey too with the ultimate alongside Ox. So could this be an opening for them? Could they just target one player? Oh, but
Jasmine!
Nightmare goes first!
Jikudo and the way of the dragon. RWM coming down already as K is able to buy it in time. Pops him in the crown as well. But he's in the midst of it all, and Nomad shuts him down. What a play by Jasmine to take the main damage dealer out of the fight. Ox gets away. Zixora is up in 24. Mumu's up in 12. But Nightmare have gotten the Lord. Look at the wave in the bottom lane, though. Look at the wave up top.
Ooh.
It's all going to crash onto the base.
They have to deal with so much, but at least they're doing it knowing that they have the Lord on their side. But the other members of the Mongols will also get to come back. Zixora will be back. Mumu's already back. K won't be, though. And that's a huge cut on the Skypiercer stacks that they've tried to rely on for so long in this game. With their base wide open, at least in the mid. Nightmare, this is definitely going to be a potential game-ending push if the Mongols don't find their way around this.
One of the favorites to make it out of the wild card. Now, in their own base, siege down. Fatal Links coming out with the RWM as well, but the Evolved Lord has given them enough damage reduction to stay alive. Lord's on the base. That's Xora with a jump in desperately already. Nightmare will go for the base. He'll knock the favorites out of the wild card.
Nightmare and their losing streak is now officially over, as they will be advancing to the next stage up against Team Falcon's Mena to potentially get another shot at advancing to the main stage. But the Mongols, who would have thought that they would end up this way?
I gotta say, Mongols, they came in, they only lose game number 1. After that, they were on a winning streak. But then come this game against Nightmare. And here's the thing, we'll talk about the Mongols' mistakes eventually, but now we gotta talk about the game-winning plays that Nightmare did. Jasmine did a very, very good job. And I will die on this hill when I say I'm more afraid of the Freya than a Paquito, and Zushin is never nerfed enough.
That last play, I was really waiting for Ox and Mikey to do something.
I mean, like, imagine this. Suyo, jump in. I counted at least 3 times. The Zushin won against him. Imagine that, an assassin chase after a mage, and the mage just keeps winning that trade out. We're going to be looking at this game, and if we want a TLDR from the Mongols, a lot of mispositions. A lot of bad decisions of when to go in and out of the fight. We see Zixora making desperate plays, trying to get the kills, and then just either not enough damage or just didn't know that going up against the Zushin has just way too much damage. And then eventually, this is one of the final plays.
Yeah.
Again, like, not the final plays. This is at 12 minutes,
yeah.
Jasmine did a very good job. And like you said, Brigitte, once the Holy Crystal was built by Nomad, there was nothing really that the Mongols can do. The damage from Harif is just too much. The cooldown is too low. You're trying to play around the Zaman Force cooldown? Almost impossible.
Yeah.
Especially because your lineup is a skill-based lineup. It's not a basic attack lineup. You can't utilize when the Zaman Force is down, because while he's waiting for his cooldowns, you're also waiting for your cooldowns.
Yeah.
Wow.
We saw that a couple times. And imagine this was also the game where I think Nomad got picked off twice in the early game.
It looked really bad, and this
Yeah.
was the fight that almost, I thought, won Mongols the game. What a knockout strike.
Yeah. But I think it also was starting from the moment they kind of like decided to go for the base turret first before or instead of going for the Lord. And
they lost Mumu because of it.
I understand. It's kind of like a macro-ish play trying to get the long lane. But again, at that point, I feel like they're overthinking it, right? It's like you're already there. You're already there. Just secure it and then reset with the rest of your team and then just charge in and try to end the game. Because here's the thing. They got lucky a few times, but they didn't utilize that. So, some people say like, oh, they won because they got lucky. Here's the thing. It's one thing to be lucky. The other one is to capitalize on that.
Luck.
If you already got that and then you just let it go, then...
That's why, folks. Chase your dreams.
Don't let dreams be dreams.
Yeah.
And
keep dreaming.
Seize opportunity.
There was one other thing, but we'll think about that
Nothing
later
is
on.
earned. Wait.
Everything.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
No, I say nothing is earned as well.
Nothing is earned.
Either way, it's Nightmare. Amazing time for them to freshen up, to come back, to start locking in at the CGBS again. Mongols. The Mongols was one of the favorites. Nightmare came in yesterday with 0 wins, and yet today, even in the game that they lost, they look amazing. And this really starts to set the tone for the rest of the CGBS. Group A is the group of death, but hey, this is number 4 of Group B.
Yeah.
And somehow they made it work.
We have 4 teams left in Group B, whereas we already pick out one from Group A.
Nightmare didn't get a single win in group stage.
Not a single one.
No, they were up against
Sunset Ravens.
And then
Falcons,
the Huns.
as well as the Huns.
Yeah.
If you think about it, bro, if they had 5 teams in Group B, they would have been out. But they have just pulled an upset.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
With that being said, man, like Nightmare, I feel like the rest of the teams now have to start being careful about this one. We have 3 more best of 3s. Right now, we're just waiting for the interview with Nightmare because we also want to know, like, how did they feel after that one? Because again, Mongols came in as one of the favorites. And I kind of want to talk about the botch in draft as well because that Granger, I feel like he already did his best, right? That's the best situation that you can get from a Granger, but still, you need the right tools for the job. And I just feel like that really wasn't it.
And I think with the Suyo, if you already want a damage dealer on Mr. Zuxora, no Paquito on Mumu. Again,
it's
3
all over
times
again.
they picked it up, 3 times they've lost. It's Paquito.
Granger also never won.
2 times Granger, lost both times on Granger, 3 times Paquito, lost 3 times on Paquito. Maybe we know now.
Yeah, we also pose a question of whether or not the hero pools that they're comfortable playing with are actually suitable in the meta. And if that was to be the problem or one of the biggest problems, then we hopefully get to see them adjust that moving forward. Because it always happens. Like the meta before a major tournament is something you really got to be prepared for because you never know what happens. And these teams have qualified at very different timelines from where the current meta actually is. So they may have been very dominant in the previous one, but now you see them adjusting just a bit. And teams also like catching up very fast. Like you know that they're these teams who are comfortable with the Hirara, with the Yisun Shin. You don't hand it over to them and look what the difference it made.
And here's the thing, it's not that Paquito is meta. Paquito is wrong. Paquito is very meta. It's just that it's not their style, right? Like every single player, they're a specialist at something. As a roamer, you might be a frontline specialist, you might be a catch specialist, you might be a healer specialist, right? And it's the same for EXP. There's backline dive, there's lane dominant players, they are tanky frontline players. There's also the big AoE setup players. You just got to realize that what you're good at and then just stick to that. Trying to stray away too far from the path is honestly not everyone's thing. Some people can do it all.
Exactly.
You just got to realize whether you're one of them, and if not, might as well be a master of something instead of jack of all trades and a master of none.
I agree, and Nightmare really used that, right? They saw what picks worked, they saw what the meta was, and they just leaned into it instead of trying to go for something bombastic. They read out also those carry picks from Zuxora, and even Mikey's movement this game completely read out.
And now we want to hear from Nightmare. Right now, Eterna is on the stage with one of the players, so let's hear what they have to say after that incredible win.
We just witnessed the longest game in the wildcard so far, and we are here with I Did. And we do have to ask, how do you feel after such a lengthy match?
I feel good, but just a little bit different, just like yesterday what we play about it.
Yeah, we actually do want to ask you about that, right? Because coming to the group stages, we do see that Nightmare went 0-3, but you were able to take down the favorites, well, one of the favorites in the Mongols. What changed for the Nightmare?
For us, we practice a lot. Then we change our just like bad habits on the game. We just make it clean, all of it, all of that.
Do you think you could share a little bit about that? What bad habits are we talking about? Are we in-game, decision-making, drafts maybe?
About the shot call, supposed to be only one shot caller, just like that. But all of us shot call, the comms is scrambled, just like that. Then unnecessary death, just like that. We just fix it, all of it.
Okay. It looked way better, especially in that first game, right? I think a lot of people were kind of surprised with how things went down. So who is the shot caller for Nightmare?
Nomad,
Oh, it's Nomad.
he's the main shot caller of the team.
Okay, so if he's the main shot caller, does he also help motivate your team? I mean, considering yesterday's matches, how were you able to reset for today?
I just tell them, just enjoy the game, guys. Give respect the enemy. Don't be scared, just like yesterday, because this is our warm up yesterday. That's why we all of us just scared to fight. We're always back, just like that.
Okay, so it was the confidence boost. Now, next up, you are going to be up against Falcons Mena. And technically, you did lose yesterday to Falcons Mena. So, in this upcoming best of 3, what do you think will be different for your team? And maybe did you find like a secret sauce to how to beat Falcons Mena today?
Yeah, but we gonna keep that secret. Then right now, if we face again Falcons Mena, we just play just like here at the Mongols. We just clean again, then just review the enemy. Then just the secret, keep it secret.
Secret, keep it secret. Okay, noted. But once again, congratulations and of course, good luck on your next best of 3 because we are going to throw it over back to you, Lafel. So, what do you think about that?
Let secret be a secret. Everyone keeps telling that to me, but I don't follow that advice.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of things from you.
Yes, my guy. But yes, we heard. Do you want to?
No.
All right. So we heard as well from Nightmares that yesterday they were a bit scared, right? That also is another factor. This time, they're much more confident and really shows in their play. And who'd have thought the gold laner Nomad? He is the main shot caller of the team, and probably like I believe most marksmen after they get like their 3 items, then they're like very confident with the game. Then it's like, okay, you know what? Now I can shot call. But for now, we will be going for a break. Congratulations again, Nightmare, for moving through. And unfortunately, the Mongols has been eliminated. After this, we do have a more best of 3 where I believe it's going to be Sunset Ravens going up against KOG. So we'll see you guys for the next best of 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We started it with a full 3-game series, and it's pretty surprising because the Mongols came in as the favorites, but lo and behold, Nightmare Esports won that one, and the Mongols have been eliminated. And now we're about to jump into the second best of 3. Welcome to the EWC 26. Here, this is the MLBB Wildcard stage. My name is Vel. Alongside me is Mirko as well as Brigida. And yes, let's talk just a little bit about the previous game, the Mongols going up against the Nightmares, Nightmare Esports. Again, congratulations to Nightmares, but the Mongols, a bit disappointing.
Very disappointing, I'd say. A lot of those bad performances that we saw, again, for the Mongols coming into this, they are technically the last wildcard winners, right? If we look at M7, Team Zone, Zixora, K, they were part of that with Summer as well. So majority of that roster, we see it here, and it's just so different. Maybe it's also because of the meta, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, we saw Zixora get read out, but it's also the movements of Mikey, Mumu, Ox that got read out completely.
Yeah, it's sad to think that individually, I think there were some slip-ups, very significant slip-ups that we got to see from them this entire series, because these are the few things you do not want to end your runs with, especially after having one that was so remarkable last M7, because I myself personally really became a fan after learning about their motivations, the kind of mindset that they had, and overall their identity as a team. But then right now you get to see there is some struggle. I think it definitely has something to do with the meta and what they're comfortable with, but it's nice to see Nightmare. We get to know them a bit more. We also learn a bit more from them. Nomad actually as the shot caller of the team.
Yeah, and right now we gotta talk about KOG going up against Sunset Ravens, right? Group A, KOG, and then Sunset Ravens coming in from Group B. Sunset Ravens only had one win, and it was a pretty good one. All right, we got Maxi, Trap, Eska, Papapapon, as well as Muy Minette. Now, we've seen from the first series, you gotta stick with your identity. The question is right now, what is Sunset Ravens' identity at this point? Is it just playing around Muy Minette's Bruno? Is there something else?
I think it's getting strong picks across the board and then playing around Muy Minette's Bruno, right? Because it wasn't just Muy Minette's Bruno, it was everyone else getting good matchups. So they were winning out in XP, mid, jungle, having a solid comp to then enable that egoist on the Bruno.
And I think it's something they can achieve. I think they were one of the teams who were the more meta drafters, especially in day number 1. They've introduced themselves like that. Coach Ryzan too playing a huge role in the way we actually are seeing them play. And it's been something that they've said themselves. Yes, chemistry is one of the problems that they just had to really get over. But as time goes by, you're starting to see them just really sync together much more. And hopefully today, they'd be really synced up.
And now, honestly, we got to see whether they can deal under the pressure. Because in terms of the best of ones, they were kind of safe. Even if they weren't performing well, they will make it out of groups. But now, as we saw, the Mongols couldn't handle the pressure that well. Now, can they? Because compared to them, all right, KOG coming in from MSL Thailand, it's a long, a long tournament, a long league, right? A long league giving them ample of time to really get themselves ready mentally as well as physically. And this is their lineup. We got 33, Kaizen, Zed, Nile, as well as Payen, where their performance is good, but sometimes they just find it very difficult to end the game.
I think we just see glimpses of the KOG we saw in MSL Thailand, but we never really see the true KOG from MSL Thailand, because I think it's one thing doing well domestically. Internationally, it's a whole other thing. They really feel like they're pressured. It really seems like the group stage, it was a KOG that was full of jitters, because the Payen that we saw in MSL Thailand, the Zed that we saw, heck, Kaizen, 33 is the only guy that I'd say really shows up because of the experience that he's had in international tournaments before.
But this should be the perfect setup for them to feel much more comfortable now. Since again, we are already heading into best of 3s. This is something that they've already been used to way back in MSL Thailand. And we've labeled them as a very macro-oriented team. So what better time to do it than now? And I just hope they already were able to shake off all those jitters, because they've been playing for 2 days.
Let's talk about one strategy that KOG has been implementing in basically every single game, which is banning out all the EXP laners. The final game, they've made one exception by banning out the Atlas as well. So we'll see whether this stays true going up against Sunset Ravens, because here's the thing, KOG, they did well when it was an assassin meta, right? We've seen a lot of teams where they invest so much of their time in a certain meta, and then once it changes, it's very difficult to unlearn a lot of what you did before and then start to learn new habits. So that's also part of the struggle when you have amazing micro mechanics on any of the players, and then asking them, like, you know what you did for the past like 6 months to a year? Forget about that. We got to change things up.
That's why I think it's time right now for KOG to open their eyes a bit and look at things past the meta. Right? Yes, there's the meta game where you have to play utility jungle, but I don't think there's a main stage yet where you need to utilize the best picks in the meta. You need to utilize the best picks for you. So I'd love to see Kaizen pull a Zexora.
Go back to the damage.
Go back to the Yisun Shins. Maybe not the Hiraras though. Doesn't really fit, I feel.
I agree, especially considering that this is Sunset Raven, so they might just really go for that kind of approach wherein they just do anything and everything to disrupt your desire to get that controlled game. Because if it's really for the clean execution that KOG is going to be after in terms of the macro, then Sunset Ravens might want to rely on disrupting that so they could get what they want. But okay, KOG are also disrupting what Sunset Ravens want. They took out that Bruno first ban.
Dangerous Grass. Sunset Ravens will be the first pick and then KOG second pick. KOG banning out the power picks already, banning out Bruno as well as the Zushin.
I like it.
And now Matilda as well as the Marcel. We're going into this best of 3 where it looks like everyone has made studies on each other and be like, you know what? Who cares about the meta? I'm gonna make sure that you don't get your comforts. Yeah, KOG switching it up.
Yeah.
I really like it. I really like the KOG we're seeing here today, right? Because like we said, it's not just the Bruno, it's everything surrounding the Bruno to make it work. And the Juicin, it's a very good pick with it. The Phobius is another massive pick, I'd say, that we did see on the hands of Sunset Ravens that got the Bruno space. But they banned a Valentina instead, so is this an Atlas that they're trying to go for early on? Sunset Ravens.
Maybe eventually a Zora.
What's the choice?
Right? Maybe eventually a Zora here. In terms of first pick viable heroes, the Paquito is there.
Yeah.
Other than that, you got picks like the Akai.
Or do they just want to go for like Muy Minutes comfort head on, since I think it's been mostly the Claude and the Bruno that he's been playing in the tournament so far. But instead they go for Baksha. Okay.
I think very fair because this is something that Trev has been using multiple times. The problem is he's been punished on it multiple times. So hopefully by this time he recognizes some of the patterns, because if KOG picks up an Akai here, we might see a game that Trev will not feel very, very comfortable. And Atlas still on the board, by the way.
I hope they don't fall in that trap, though. I think if they go for the Akai, they go together, they go and pick it up together with the Atlas instead of the Arlet, right? Because the Phoveus was open, and that was how Sunset Ravens actually beat Nightmare.
Okay.
There you go. It's actually the Claude for Payan. I like this already. In MSL Thailand, you don't want Payan on Claude, bro.
And like Briggs said, so far Mumina is only on the Claude as well as the Bruno. So taking another pick is like, okay,
Good
what
deny.
else do you have?
It's a deny, and it's a very strong pick for Payan in this tournament. So I'm really liking how KOG have started out the draft, at least in the first 2 picks. But Sunset Ravens, on the other hand, with a Baksha, I'm wondering because I think that Popopopone is also very similar to Ox in a way that he just really wants to go for those tanky fronts. But we're not seeing that Dromer just yet. They secure the Paquito and carry.
That's scary, man.
Something that they like is picking out something like the glue. I feel like if they see what kind of mid laner that KOG gets, they'd be more comfortable picking out on the glue. But hey, seeing as how KOG has been respecting Sunset Ravens so far, maybe even Pop Up on Zero will get banned out. But I feel like the smarter choice might be just to ban out those mids.
Yeah. Right now, I think it's very interesting to see Sunset Ravens go for the Baksha and the Paquito after seeing the Atlas, right? The Phoveus comes in, and again, for KOG, it really seems like they're going back to how they played, how they drafted in MSL Thailand. Except for the Atlas, obviously, because it wasn't meta at the time. But everything else looks normal. If you show this to me, I'd just be like, classic 33, classic Payan.
Yeah, so now it's really just Popopopone and...
Good ban.
Yep.
Okay.
So Valir and then either Gord or Eve, and then you're set.
Yep. I think they can pick up the Eve themselves, actually.
Yeah,
I think it's a
true.
very good option to deal with the carry. So Sunset Ravens, it's on them to ban the Eve. And then here comes the question.
Or ban the jungle, right? Ban out the Fred, ban out the Akai.
Do you want to ban out the Akai and the Fred, knowing Kaizen might just pull a Zexora?
Well, they take out the Guinevere instead. No Chun-Li skin for us, I guess.
Oh, I really want to see
so
Chun-Li.
sad.
No, I'm actually sad, man. I'm genuinely so sad. I want to see
I want to
skills.
hear her voice lines, then I decide whether, it's great or not.
Okay.
Wow, even the Zetian.
Psycho Ball!
Eve is still open for KOG. Haven't used it this tournament yet, though.
I kind of want Sunset Ravens to consider picking up a Lilia. If they don't have... Because I feel like even Gord can get smashed by this Claude. Yeah, I can too, but at least you win out the early game by so much that maybe you wouldn't even get to that point. So now the other ban here, if they want to ban a jungler, I kind of feel like Akai would be the best, but
Nice
they ban
Eve
out the Eve.
Yep.
Very good.
But also because of that Eve, makes me feel like either a Lilia or a Kimi.
Yeah. For KOG?
For Sunset Raven, because
Okay.
they ban out the Eve.
Yeah. I think the Lilia is okay for KOG to steal, but the Kimi, it just seems so good for Sunset Ravens with the Baksha. Let's see what it is. It's the Gord. Boom, bang, bada, bing. A bit of shred here. This really looks like a composition for a utility jungle. It looks like a Fredrin comp. Or an Akai, both works.
So maybe the more or the higher mobility mid lane tool, or somehow to match this matchup, because you're going up against a Gord and an Atlas all over again. So I think the mid duo will be having a rather tough time just getting the advantage overall if you don't really take the better matchup. Aside from that, what are the other Popopopone heroes that I think could go head to head with this?
I think it's gonna be like a glue Lilia or a glue Kimi.
Yeah,
I feel
for
like
better early.
I feel like both.
I think Lilia.
Both works quite well with the comp that they have right now. But here's the thing. Before this, even when they get a pretty solid lead in the early game, they don't really push it that much. It looks like they go for the Kimi and they go for the Khalid instead. So
That's risky.
it is very risky. But it goes to show that they do want to win early.
Yep.
And with this kind of drafts, it's kind of scary because high risk, high return. You might actually botch the early game.
And what jungler does KOG go for? What does Kaizen go for up against this lineup? There are a couple utilities left. Surprisingly, the Akai is also still up there.
Yeah, but if you go for the Akai, I think the Khalid, Kimi, Poke with the Paquito might be a bit too much. So I think you're kind of forced to just go Fredrin here.
Yeah, Fredrin alongside the Gourd. I think we've seen that combo a couple times. Just a Mystic Gush into the Energy Eruption. Who knows the Fatal Links too, and when will it get in that particular sequence? But they still go for Akai.
Wow. I mean, like Mirko said, the pieces for utility jungler is there. And again, this is one of those picks that actually Sunset Ravens have been struggling to fight against, because the frontliners, Popopopon, as well as Trap, many of times they just get out of place and then the Akai just punishes. So looking at the drafts, I feel like Sunset Ravens has a very risky one, but if it works, it will look amazing. So Mirko as well as Brigitte, this is the second best of 3. We'll see who makes it out with the first game.
Let's see. Composition-wise, not bad for Sunset Ravens. I feel like KOG have answers, though, to a lot of it. The Baksha in the neutral objective contest against the Akai, the Phoveus up against the Paquito, and then the Claude comes in as well. That one, the carry does better in lane, but it's just a signature Payan pick. Now, Sunset Ravens, I still think coming into this matchup, they're the underdogs.
Yeah. And I feel like the decision to still really go for the Akai nonetheless for KOG just adds up to how much we've proven their identity to just really be a macro-oriented team. They just really just want to stick with what's familiar with them, with the guaranteed objectives and just disrupting the momentum overall for Sunset Ravens without having to dwell on so much of the teamfights just yet, not until they're ready. But early on, this is what we say about the Kimi and Khalid. They're ready to take on the Atlas Gourd in the mid lane in as early as the first minute of the game.
So here we go. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, folks. KOG versus SNR. We just saw an upset earlier. Nightmare with 0 wins in their group, toppling down the team that was tied for first in a way, right?
Yep.
Who beat the first team in their group. Foot Esports actually lost to the Mongols. Payan, early flicker, burnt out. We look at the emblems and it's Bargain Hunter for both mids.
And it's Rapid Boots for Eska here. I'm starting to feel how much SNR really want to pick up the pace.
It's all about speed.
And making sure that they are in control. Imagine that. I mean, who would have thought that they could have forced Payan to pick or use the flicker in that first rotation just from Trap? Okay, Mystic Projectile doesn't necessarily land, but with a bit of help from Kaizen, they're able to push the mid duo back, even for just a bit. So KOG, they're still keeping things in check. At least the full control over the river hasn't been established by either of the teams so far.
Yep. Payan's doing a good job in lane, though. You'd expect usually just a stop for the carry, especially with the flicker burnt out, but hey, that's why we want to see Claude on Payan. Payan on Claude, same thing. Eska with mid prio, level 4 first. Zed a bit late to it, so as expected, Sunset Ravens with tempo on the map, but KOG now's done a good job.
And there was an attempt to at least choke out Mexi in lane. Another flicker forced out coming in from Zed. Mystic Projectile doesn't land, but the Dark Wave does. On Trap, already using the Tortoise Passage, but Mexi's on Zed. Doesn't care. Kaizen still secures the turtle nonetheless in exchange of Mexi, and now they're going for more kills. Infernal Pursuits onto Trap, just trying to walk away. A flicker burn just to go for the chase. He finds the kill, but he goes down as well, and Mexi takes a double.
Massive damage, KOG. They did a good job playing around a neutral objective, but Zed was just left all alone in the back, dude. The Paquito was just slamming him down. And yeah, it was just tough for Zed. He already had to burn the flicker through the traction pulse. It was so easy for Mexi to pick up the kill.
Yeah.
And that's why Zed was just, all right, man, I'll just ult.
He just didn't care.
I'll ult before I die, you know?
What matters to them was that they got the objective, and that's something we already did establish before heading into this game. That's where they really get to make the most out of the presence of the Akai that is in their hands. And despite how SNR really managed the early game well, it's great to see how KOG are just keeping things in check. Heavy spin onto Popopopon. Didn't need the help from anyone. Zed doesn't have the flicker though. He's getting chased right now, but the Fatal Links onto 3. Mystic Gush immediately cancelled. And the free hits coming in from Muy Minette, forcing flickers out of Nile.
There's something with these backline mages, man. Back-to-back games. There was Mikey in game 1, or match 1 rather, Zed in match 2, walking up with flicker already down. Yeah, you're gonna get punished, man. Trap is trapping people.
Yeah, those are really bold decisions we're seeing from the middle laners. I mean, being surrounded by all these tanky heroes as well, you get to see Kaizen and Nile just being so aggressive on the fronts. But at the same time, you cannot take away the fact that there are just so many heroes from SNR who are also just able to go for the reach and the chase, the mobility that you see from Trap and Mexi. And by the way, Mexi being 2-0 right now on the Paquito could definitely mean a lot for Sunset Ravens later on.
Dude, if Sunset Ravens beat KOG, is Group A just the better group?
Yeah.
Or sorry, Group B? Because dang, Mongols just lost earlier to the 0-win team. KOG controlling the neutral objective, doing a good job again. Kaizen should be able to get this.
Oh, Raging Sandstorm already used a trap, trying to go for Zed. He just really wants Zed. But then Moiminette actually takes the turtle. Now goes the Fatal Links and the Mystic Gush all over again. Fatal Links hasn't been used just yet. Just now, Zed still alive. How is this happening? Moiminette picks up a kill. 33 already joining in the fight, but it's a bit too late. They lose the turtle and Dial.
If you saw that in an anime, you would say, nah, hell nah, that's plot armor, but it just happened. KOG! Trap didn't even care for the turtle. He went straight for Zed. The red tree was free. Kaizen lost to Moiminette, the egoist. Holy plot armor.
I think all of them are egoists at this point. Like, you don't care, you have the retribution, but it's not... It's as if it's not your job to secure the objective. It just went straight for Zed at this point. I don't know if it's just really being one of the biggest targets for SNR right now to make sure that Zed doesn't have a great time, because Zed is already 1,000 gold behind of Eska. I don't think that's a great sign, especially if you really want to put down all your combos and be the guy to put out most of the damage in the early stages of the game. They're not really getting much value out of it just yet. It's surprisingly even coming from Kaizen. Like, majority of the damage as of this point is just coming from Kaizen, and I don't think that's going to be enough if SNR just really wants the full-on team fights.
Love to see the items on 33, man. He's such a squishy Phobius this game. Like, every time he walks up, I know of the nerf. Yes, your base HP is kind of low, but still, you'd expect a bit more tankiness. I really feel like this Baksha, the anti-regen you have early, plus Eska getting items straight up instead of just, you know, going for Glow and Wand because they already have anti-regen, has really made it look like a lot of these guys are squishier than you would expect usually. Because look, right? Like, even Popopopon, dude, straight to the anti-Chris.
Yeah, Zed just got his glowing wand now. He is significantly behind. A bit of catching up to do, but KOG still will be positioning themselves first in this turtle. At least they will be somehow ready for this, not unless SNR once again find an opening. That's gonna be Mexi scouting them out. Eska here too. Raging Sandstorm doesn't land onto anyone, but 33 goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. Trap once again all alone up against 4, but the heavy spin is already casted here by Kaizen, and Trap wins out on the retry battle. Now there's goes the Blazing Duet coming in from Payan, and the damage seems to be enough from KOG, but the punch from Mexi could have taken him out there. Fortunately had the flicker and will be fine.
A big win on the retry department for Trap, but KOG wins out of the fight in the end. Great projectile. Eska's gonna have to give this away, and KOG finally with signs of life after constant blunders throughout the fights. The egoist in the bottom lane, Moiminette
has the Purify. Kaizen will not go for the engage. He also doesn't have the heavy spin just yet. But Moiminette, the egoist is 4-0, so that's something. That's something.
That's something, man. You cannot stand in front of this man. Moiminette is him. Payan already has the golden sap. I believe Moiminette is very close as well to the 3-atom power spike. It's really just a battle of gold laners now that I see it, dude. The thing is, though, Payan's got to be extra careful. When he walks up like that, he is putting himself in danger right in front of Mexi, who's been very, very good. The damage has been great.
Yeah. I think both Mexi and Trap are making it seem as if KOG just really has Payan to rely on for now, because Zed is just not able to throw out his skills as he please. SNR, on the other hand, unlike KOG, you have Eska and Moiminette who can just keep moving as they throw out the damage. It doesn't really matter whether or not they get to find or establish the positionings that they want. KOG, though, Zed is always just being the target. Either it's Trap or it's either Mexi.
Now KOG look to sandwich them. Mexi On a bad spot. Atlas going in. Fatal Links.
Committed already. It's just one target, but seems that's all that matters for KOG. They just want the turret up top, and now we have 7 seconds before the Lord.
Mr. Mui is doing a good job, though. Still staying in that lane, constantly farming. And he's alone, unlike Payan. Payan's just been sticking with the team because he's been trying to get turrets down. So, Mui Minette, constant lead there. Perfect match, gets him out of the shield unity. Mui Minette with a DHS. That's only a second item then, right?
No, I believe so. But we're 9 minutes into this game already. And SNR are already starting it out. Mui Minette finally part of the fight. They will take this on a 5v5.
Wave bot is good.
They're zoning out KOG so well too.
There you go. A turret fallen as well. KOG with the mid prio. Both just battling for it. The moment KOG send anyone to the other side of the map, I think it's just going to be free for SNR because of the carry.
Yeah.
You can just shred this Lord. Bottom lane again, slow pushing in favor of Sunset Ravens. Chastise Pauldron. A massive item to deal with Payan. One of the main threats around these fights in the last two.
Oh, MSC tried to deal some poke, but KOG are just bursting it down! KZ actually secures it with the Retribution, heavy spin, and they just want to go for the disengage, but SNR want to chase. Fatal Links on the flicker, but Mui Minette, he's on his 5th straight kill! Payan going in, tries to go for a trap, has the purple buff, doesn't get to secure nor steal it away, but they take the mid lane.
Wow, they even take the purple buff too. Really good. Compensation by Sunset Ravens. They get a pick off on Nile. You cannot stand in front of Mui Minette. I think that DHS might have been his 3rd item because he's doing some ridiculous damage right now.
Oh, pull, very low. But the Lord doesn't even get to cross the river. SNR are already trying their best to deal with it before it even does. They're doing so well just to take care of their side of the map. KOG definitely always almost have to group together just to win on something and convert it into a structure. As SNR, I don't think this is the same SNR we saw a couple games back where it feels like they were just so reactive to whatever the opponents were doing across the map.
Holy moly, we thought it was the 2nd item. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder he's been doing that much damage. He got the Swift Trinity at 9 minutes. He's already on the way to the Win of Nature. So KOG, their only chance to kill this egoist Mui Minette after that Win of Nature would be Zed. Zed needs to get a Mystic Gush, but I don't even think Mui Minette will be in range of that Mystic Gush.
Yeah, because just look at how Mui Minette's been playing the game. Always away from the fights, at least not until the objective is up.
Holy moly. And it's Sky Piercer already for Eska. It's a very sad Sky Piercer because he's 007 right now.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Hey, the last time you said that.
No, that was Bond James. That's different. 7-0,
Okay.
all right?
Okay.
Don't, not on me.
It's KOG struggling to find an opening right now. I'd say even if you just... Oh, wait. Nile? Oh, I thought he used the Fatal Links just now.
That's that was Ox in the previous match.
Okay. There are some Purifies still up for SNR though. That's also something you have to consider. Chastise gets picked up by Popopopone just now. Hopefully gets to help them just a bit because Mui Minette definitely leading right now. He is, I think, the guy KOG would want to target as desperately as SNR have been targeting Zed because 5-0, level 14. He's been untouchable this game.
Yeah. The thing is for Mui Minette, it's just, you know, an easy win of nature for him, but for Payan, he needs to go win to crown. There's just so much variety and damage from Sunset Ravens that he's just gotta deal with it with a winner crown. I honestly think he might just go Melfic Gun instead of the winner crown because you might need the extra range instead of just going all in against this tanky composition.
Yeah. I know someone who's been playing and spamming Claude in the EU server.
Really? Yeah, who's that? Who's that guy? I don't know. Oh, trap.
Yeah. Okay, they're not gonna go for 33. And they both move towards the Lord at the same time.
I think they wanted to go for 33. It's just unfortunate the shield unity. Good sidestep from 33. Sky Guardian helmet. Now just the Guardian helmet. Whoa. Wait a second. This isn't a good spot. KZ. Wait, Mui Minette.
Oh, the call for KOG has always been to just burst the Lord down, but the fight is split up!
Oh!
KZ once again winning at the Retribution, and finally Zed finds the right position to use the Mystic Gush. 33 with his own. The Raging Sandstorm lands on him though. 3-man knockup with the Dark Wave, and he's gonna survive. It's only Trap who falls, and SNR are running away! but now we'll go for the chase of Flicker alongside the stun. Payan picks a double kill.
What was the call? Sunset Ravens. It looked so good up until everybody just wanted different things. Half of the team wanted the Lord, half of the team wanted the fight. KOG, they saw the opportunity, they seized it, and now it might just be a one straight push. Hold on, traction pulls on 4.
Oh, it stuns multiple members, but it is enough time for them to take this base turret. They're slowly approaching the base. Muy Minette clears the minion, but they still have the Lord. But fortunately, minions have spawned. The game is not over just yet.
That's the plot armor for you, Sunset Ravens. They can make that mistake, but they still got it through Muy and Eska. These two guys have been holding SNR back up every time they fall, and they still have a shot. It's not a base turn in the side lane that KOG got, so none of the far lanes auto-pushing for KOG. It's just the mid lane. They can deal with that. They have 2 marksmen. Bloodwings already for Eska as well. Muy Minette is a problem, but only if the team plays around Muy Minette. Trap. The last few fights, you're able to jump in, but now you have to just play with your backline. It's all about Eska and Muy Minette. Look at the items. Melfic gun already built up as well. And my goodness, Payan went Winter Nature. He did not go Winter Crown.
Things
That's
are
risky.
Yeah, things are very different now. Trap could not repeat the same
Or Rose Gold even. Oh, Trap.
plan he's been doing.
We gotta play for Eska and Muy Minette right now, right? If you're Sunset Ravens, just play front to back. Do not dive in. Oh, there you go.
Oh, KZ's actually diving in. He finds one, forces out the Purify, but can he get out alive? It's a no! Eska actually takes him down. Now it's Nile looking to be the next target. Fortunately, had the flicker, but was that a right decision for KOG? It was like KZ doing what Trap has been doing.
He's been trapping. He tried to trap, but he got trapped himself. I don't know what that was. It's almost like he forgot the Purify was in Muy Minette's kit.
He didn't even press it immediately. Like
Yeah, Muy Minette was like, dude, I'm chill. And then he saw the 5 members. Okay, I'm a Purify.
Huh.
Okay, but that was definitely a Voss moment, man.
Yeah.
I was kind of like, why? But all right, you don't lose too much, right?
Yeah.
Like the Lord's still down. Kaizen's gonna be up. He's still level 15. Immortality done for Payan. Maybe it was planned. Maybe they just wanted to bait out the Purify, and now the Purify is actually gonna be down before the Lord. So hey, calculations.
Maybe that was indeed part of the plan. It's just 16 minutes into the game, you know? It's not the Evolved Lord just yet, but if the Lord dance takes a while, then it might be. But based on how KOG have been playing the objectives, I don't think so. It's like they're always taking the risk. Even if SNR are around, they're just bursting down the Lord. Now SNR might just replicate that same game plan because they're the ones starting it out.
Wave bot is good for KOG. Actually, it's gonna be even now. It might actually build up for Sunset Ravens now that it's there.
Oh, they're surrounded.
Kaizen, wait, he's got control.
Okay, heavy spin once again. Traction pulls 2, but even if he's quite away, he still seals the deal. There goes the Mystic Gush. He's going to deal with Mexi. Zed is going to survive, though, but the flicker might just finish him off at 33. Payan, hold on. He's not part of this. He just wants to end the game. Nothing else matters as Payan takes game 1 for KOG.
And that's why we've been talking about this man's Claude. He seizes the opportunity that opens up to him with the team going in. It looked botched, that team fight, and it was botched. But Payan the Savior saves KOG in game number 1.
I feel like this point, we gotta like check things off the list, get the thing on the bingo board, be like, we've seen 3 games, we've seen sweeps, we've seen comebacks, and now we even see a backdoor.
Yeah.
There in mid. Like, that was a nice way to end the game. But at the same time, we gotta talk about the mistakes, especially from the junglers, man, because let me just say, Trap felt more like an EXP than a retribution holder, because doing it during the turtle, where like, I don't care about getting turtle, we just want to win those team fights. I'm like, okay, fine, you know, you just jump on Zed, kill them, and then all right, that's good. But then like, I believe it was like the second Lord attempt that they got, where they almost bursted the Lord down, and they had a carry. So that's going down fast. Trap was like, let me zone them in. What? No, that's not your job, bro. Right? I mean, like, here's the thing. Let me just say, I think for all of us, that was a good Sunset Ravens game, right?
Yes.
Considering that in Group B, it looked like they struggled, but going up against KOG, it looked like they had a very good game plan and they executed. The problem is when they don't have the experience to change up the plan.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you had one job, yes, but sometimes you just gotta be like, okay, my job is done. What's the next one?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this is one of the biggest differences of Sunset Ravens and KOG anyway. Like Sunset Ravens, they really just might want to force the fights all the time, like a mechanical showdown all the time. But it was a bit too much in this game, I feel, that they tend to neglect that there is still a need for you to fight the objectives.
Let's look at the highlights here, and every single time we see that Trap gets a different idea from the rest of the team. We gotta hear the comms, right? We gotta make sure that they're on the same page. I've seen enough anime. I think I know what they're saying.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know, man. It was just here. This is the moment you're talking about, right? Like
one of
the moments you're talking about, but I think one of the most crucial moments because this is the start of the comeback. They had a massive goal lead. They had everything in the books, but coordination wasn't there. It was just all of them going for individual plays, and Trap. They got to start playing for the backliners, and throughout the game, I think we just constantly saw that they were just zoned away from their backliners. Even here, look at the way that they're playing, right? Like, Papa and Mexi doing their own thing, sure, they're playing in their backline, but KOG just knew how to play at this point. They were like, all right, sacrifice yourself, just die. Payan is in the base. He even bought the Wind Talker.
This really feels, you know what it feels like? You know what it feels like? Like if we, let's say you got a sword and shield, you think you're Captain America when you throw the shield away, it's gonna come back.
Yeah.
But this one, you just throwing the shield out and you're just left with the sword. Like you have the damage, but one good punch, you die. One good stab, you die. Like that's something that the team has to consider. Like you got a team fight composition, right? You got layers to your defense. In the back line, there's the carry and the Kimi. They can deal damage. What was the front guys going? Right? Mexi, we can understand. He's trying to flank, but then it's like
Trap is like there. We're here.
Ito Trap des
Hi.
front line, please.
Front.
That's a good way to put it. Maybe you should coach Sunset Ravens.
I mean, I'm not against it, right? But you guys get the idea, right? It's really just someone abandoning their position, right? Let me just put it this way: in AOT, right? I really feel like Smith wouldn't appreciate that.
Who? Smith?
Who's the guy again?
Erwin.
Erwin, sorry,
Smith.
Erwin
Well,
Smith.
you got
Yeah.
it right.
You got it
He
right.
is
Yeah, that's
Smith.
right. But like Smith.
But you don't call him Smith.
Yeah, because my wife likes him, so like to irk her, I call him Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta say, Kzen's retry though.
I think early on he redeemed himself.
Yeah.
Because like early on he was losing to Muy Minute on the
To
red
Muy Minute,
tree.
that was the one. Yes.
And then after that, it wasn't really a 50-50.
Yeah.
You know? Travis like, hold up.
You know
I got something to do.
He's like, you know what? Have it.
Yeah.
That's why.
It's like their coach saying that even if you don't get a turtle, it's okay. Go for the kills. But of course, I'm not saying you're not to get it. I'm just saying, what if? If.
There's a big if right there, and I think it got lost in translation. Maybe, right? So we're going to have to figure out right now what Sunset Ravens need to do. What do they need to do, bro?
What they need to do for now.
You sounded different earlier.
Right? Coach gave them, plan A.
Yep.
And then plan B, right? Because I feel like the draft is okay,
Yep.
right? The draft was pretty solid, and they executed it quite well. It's just the follow-up. So we're going for a break here, giving time for both teams to re-strategize. When we return, we'll see whether KOG can close it out or Sunset Ravens push out to a game 3. See you guys then. Welcome back. We just got done with game number one. Game number one, KOG was able to win that one with a cheeky backdoor. But now we got to talk about some of the problems of KOG because it wasn't the cleanest game that they played. Rafael, Mirko, and Brigitte. Let's talk about mid first. Because right now, backline mid laners look like short-range fighters.
I think they're playing Juicin too much. They've been playing Juicin for 2 years, so you gotta give them a bit.
It gives bad habits.
There are a lot of bad habits, like ulting forward, flickering forward. Those are the type of things you do on Juicin, but maybe not the Gorn and the Eve, right? Mikey, Zed, hold on now, calm down. It's okay. Just play in the back. You don't need to be lantern flaring people.
Maybe they're like, I cannot play this. And then
Give me Juicin, coach.
And then you look at the board like, which one is the dash? Where's my dash?
Where's my blink?
Yeah, because
why do I have a board if I can't dash?
Zed, I think Zed hasn't played like the long-range mages at all. Like he's mostly on the Jucin's, Valentina's, Zetian, kind of.
That's pretty long range. That's global range.
It's global range, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But like, I think he's used to being up front.
Honestly, that's why when we were playing with our mid laner, I bet on decision. I don't want her to have that bad habits.
Oh.
I'm thinking. I used to be a coach, right? I'm thinking ahead. I'm not gonna let her have bad habits.
Right.
As a friend, Mirko, would you let your friend to develop those bad habits?
Yes.
That's your way of
you
keeping
would?
her safe.
I always tell my mid laner to go Juicin when it's open. First pick.
That's why I bet it out.
Arashi, Cairo, those are the two mid laners I play with. They only play Juicin.
I played Jushin one game and it was too easy, so I wanted Eve. That was also too easy.
Yeah.
Let me use Farsa next.
Not in a meta.
Eh. Would you be impressed if I make it work?
No. Because I know I can make it work.
So now let's talk about what KOG really needs to do. Because I really feel like despite them winning, it's kind of a cheese win, right?
I think run it back. I honestly think run it back. I think yes, it's a cheesy win, but the execution was just not on point early on to like mid game. Because if they had played their composition properly, I think they would have gone all the neutral objectives and then snowballed.
Yep. I do agree. And then when it came to Sasa Rivas, again, this is just a lack of experience.
Yeah.
Because their composition is all about fighting, so that's what they think about, and then they're like, wait, one guy's missing. Where is it? It's like, Nandeska.
Nani?
Yeah.
Sunshine Ravens are first big event. I gotta say, go back to the Philippines, get a cough button so that you get the practice in, you know?
Okay.
And then KOG is the second pick here. KOG betting out the Zushin as well as the Bruno. For Sunset Ravens betting out the Matilda as well as the Marcel. No changes so far in terms of the bans.
It's exactly the same, right? I think the last one here was a Guinevere. Oh.
Freya. Guinevere is fourth ban.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So Freya gets banned out. It's the same side. They're going to go blue again. First pick Baksha is definitely something they're going to be thinking about, but maybe they go Akai this time.
Paquito so far hasn't been performing that great today.
Yeah, I think, Paquito is a very high skill ceiling hero.
Yeah.
Like a certain Sanford Vinuya man might be able to do it.
I tried Paquito. You know what happened?
What?
I got an MVP.
Oh.
Never played the guy.
Maybe you and Sanford are the same dude.
Maybe. Have you ever seen me and Sanford in the same room?
Multiple times.
Well, then I guess we're not. Well, Valentina gets banned out. So now, do they go Boxia again? Yes, they do. Which honestly is like, it's fine. It's not his fault. Just,
Just stop going in, yo.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the first 2 times, you're tanky enough. Base HP, base tanking is crazy. But then the 4th time, it's like, sir, the gourd starts to hurt.
I feel like once you see the Lord, you kind of be like, the Lord's kind of good.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if the Akai gets open up until the very last moment, same as last game, though.
I would let the Akai go for hopes that he will make the same mistake again, and then we just kill him. Like, come on, that's also one who's like, what's the plan here?
Yeah.
Anyways, same so far, Atlas as well as the Claude. I want to see Paquito change up because it also doesn't really feel like the 33 hero. And even if 33 does get it.
You mean a Mexi hero? Paquito?
Yeah.
No, meaning like even if they don't get a Paquito and then 33 gets it, I think he's not going to be the best at it, so you can punish there.
Yeah, they go for the carry. For Mui, it was a very good pick. Mui Minette was doing a good job in that game. Unfortunately,
I almost want a Kalia, let me just say.
You almost want a Kalea. I almost want a Cho, dude. The Cho is so good. Hey, they go Phobius.
Hey.
They take it away, but against the Atlas,
dude,
take a lock.
A few options here for 33. He likes the CC, is okay against Phoveus. Alice is okay against Phoveus. Not great against Baxia as well as Carry, but you got options.
He still
Let's
has
go
the
blue.
Yeah, and
Oh.
I think he also has the Sora still. If he
Sora's not that great against Phoveus, but you know, to each their own.
Oh.
Okay, so maybe not the glue anymore for
Yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Papapapon.
So it's probably going to be the CC. So I want to see Sunset Ravens banning that out. Now, in terms of the ban for KOG, I wonder if this time they want to ban the Kimi, because it's like the Kimi was annoying, but at the same time they're also like, he got a Sky Piercer, but he didn't really get a kill. So maybe don't need to respect it that much.
Yeah. And are they still sticking with the gourd?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it depends if the Eve gets banned out, right? Because I think the Eve was number one.
Yeah.
The top priority pick.
Which is banned.
What I'm confused now is the fact that like the Valir is banned out by KOG. I thought the Valir would be amazing for them.
Yeah, yeah.
For
Yes, yes.
Because like earlier you had a Phoveus. So
Yeah.
all right, this time you're
Against
the
Phoveus.
Phoveus and a Baksha and even a carry. All of them are pretty short range, bro.
You know what this tells me?
What?
Someone heard something about scrims. Someone might say 100% win rate on that Valir.
Or maybe Zed is just like, I don't want to play
Okay.
Valir. Right? So ban it out.
And at
Kimi?
least there's no Kimi.
Lilia?
So Lilia Gourd.
It's still good for KOG too. Right? Phoveus and Baksha.
You know what would be an okay pick?
What?
Would be a Yuzong, but I don't remember 33 using a Yuzong.
Or would Sunset Ravens go like
For mid?
Balin for mid? Since
Valentina is already banned out.
Yeah.
Four mid laners banned, by the way.
Wow.
So they figured it out. Against VSG, it was JM. Against SNR, it's Eska.
Looks like their playstyle is like, let's hit on one guy.
Yeah.
Let's do this enough times that it can be registered as a hate crime.
Soon enough it will be.
Yeah.
Sunset Ravens with their last ban. What is it going to be?
33.
Oh, I like it. I like that CC ban. Yeah.
Again, it's good against their draft. And also, it's just one of those picks that 33 likes. And he's been liking it for quite a long time. The Gourd is still up here. And they are going to pick up the Gourd. In terms of the mid picks, there is still the Lilia. But it is okay. But it's not the best.
Okay.
It's the Lilia.
Khalid. All right. Still want the Khalid.
There's Zetian's also there.
True. May not be the best, but not the worst.
I mean, if it's just really comfort that they're going for at this point, so they're just gonna lock it in.
Last pick for KOG. It's the XP. Huh.
Will they risk just picking up an Alice?
I don't think so, man. Against a carry, Zetian and Baksha.
Well, the other one is a Yuzong, so it really
Yeah.
depends whether he can or cannot.
That's a good question. I think the Yuzong works, yeah. Yuzong is pretty good. Maybe the Lapu Lapu as well, if you just want to bypass all of them.
Yeah, because the Arlots, the Benedettas are
Yeah.
probably not the go-to option at this point.
Don't even like the Paquito here against Zetian. Passive. Hey, Raizan's giving some instructions to the boys here.
Yeah. But KOG.
Hopefully they understand.
There's Mexi.
Yeah.
He's gonna do the job. They're taking their time for this XP lane pick.
Yeah. There's
Oh, and they still pick up the glue.
Whoa!
There's multiple ways to
I
deal.
like it.
Yeah, but there's still multiple ways to deal with the glue here. But with that being said, Sunset Ravens right now, we saw very good early
I love
game,
it.
as well as Carry really popping off that game on Moimanet. We'll see. I feel like they can still continue that strategy. It's just that during the Lord, that's where they really have to change it up. And KOG, hey, maybe you don't mess up the early game with that. We'll see whether this is the final game. Mirko as well as Brigada. This is game 2 of KOG against Sunset Ravens.
Mentioned the glue in the first phase. I thought it was going to be the third pick of the game, but hey, it shows up here. I think it's amazing. I think it's something that we should be seeing more of in the XP lane, especially. It's a good matchup against the Phoveus, against the Baksha, mount him, and boom, bang, bada bing. So, I think KOG's got it this time around, man. Like last game, Sunset Ravens, they might have had an edge in drafts, but KOG just beat them out. This time, it's looking like a KOG draft. Now, will Sunset Ravens be the ones to turn things around? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. This is an elimination match, best of 3. Sunset Ravens need to put it all here. Oh, passive already burnt out early by Nile.
Yeah, and I'm saying that it's all going to be on the team fights, especially since KOG have decided to draft this way. So it's all utility, all macro, and that's what's been working for them, especially in the previous game. Zed, though, at least doesn't use his flicker. But this is some insane early game damage coming in from their mid duo. This is a Khalid Zetian with so much pressure up against KOG.
It's the classic Khalid Zetian bully combo. Hold on, they're gonna go in.
Oh, Mystic Projectile lands and Kaizen takes first blood. That's gonna be Bone, but still handing it over to Kaizen. That's massive for KOG.
That's a rough one, man. First blood over despite getting mid-prio earlier. Zed was already so low. I think they should have just rotated over to the Letho, but it is what it is. Pull yourself together for Nile. It's still the Master Assassin for Payan really enjoying this lane.
Yeah, I think this has been the matchup 2 games in a row already in the gold lane. We saw how it went in game number 1. And it's probably very clear to KOG that Moiminet is just a very hard to catch type of gold laner. Similar to what we've seen in earlier games, similar to maybe even Nomad in terms of the approach in playing this game. And they just cannot afford to hand over those same opportunities to them as game number 1, since that's where the snowball really began. But let's see, now it's 5 seconds before this objective. Mexi can't really get out of lane as much, even despite being a Phoveus.
Now just opening up. They're going to go for the level 4. Now Zed, can he get level 4? No, he's a bit off. So this is an advantage for Sunset Ravens around Turtle 1. Oh, Zed still gets it in the end there. I don't know what camp he got. Is it projectile?
Okay, Popopopon had to flicker out of that. Still had the quick sand guard, so he will be back in no time. Does resume zooming as per usual, but there are no level 4s just yet for any of our roamers. There goes a grab though, and together with the Fury of the Phoenix, Kaizen once again secures it with the Retribution. Flicker forced out of Mexi, no way out of this. Zed picks up the kill.
Wow, despite the Mystic Gush being baited out early, it didn't matter. The glue was just so oppressive. 33. Again, a great matchup against the Phoveus. Just mounts on him and it's free for KOG.
Wow.
Kaizen even out-retrying Trap this time around without the heavy spin. He used it to pin Mexi.
Yeah. And Zed right now, I think he's been making things difficult, at least for the mid duo. There's just such great coordination that we're seeing from him and Nile so far in this game. It's almost as if Popopopon is never really confident enough or full HP to just constantly be the guy to go aggro, similar to what we're seeing just now. Popopopo once again very low. Nile just with the right amount of zoning and pressure up against Sunset Ravens.
And this time Payan is winning out in the lane again, so no early kills for Moiminet that could help him get... Oh, Mystic Gush.
Here we go again. That's the Fatal Links 2. They're just making sure that Popopopon is not having a great time. That's his 2nd death in a row. Right now, it seems as if, as much as you just really want to scout, you're getting punished by KOG because they're confident enough. They have the damage. Fury of the Phoenix used too. Just a bit of help for Moiminet. Does really want to get that gold part. And Trap will be here to help as well. Nile, now there goes the ultimate Moiminet. But the kill goes over to Trap this time.
It's something though. Kaizen, oh my lord, he spots Trap up top, straight into the orange buff he goes, and he stakes it away. He's 2 levels up. Trap is going to be able to get back to just 1 level down on Kaizen, but this is massive, dude. Because in a 50-50, it's already so good for the Akai.
Yep.
If you're a level below, it's just almost auto-confirmed.
Yeah, now it's just so much better. They've already positioned themselves here. 33 will be joining as well. They know that they have all their utilities intact, and we might just see another similar situation if SNR aren't able to start things the way they want. That heavy spin is going to be the thing that they want to force out the most. Mystic Gush already used the cancel though. 33, last hitting the objective for the team. However, KOG still gets it. Nile will be the sacrifice for now, but Payan going in, blazing do it to the face, and Mexi will fall.
This glue is so annoying. 33 just constantly on him, man. And Zed They've got so much damage. Sunset Ravens have no way to deal with this AoE stun, these locks as well. Something we mentioned against the Atlas, dude. Look at the start of the fight. They're just auto knocked up. Look, and Trap both getting caught by the heavy spin and the fatal links. They had nowhere to move, and then when they think they've already depleted KOG of their resources, the Blazing Duet comes around and 33 just gets them out, and there's just no way for them to deal with it.
Yeah, this is so good for 33. It's a hero that suits him best. High-end BMI is out of that. Doesn't get to secure the turret just yet. SNR have been holding on to this, but overall, KOG and the way they've been executing these objective takes feels so much cleaner than what we saw in game number 1. They're very systematic when it comes to it. You know where to expect 33, you know where to expect Nile, and once again, a near pickup for Popopopon, forcing out that flicker.
Bottom lane.
Okay, Mexi down bottom, up against 3. Does go push forward, but that's Payan and Nile. I don't think he's gonna get to survive that.
Nope.
Multiple damage sources on him.
Okay, at least Trap gets his own purple buff with the Retribution, but yeah, they're able to just look for these trades around the board because Payan's so strong at this point. 2-0-1. Even the Phobias can't handle it. It really just seems like SNR is gonna have to take it right now. They don't even have enough late game damage for later. Unlike previously, because they had a Paquito, a Kimi, and a carry. Now it's just all eyes on the carry.
The gold leads are a bit too significant for all lanes. I think especially in the mid lane, like I don't think you can see or feel that Eska's been too active just yet. It's mostly just the global ults that they've been reliant on using, but other than that, KOG with just the amount of pressure that 33 and Nile have been putting on the map, it's not an easy task for Eska to just go in and try to close in the opponents or KOG. Fast rotations up top. Okay, they're not gonna engage just yet.
All right, it's just slow for KOG, right? We know them for the macro. We know how slow they can play when they're in the lead. It's all about just building that lead. So Payan's just gonna get constant free farm, this time a level ahead of Muy Minette. Popopopon not having the best of games here on the Khalid, and it's always really tough when you fall behind on a Khalid against an Atlas. Baksha, Khalid, and Phobius, all just freebies to pick up for Nile.
Yeah, and even 33, it's like he's just happily...
You can choose. Oh, Zed goes Sky Piercer!
Ooh.
Oh my god. 3-0-2. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a different Zed.
If he gets...
What?
Dude, if he gets the Sky Piercer, like, stacks, this is over in, what, I think maybe 10, bro.
Yeah, it's like him saying that I am not going to get picked off as easily anymore. I am gonna get in those stacks, and you can hopefully rely on him to do so, because at this point, they're already much, much ahead of Sunset Ravens. This could just be a very systematic approach to slowly putting an end to this game if SNR aren't able to find an opening.
They've dealt with the wave so well as well. Cursed Helmet already built up for 33. I'm surprised he didn't go for more damage this game, right? I thought he would just go for the glowing wall on the roam build, but an XP. Oh what? My god! Yeah, that is a very well-fed Claude.
He just picked up the chastise too. And even then...
So Muimina is going to have even more trouble now.
Yep, it's not the same anymore. At least he has the Purify to rely on, but yeah, quick check. He did prioritize the robe before securing the chastise, but it's already... Payan's already on the road to taking that Trinity build under his belt.
He's going to get a corrosion at 10 minutes. Muimina has bottom lane, so this is free for KOG. Trap's getting trapped.
Okay, he gets caught in the heavy spin, and the Mystic Gush is gonna finish him off right there. Now they have no problems whatsoever in dealing with this Lord, as Mui just takes whatever he can across the map. This is the most that they could find after losing their jungler in that fight.
10 Sky Piercer stacks for Zed. That's his first one. And the 3 item power spike for Payan. There you go. Swift Trinity already built up 33, just zoning as much as he can. The Lord will be spawning in the bottom lane, so it's going to be a slow build up for KOG. They have all the time in the world to get rid of the Holy Shields.
Yeah, and this just proves a point. Fatal Links flicker! They find Mexi and make sure he goes down. Fury of the Phoenix just to somehow stop them from pushing forward. But they still got what they want.
Yep, that's the second stack of the Skypiercer. 20 on the board. Already a very, very good start to that Skypiercer route, man. Payan picking up turrets like it's minions.
Yeah. No one's stopping him at this point. Nile without the Fatal Links. They're just gonna go in for the zoning. Just look at how much pressure they're already able to put.
Oh my god.
This is 10 minutes. This has just been 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is a stompy stomp and a half, dude. Again, I told you with the Skypiercer, I'm surprised. Oh man, this Lord might actually get the bait. They might get all base stars. Kzen!
Kzen trapping trap all over again in the wall. But even then, Mystic Gush also stopping the other members from following up as Trap gets picked up. Payan goes in with a blazing duet. Does just clear the wave. And now SNR have to take care of the Lord. But at least they still have all their base turrets.
Eska flickered to clear out the bottom lane, I think. Oh god.
Yeah.
KOG are gonna look for this. Zed already has... Is it 4 stacks? Okay, it's halfway there. Payan doing some damage. They're gonna go for the base turret in mid.
Yep, Payan versus Eska. Does BMI out though. And SNR are doing their very best just to not let go of at least one base turret. They do not want any further pressure from KOG more than what they're already doing. Oh! Trap Flying Clouds in. Not really gonna go for a fight though.
Yeah, okay, man. This is just rough to watch, dude. This is KOG taking their time. Slow build, but it's a very slow demise for Sunset Ravens. Comeback potential, a 5-man Fury of the Phoenix. But the others don't do AoE damage, so it's just... I don't see it unless Payan and Zed walk up and just get shut down. I don't really see it.
It's just a glowing and a divine for Eska so far too.
Oh,
so like
God.
that's the most magic damage you can get out of Sunset Ravens. Even if they do find like multiple members or setups
Kzen.
against KOG. Okay,
Muiminet can't burst anyone down.
not just yet.
It's so easy for KOG to just disengage every time they see the carry.
Yeah. And now they're just making their presence felt. SNR are, at least at this point, just definitely want to buy time. And time is all that they really rely on. Mui, Eska finally getting in the damage. They do have the front lines, but even the front lines are just being shredded so fast. So that's one of the many problems they currently have.
Lord Slayer. That's the stat pad right now for Kzen. He's got all the neutral objectives, all 5. 3 turtles, 2 lords, 6 structures. They're gonna try to go for the base turret now. Lord will be spawning in a bit, so KOG just gotta play it slow. Gotta wait for the Lord to spawn in the game. Eska doing a good job just zoning them away, but KOG know that they're just gonna wait. Muiminet has the Melfic gun, so at least now a bit more penetration, a bit more range. Maybe he can start shredding down 1, but then there's 2 other very tanky boys.
Yeah.
And a Skypiercer, oh, half HP almost with just the projectile.
And how do you split up who takes care of which? Like the lanes and the pressure that it's just about to come in from this potential Lord Siege from KOG. But they're taking their time. Kzen isn't in such a good spot just yet. Waiting for a bit of HP to come back. But now the Lord is here down bottom. Flickers are available too. SNR have to watch out.
Lord charge in the bottom lane. They're gonna go for the siege straight up.
Okay, there you go. Nile finds one. It's Popopopod even with the flicker. Still doesn't get out alive. The cancel from Mexi though. Now he's on to Zed. But the stun from the Mystic Projectile. That's a double kill and more stacks for him. Trap is next to fall. It's only Muiminet and Eska left to defend against 5 members of KOG. But Payan with the Winter Crown and the Blazing Duet. That's it. Enough space created. And the sweep for KOG.
It's GG, well played. Amazing drafts from KOG in game number 2. Fantastic execution in game number 1. Sunset Ravens just had nothing to answer these questions thrown at them by KOG. It was clean, it was solid. And for Sunset Ravens, it is the end of their wildcard run. GG.
Yep.
And this is what we expected out of KOG, coming in as one of the favorites as well from MSL Thailand. And they really showed up. Game number 1 looks like they were still trying to figure out what Sunset Ravens is about. But then game number 2, again, amazing draft. And I feel like the game was kind of over after like 3 to 4 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Having the Khalid die very, very early, and then we just see KOG just start to establish their presence all over the map. Kaizen takes everything from the jungle as well, so not even allowing Trap to really get up to pace when it comes to the levels. It was over very, very early for that one.
Yeah, it's also how Payan got his hands on the Claude for 2 games in a row. That was one of his best picks, even way before Wildcard. So
I'm really surprised we don't see the Claude first pick more often, you know, just how broken it is.
Yep, I agree. I think part of it is as well, they didn't see a lot of Claude coming in from KOG during the first stage of the wildcard. So maybe they're like, maybe he's out of practice or something. Maybe we can deal with it. But again, after just some practice, we already see how good. And Zed, the moment I saw that Sky Piercer, even I was like, you know what? Yeah, it's over. It is over. And because when they were about to end, when he got that triple kill, he already used all his skills. So he just used basic attacks. And the basic attack was the one that got him the last Sky Piercer stack.
This is his redemption arc, though.
Yeah, by getting a Sky Piercer.
And not dying at all in the game.
Yeah.
Or
outside the game as well. It's still good. Yeah.
To be fair, I think SNR barely got kills in that game. Like
they got what, 2 kills here? I think
off of Nile.
Yeah, off of Nile. And what a play. Again, Zed, easy. Look at it. He got 3 extra Sky Piercer stacks here. Flicker out of the way. Boom, Sky Piercer. Boom, Sky Piercer. He gets another one, I think.
He just basic attack. Pop.
Oh my god.
And then he just like, guys, get them low enough. Boom, I want my stacks.
And then the stun max range.
Wow.
Oh man.
Yeah. But still well played coming in from Sunset Ravens because again, region hasn't fully established just yet. And we were talking about how KOG came from Thailand where they already have a league, the MSL league, giving them a lot of time, a lot of experience, but more importantly, quite a lot of partners for scrims as well.
Hey, Kaizen said I love you. That's what he said earlier. Yeah. I can read lips. He said I love you.
I appreciate how Payan was the first to walk up to Sunset Ravens, though. Like, I think immediately after clapping his teammates' hands, he was just like, oh yeah, GG's.
He went back. Usually people just go from the front. Payan went just like he did in game number 1. Back door.
Yeah. Honestly, amazing play coming in from KOG. So now we have 1 from Group B moving forward, 1 from Group A moving forward. After this, we'll see them playing again because we still have 2 more best of 3s after this. And KOG, they look pretty good. I feel like maybe there are some information that the next thing they're fighting we'll see, but then I don't know if it's going to be enough because even banning out the Claude would be good, but that just means something else will be left true.
But they're going up against A7 though.
Well.
Right? I
Ban
kind of
junglers then.
Roger, get out. Yisun
Yisun
Shin, get
get
out.
out.
Just put best player 1 on a utility jungle, all right?
But then best player's like, okay, I got the Lance, the Harley, the Suyo. I can make Hanzo work.
And
then Nats is like, guys, what about me?
Yeah.
You just gonna give me Arlet for free?
Plus, you don't know what they've tried in scrims because the Roger was just something they tried in scrims. It's not something they've been practicing.
A7 are kind of loco, yo.
Yeah. They're kind of pretty good. So,
Kind of pretty good.
They got to prepare. But, you know, good thing they have some time. You know, after the next BO3, then they'll be able to fight against Alpha 7. But, hey, who knows? After 2 best of 3s, this one kind of went as we expected. The first one, not really. What else? Maybe some surprises that KOG will have. Which is,
Lord Sky Piercer.
There you go. There you go. Going up against a damage in jungle probably would be safe enough for Gord. Yeah, Sky Piercer.
Dude, remember, it's all about perspective. Right?
Talking.
Maybe we can do it again. Close up. No? Okay.
Yeah.
No.
So right now, you know, shout outs again to Sunset Ravens. We're just waiting for an interview between Eterna. She's good. It looks like she's going to be talking to 33.
Don't miss the handshake this time, bro.
Hey,
Or don't even start. Don't even
Don't
initiate.
initiate the handshake.
don't move your hand.
That's
These
what-
are esport players.
Let me just say, for 4 to 5 years now, I just do this. I don't even dare
No,
this.
but oh, dude, that could be even worse. You know, it could be
Why?
like, oh, you know.
Yes, but here's the thing. You do this, Ken. It could be this. It could be this, or more. It's like.
But
just,
what if you do this and I do this, and then you do this and I do this, and I'm like, okay.
There's a way. There's a way. Okay. I'll do. Okay, you do the rock. I'll do paper. Right? Okay. I lied. But you kind of need to be on the same wavelength, which we are. We are.
We are. We've gotten the same colored outfits every day so far, but not everybody are, right, LaFell?
Yes. With that, we're throwing
are
it
they
over to Eterna alongside with 33 to see how he feels about the win.
Thank you so much, LaFell. 33, congratulations. Hiko, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Amazing game. How does it feel? Because we saw game number 1 and we saw that, that back door, that split push. Whose call was that?
ก็ช็อตนั้น เป็นช็อตที่นายคอขึ้นมาครับว่าพระเย็นจะไปจบกลางเพราะว่าพระเย็นบอกว่าเขาเล่นตรงกลางได้ให้ถ่วงไว้ก็เลยโดดเข้าไปยัดกันหมดเลยครับ
That gameplay, our team saw that our opponent didn't clear the mid lane minion wave. So then we saw that and we called to each other that Payen, he can go backdoor by that minion wave. So we just we just all in there and slow the enemy as much as we can.
It was a very decisive game in that particular game especially, but was there one person who initially saw it first?
Again,
Was there a person that initially saw it first?
พระเย็น
It was Payan.
Yes, it was
Okay,
Payan.
so Payan saw it. You guys made the group call to
Yes.
just all in.
Yes.
Amazing. Great stuff coming in from KOG. Especially, coming into the group stages, we did see that KOG was performing up and down.
yes.
So how did you guys reset coming into the next stage of the wildcards?
ก็กลับไปซ้อมครับแล้วก็กลับมาคุยเรื่องการดับใหม่ครับว่าเราควรจะดับไปเป็นแนวทางแบบไหนมากกว่าครับ
Okay, we just come back and reset all the thing, and we just training and put effort on it. Yes, and we just try to adjust the plan because this is a international stage, right? We have to practice the enemy, and we can adjust the drafting phase, and we can do it. Like the result is today that we put too many effort.
We love that
Yes.
mindset. We
Thank
love that
you.
mindset. So, in game, out game, drafting phase, everything, they've prepared extra coming to the next stages of the wild cards. And speaking of the next stages, you are going to be moving forward. And the next opponent that you will be facing is Alpha 7. Alpha 7 was a team that won against you. So,
Yes.
what will be different this time around coming into your next best of 3 match?
มันต่างกันยังไง
ก็พวกเราอย่างที่บอกว่าปรับดับมาแล้วก็น่าจะเข้ามือกันมากขึ้นครับก็ต้องไปลองดู
He say that we are fixing our stuff such as a drafting phase due to the international stage. So just see it further. What is the result?
Okay.
And for me also that we adjust many things and we go back and training and we prepare many things for today's. And I think we are stepping forward from yesterday. So we are new KOG and everyone, let's see what we can do.
Okay,
Yes.
new KOG
Yes.
now in the wildcards. Is it difficult? Because technically yesterday you had to go up against several different teams, right? So now you only have to face up to 2. Is the preparation different? Do you prepare differently for different people or different teams, or is just the same preparation going into the wildcards?
ตอบเลยนะ
พี่ตอบ
Okay, we think that we prepare for every team because we are honestly we coming from the lowest bracket, right? We have to fight many teams, but actually we have a replay from the past match to studying on them. So we studying on every teams and we do a different kind of mindset gameplay for every team that we have to meet.
Okay, looks
Yes.
like Alpha 7 better be careful because they've studied Alpha 7 as well. Now, is there a message that you want to say to Alpha 7 if they're watching right now?
อยากบอกแค่แนชครับเพราะว่าเป็นเหมือนสิทธิพี่สิทธิน้องเพราะเป็นโค้ชแพนด้าคนเดียวกันก็เล่นให้สนุกครับแนช
He want to say to Nat experience because he said that Nat and his is they feels like brothers. Yes, they have been together with the same coach before for a long time ago.
Okay,
Yes.
so you guys are close.
Yeah, they're close to each other.
for fun
Okay, they
Yeah.
want to give the fun for the next match
Yeah.
because they're close. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes.
So Nats and 33 are very close. That's really good to see. And you know, coming into this next one, we do also want to ask you because the Thai community is amazing, right? They're so vocal, they're so passionate about you guys. They've been supporting you guys from your first best of one. So do you have a message, or maybe even you, Hiko, if you want to say
To our
something?
local, right?
Yep, to your Thailand viewers out there and your fans.
Okay, first of all, we appreciate that our local, not only our local, but everyone that watching us and cheering for us, and so appreciate that because we can say that every sound from you guys are supporting us, make us have much more stronger, like feel us and give us powers.
ก็เดี๋ยวผมแปลให้ครับผมก็พี่บอกว่าไม่ว่าจะเป็นใครครับที่เชียร์เราก็รู้สึกความซาบซึ้งใจครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณทุกคนเลยครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นแฟนคลับสตรีมเมอร์หรือว่าทางครอบครัวแล้วก็นักพากย์ทุกๆคนในภูมิภาคของเราครับผมก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์เราครับผมขอบคุณครับ
ใช่เลยครับอย่างนั้นเลยสุดยอดมากสลับกันสลับหน้าที่กัน
Translate.
we just switch the roles.
Oh, you guys translated each other.
Yes.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. I love having these two up on stage always.
We can adjust like our gameplay.
That was so cool.
Yeah.
That was so cool. Thank you once again, Hiko.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you,
Thank you.
33 as well. So we're gonna throw it over back to Lafel. Take it over.
Look at how comfortable Eterna is, right? Able to do handshakes,
Yeah.
talks, and
Yeah.
what. It looks like they're the same age or something, right?
Bro,
the 30
wavelength.
gang.
The 30 gang. Dirty
You guys
30.
can see Eterna in the background. She's having fun with them.
Yeah, so that's how you don't miss handshakes. You just got to be part of the same age group.
Yeah. I think
I know how it feels now.
I think we're all in a different.
We're all in a different age
I mean,
group,
like to
you
be
know.
fair, Filipino, Indonesian, Malaysian.
They were Thai and Indo, bro.
2/3, right? 2/3. But with that being said,
33rd.
with that being said, Sunset Ravens has been eliminated, and congrats to KOG for moving forward. After this, we have 2 more best of 3s. Looks like Falcons are already getting ready, and just now we already saw Nightmare doing pretty good. But are they prepared enough to actually deal with Falcons? By the way, thank you very much, Mirko, as well as Brigida, for casting the first 2 best of 3s
You didn't
for
do them
today.
dirty today.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna.
I know the feeling now because you didn't return
No,
my
no, no.
handshake.
When you went for the handshake, I went for the bro.
With that being said,
Yeah, I
we're
do-
going
I
for a
feel.
break. After this, we have more best of 3s. Thank you very much to these 2 lovely people. We'll see you guys after the break to see Falcons going up against Nightmare Esports. You're
Bye.
lovely.
We are Nightmare Esports and we are representing Laos.
Last year, we don't know what we were doing. Right now, it's more different because we are disciplined in the game. We have more time on practice.
For those team who underestimating Nightmare this time, think good luck to you guys because you don't know what we are capable of doing and how strong we are right now. We want to prove that we can go to main stage even though our country doesn't have enough opportunity to prove themselves.
Hello, we are Team Falcon from MENA.
Many teams overlook us and they think we're the underdogs, but this time we are the favorites.
We don't play seriously. We just play for fun, so we don't get pressure.
My expectation this MSC Wildcard is to go through to the main stage and go play in the playoffs. We're confident and we know to ourselves that we can get past anything in front of us.
For those who underestimate us, you just watch and see.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to the EWC 26. This is the MLBB Wildcards. It's elimination match. This is the CGBS. My name is Fel, and alongside me now, we got the new ones here, Q as well as Naisu. Looks like the boys today are all wearing white. It's just Brigida as well as Interna that's not joining in. Hey, white power, am I right?
Should I just take my jacket
Wait,
off?
no,
or-
hold on. So, you know what?
I can't.
You can. But hey, the matches today, we had 3 games and then 2 games, and now Falcons will be going up against Nightmare Esports. Nightmare, Gideon, they were able to bounce back this time. They're able to get a win.
Yeah, they were able to get the win, but at the same time, I'm thinking about it and I'm like, oh, how long can this go for, right?
Yeah.
How long can this run actually make it through? And that's what's the scary part in this gauntlet.
I think even the same thing can be said for all the fans out there rooting for Team Falcons Meta. You know, I think a lot of people have been wanting to see where is that chemistry, where is that synergy that they've showed us as we look at the roster coming through here. Again, we've talked about how many internationals and times these guys have played together, and they've found some moments of brilliance here and there, right? We're talking about even the whole Jushin play that we saw in the hands of Cuffin, but hey, there is more to be, I feel like, wanted from this lineup.
Oh, yeah, for sure, because we have been saying, like, after M6, M7, they only lost 1 BO1.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, it looks like people have figured them out. So now we got to see, because it looks like the story for today is stick to your identity. The moment you start to shift a little bit, it looks like you're just not you. You're just going to lose.
I agree. I think that a lot of these teams really need to just go back into their own play style because their set plays is something that they've been practicing the entirety half of this year. And I think that it only gets better, right? But for the time being, especially within the wildcard stage, when I'm looking at Falcons, I'm expecting the big macro plays, the high level of execution when the set conditions have been met.
Yeah, we were, we're talking quite a bit about what Team Falcons can do, kind of adjust. And I think even for looking at the last game that we saw
With
for Nightmare, it was very chaotic, man. Honestly, Gideon and I were both in talent room just kind of holding on to our seats because we didn't know. Like, it came down to maybe, one final big moment around that Lord. And so hopefully, I feel like as we look at their roster for the Nightmare, they really have to kind of refine those mistakes. Can they make those those fixes quickly enough? I think that's the big question.
Let's talk about standout players here, Juviana as well as Nomad. Nomad on that Harry was disgusting, and Juviana only on the Freya, he didn't look all that great. One of the best is definitely the Erlit as well as the Yuzong.
That's the thing. I think there is a limitation on their hero pool, and I don't know whether or not it's going to get exploited this time around by the Falcons, because they were able to watch their previous game and really absorb that extra piece of data. I think right now I'm looking at too easy for Lexi to really make the difference here in the jungle, and I know junglers on that tank isn't exactly big, but Akai is a game changer.
That's what I would say about, same thing for Porte, man. You know, I mean, I feel like he's kind of been a little bit under the radar through their games. You know, we've really been putting focus elsewhere, especially, for example, Troll, but that just also is the case right now. Even the performance like we saw in the Yuzhong with Sanji, like there's just so many things happening with Falcons, but I feel like in this matchup alone, this is where the junglers kind of have to step up, be able to go ahead and be a little more versatile in the jungle, and maybe the team will help them support them in the early game to get that victory they're looking for.
Can I talk about a niche hero here? Because I'm in agreement with you guys that Akai is amazing, but looking at how Juviana as well as Sanji has been playing, they are able to sustain quite a lot. I feel like Baxia might also be a priority here, knowing that they like the Arlis, they like the Yuzons, because I still remember yesterday Sanji could 1v3, and because there was no anti-heal, there's no life bane, he survived that and even got kills.
I think that's more of poor itemization more than it is the hero being over the top right now. And I think with the only consideration of, yes, Arla is especially good, let's also think about some of the enablers, right?
Yeah.
When you think Arla, you also start thinking about Fredrin and Akai that fall in that same category. Jushin as well.
Double savages so far.
Screw that girl, man. And she's been banned.
Hey,
great.
You know what? It's good that she's banned out. I think even the R-Lot, because as Gideon was just mentioning, you know, the R-Lot right now is just such a key pick for Juviana specifically. Yeah,
it's not just R-Lot, it's R too much.
R too much. Phoveus too much. I don't think that works the same. No, sorry, it doesn't work the same.
It's less, but you know what? We just been a few minutes on the desk.
Yep.
More chaos to come. But look at this. Falcons banning out the... I think they want to set up for a Paquito first pick here.
I do think so as well, but at the same time, the Freya is still a big question mark here. Not to mention that none of the tank junglers have been touched.
This is going to open up that tank jungler option then, I feel like, because depending on the last bans, like, are they still going to focus on the XP lane here from Team Falcons towards Juviana? Because I think they're looking to hone in on that weak point you just mentioned earlier, Gideon. You know, the hero pool, the options, the versatility. How deep does it go? Specifically, even for Juviana, you take away a lot of his options that he's showed his best gameplay on so far. They might have to come up with something else. There's the Freya too. So these are really solid bans, but this is what we expect. We're day 3 of the wild cards. You have all this information from the first 2 days, and you start to expect, okay, the drafting patterns are making sense. The hero bans are making sense.
I feel now it's Paquito or Atlas. I feel like either or is good for Spic right now. Well, the Paquito has been banned, so now
Paquito's banned.
Either a tank jungle or an Atlas. Atlas so far has been pretty good in the wildcards.
I agree. I think that Atlas is always has been doing better than ever this time round, but I think it should be the tank jungle pick first, right? I think that you got to keep it safe.
Guy?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. But then again, based on the bans, I feel like they're leaning into Sanji's lane anyways, so they need info from Nightmare.
Like, what are they... Okay,
oh, Marcel.
Why do we always... I feel like we kind of forget about Marcel now.
Because most of the time it gets banned, to be fair.
Yeah. He's still that guy, though.
He is.
You know, in the Rome right now.
Super good looking, taking pictures.
Never takes a bad photo.
Never takes a bad photo.
You know what? He's like the first Robin for Batman.
The first Robin?
Yeah.
Was there actually multiple Robins?
Yeah. Oh, yes, there's multiple Robins.
See, I don't know the lore of Robin. I only know the lore of Batman.
Oh, my goodness. You don't know about Tim Drake, his actual son, Damian Wayne, and of course... the one and only. You know what? I'll let you figure out the last one.
No, I'll give you.
You mean it's Dick Grayson? Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I was like. Oh, Marcel's kind of like Robin.
I'm too much of a nerd in that sense, but now we see the boxing alongside with the Valentina, which I think is interesting. I feel like it's an interesting response to say, hey, even though you could get Yves, I like the options of the alts.
Interesting from Gideon means he doesn't really like it that much.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sweating.
All right, but no, I get it, because so far the Valentina, I feel like the teams that have drafted it through the wildcards, like, it hasn't been able to do exactly what they want to. Part of it, obviously, is what ultimates do you want to go ahead and take. Obviously, the Golden Hour is a good one, but now Team Falcons can go ahead and play around this. And they do want to go ahead and take in the fact, too, that, yes, it is that Baksha. You're going to be dealing with a lot of rotations happening. This is the dangerous grass map, too. So I don't know. We haven't seen teams take too much advantage, I feel like, of dangerous grass. But this is a good start. You take the Yu Zhang. You give one of the best heroes that we saw so far for Sanji over.
And the other reason why they pick up the Valentina is to deny the Akai. Right? If they pick up the Akai, it might be pretty bad for the team. So in a way, they force this Fredrin pickup. So now for Nightmare, I feel like the best option is just to take out extremely annoying mid laners, and then you should be fine. And now the Atlas get picked up by Nightmare. So, Giddy, what do you feel about the first picks coming in from Falcons and Nightmare?
Well, at least from Nightmare's side, the great thing about their composition, and so far based on their first 3 picks, they're not really giving you much of an idea. They're saying, hey, we have a team fight composition, but you don't know what kind of style, and the early game is very up in the air. Now, at least with Atlas, the mid lane is kind of secure with a concussive blast, but then the real question comes down to, how do we deal with this Yu Zhang, not only in the lane, but do we even want to consider the gold lane to be a secondary win condition? If not, we just leave them on an island.
And that might be a problem, though, too. Like, if you leave him on an island, if we don't choose to deal with him, there is the potential, like we saw just yesterday, where he's holding his own. Next thing you know, he's 1v2, he's killing everybody, then he scales up entirely, and now there's a lot more to worry about. So that's one of the big things that, Nightmare's going to have to worry going throughout this game. Atlas and having a Valentina. Now you're talking about options, right? Options for the Valentina to go ahead and supplement the Atlas setup with the Fatal Links that we're expecting to see. Obviously, too, depending where we go in the gold lane is going to be the main question.
Yes.
Because you already have that Harith banned out. Is the Claude going to be up for picks or grabs? Will it be something else? You know, we've seen the carry, we've seen the Bruno now. What else are we? Obsidias, the Granger even, right? Previously. But the last ban's going to be the Lilia.
What I see from his game, just interesting. Not saying it's going to get picked, but looks like Yu Zhang cannot deal with the Bruno. The Bruno's range, as well as the sliding tackle, is just way too much that he can't keep up.
Yes. No, I totally agree. Especially when you don't have access to your, Purify. Sorry, not Purify, but Petrify at that point of time. There's honestly no point unless it's, super early on into the game. So far, I think the idea is correct, right? Mina is making sure that at least, hey, Harith is gone. We want to keep it into a very honest gold lane fight that really is telling us that, hey, we're going to be playing towards Yu Zhang's lane.
You might have to be ready for a Moskov as well.
Oh, you're so right. Yeah.
But I feel like, if possible, Falcons Mena definitely want that because that is one of Sano's best heroes.
Yeah. The Moskov has been one of the, I feel like, lean back picks for Wildcard anyway. Some teams are able to go ahead and, utilize it. We haven't seen any crazy SODs or anything like that, but it's definitely capable. Claude is going to be the change, though. They secure this, and Eve swinging over to Mena right away, looking to fight around a box. I mean, this could favor them. Now, do you pick up
This looks like an OG PH lineup.
Yeah, it does. And I honestly thought they would have gone for the Valir instead of going for the Eve, but I mean, one way or another, they did need the damage, and eventually Yu Zhang does scale off.
So now it's Moskov will carry.
It might end up being carry, to be fair.
Carry, that's what I'm thinking. Because of the Baksha and the Atlas, it's going to be the Moskov, though. So I would have liked them to see the carry because one of the biggest drawbacks of the carry is her range, right? Especially until she gets the Malefic Gun. But you're already able to fight around your central point, that real-world manipulation. You would have had the space to work with, but they leave it up to the Moskov, one of the better picks so far for Sano. And the answer last pick is Sora going in the XP lane here for Nightmare.
So far, a lot of interesting picks coming in from both teams, but judging by what has happened throughout this wildcard, I'm really looking forward to see how the side lanes is going to get played. So, Gideon as well as Naisu, this is going to be Falcons going up against Nightmare Esports. Game number 1 of this best of 3.
Thank you, LaFell, and welcome to this crucial match as we get ready to go ahead and close out day 3 of the wildcards here after we get through 2 series. Now, this one obviously is pretty intense because I feel like we all came in with expectations for certain teams, and maybe we didn't have too many expectations for others. Well, one thing's for sure, these 2 teams have a lot of history. They have a lot of background, a competitive experience as well throughout MLBB, and now they lay it on the line here in this best of 3 elimination. We're going to jump into the land of Dawn. It's me, Naisu, and Gideon to bring you the action for this one.
All right, let's jump right into it. Falcons Mena on the blue side facing off against Nightmare on the red side. I think okay, Troll immediately getting some early information on the start of where too easy for Lexi is going to be. Obviously, you have your gold lane to leash you, but now comes the real question. How are they going to play this early game? Because both junglers will end up at the EXP side of the map when they hit 4.
Yeah. They're still about as even as can be, right? When it comes to the Bosch and the Fredrin, in terms of like speed, I mean, this is the old school utility matchup that we're used to seeing. And they'll be able to go ahead and contest things here, but Lithuander already secured up by Nightmare. Looking at the emblems, nothing too much, I think, across the board here.
Yep, nothing too out of the ordinary, but a lot of HP getting lost here by the mid lane. Nightmare trying to get on out of there. Just been alongside with IDID, taking plenty of damage here. Gonna force a recall, and that means first rotation for the side of Falcons.
Trigger control from IDID. You know, he got pretty low. I didn't know if he'd actually burn the flicker or not, but good thing he didn't. So nothing too pressurous, at least before this first turtle. Jasmine's taking quite a bit of damage, though. I mean, he's still got his flicker, too. Tanky enough on the Atlas, and just doing what he needs to do. Troll, this is what you expect with the Marcells, you know, and I feel like every single time a team does pick up the Marcel, you are that. I used to call it, at least in MPL Philippines, the mosquito. Like, he's the mosquito.
Yeah.
You know, he's always flying around. You want to swat him out, you know, but you just can't.
He's unironically a little sticky, you know?
Yeah.
He's not there all the time, but when he's there, it's like, please get out of my face. It is truly annoying, but at this point now, first turtle about to be contested by both sides here. Too easy for Lexi. Will face off against Boyette as the mid lane gets attacked straight away. Jesbin doing a good job in zoning them out, but IDID still goes down. Shot residue, too much to handle with the Black Dragon form in. Druviana tries to make the play of his own. Lightning form. Forced to flicker out very early, but he still has his ult to unleash. Doesn't find the right targets, but Sanji still powering through the damage with a Black Dragon Tail to knock them up to allow Troll to get in and out of this fight. Cuffin and as well the Spear of Misery. Get in there. He's got the assist, and there you have it. Falcons walk away with a 4-1 as a final kill score.
Ooh, okay. I thought IDID was going to be able to get that good usage of the flicker there to stay alive from Cuffin, but man, Nightmare might have gotten the objective, they might have gotten the turtle, but they lost a whole lot of bodies to Team Falcons, and I was wondering how that fight would all play out, you know, but you would just, again, we talked about Sanji's Yuzhong, man. You give him that advantage. I mean, he started it in the mid lane. I'm even surprised that IDID went down the way he did because he burned the flicker to survive it, then he walked back towards where Sanji was going to be in the Black Dragon form. So, you know, a bit of a mistake there on positioning ends up leading to a few deaths, but nonetheless, they're not too far behind.
Oh,
I did.
Oh no, he gets punished for this. What an interception. Cuffin, what a great call to drop down the RWM early because he had vision with the help of Troll. Dangerous for IDID though. He should not be there without his flicker.
And that's what I was just saying, you know, man, like positioning mistake earlier on. That's another one right there without the flicker. Really questionable right now. So hopefully he can make that adjustment he needs because you don't want to give too many kills over to Team Falcons with this kind of lineup. Oh, top side.
Druviana trying to force this play out here with the Fatal Links as well. They guarantee it, reverting Sanji's lead back to an even score.
Good response. They had to do something to stop Sanji from scaling up here. So Troll will try to go ahead and maintain that lane here. We're 10 seconds away-ish from that turtle to come up. Nightmare looking to even the score out. They've got positioning favor. Let's see what IDID ends up taking, too. He's got the golden hour. Troll's swinging around the corner.
I don't know if he wants golden hour, but then again, there's a lot of ults to work with here. The 50-50 is still going to be played as Sano, a little low to actually participate. The golden hour's already out from Nightmare's side, and now they're looking for a response backward as their own return. Fire from Falcons is through. With the Black Dragon form already down, getting plenty of damage down. Sanji makes it out just in time as Druviana now looking for a trade in terms of those kills. Black Dragon Tail is going to connect, and unfortunately, Boyette able to peel perfectly. Nobody can get past him so far as Lexi gets clipped against the wall. Boyette kills him. Now that's going to be a 2-for-0 and a turtle on top of that.
Oh, that's tough. Nightmare, it looked like they might have been able to go ahead and over damage or out throughput Team Falcons there, especially with Druviana on the Sora, but then they just couldn't actually capitalize on the kill. Oh, mid lane too. Little flicker out from Cuffin. He's still going to be fine. Here's Boyette.
They might be able to find the trade here. The flicker's gone, and Troll keeps them in place. Appraiser's Wrath for another killing spree for Boyette.
All right, Team Falcons, this is the synergy we wanted to see, man. You know, this is what we were expecting to see from Team Falcons Mena. They're making it work right now. Nightmare Esports still trying to maintain things in the jungle, on the map, You know, and at the best case scenario for them, they might have to lean towards Nomad, man. This is what we expect, especially with the Claudes in play. Nomad has been able to go ahead and just pretty much farm up, right? Sano joined a couple of the fights with the SOD, and the best thing is Nomad farms up, gets the Trinity, starts to be a threat in these later team fights, maybe potentially just waits for that Lord to come up, but you're going to deal some pressure down here bot side on that gold lane.
Yes.
Nomad will be fine.
Honestly, I don't know who's making the call here, whether Troll is doing this purely off of game sense, but he now knows the exact rotation in Nightmare Esports, right? He's probing reactions out of Nomad. If he gets a battle spell, that's great, but if he doesn't, at least he knows how many reinforcements are coming through that top side.
Yeah, this is one of the things, though, too. Like I said, until Nomad is there, until he's online, you're really relying on whatever ultimate IDID takes and also Juviana, right? That's a lot of your damage right now. So if they can put, oh, that's a great ultimate to take out right before this turtle comes up. So there's already a bit of an advantage for Team Falcons Meta.
They're trying to rush it. They're trying to rush it. But Sanji, he's got the Black Dragon forming. Now he unleashes it. They're trying to force this as soon as possible. Golden Hour is good, but it also takes the turtle as well. Oh, Comfit takes the turtle, and now Sanji responds. Petrify to knock up one. As we see the turnaround from Juviana, unfortunately, the CC is not enough. Too easy for Lexi. Will give up his life to make sure everybody else doesn't get traded. Oh, wait. Hold on. IDID might be in some trouble here. Forced to go under his T2 because the T1 is compromised, and that is a winning play from Falcons.
Falcons looking to take flight. Oh, Sanji here, he's in trouble. Coming down with the damage. Juviana will pick up a kill.
Nicely done, nicely done. Managed to kill him before the shower residue was about to trigger. Juviana now making it worthwhile. But at the same time, at least for Sano, right? They've decided to swap lanes here.
I'm looking at this Valentina pick, man. You know, we've seen that throughout the wildcards. It just hasn't worked too well for teams. But it can be one of the cases where IDID just gets one of those valuable ultimates, whether it's a Golden Hour or the RWM, and is later on able to set things up for success around the Lord. But with this kind of gap at this point, I'm wondering if Nightmare Esports actually wants to contest the first one. If it's better for them to let it go, or if there's even a chance for them. Nomad's just now getting the DHS.
Yeah, but you can see he's not exactly doing as much damage as well. And nearly loses his head for a good sidestep from Nomad's side. But I think the real problem right now is Troll. He already has a Golden Hour trying to lock one down. Fortunately, doesn't find the right target as a response from IDID is good, but they get out the IMU and they secure it. See, look at how calculated this is.
Yeah, it feels like Team Falcons is just setting things up for IDID to be trapped. And now pushing up on this tier 2 turret, they're going to be pushed off of it. Nomad will be there to help clear things out.
Yeah, but honestly, if Troll doesn't get the MVP of this game, I'm going to be very upset. He is doing literally everything.
Yeah.
Full vision over his opponents. He's even doing some real damage because he got such an early Thunderbelt.
Trolls all around the map, taking all the snapshots, man. I mean, it hasn't been any crazy Golden Hours. It's mostly just him stopping people in their tracks, pumping out a decent amount of damage himself, but also just being that threat, keeping Nightmare Esports from actually engaging or trying to disengage even in some cases. So with this Lord up, Team Falcons at any point can go ahead and start this thing up. It looks like they're going to go ahead and try to potentially push down the tier 1 bot. They'll get in position around it. They might even try to take or at least put some pressure on that orange buffalo. Look at this. Troll spots out Jasmine.
This is
Nomad.
So good. This is so good. Look at this. The fact the Falcons have full control on both sides of the map.
Man.
They're preying on the fact that Nightmare is too scared to walk up. You're too scared, no problem. I'll take a tier 1 down bot side. You're not touching the Lord, even better. More stacks for Troll, more time for Sano to scale.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where same thing, they don't have to rush the Lord. They're going to go ahead and play the macro, play the map, take down some of the turrets when they can. Even that tier 2 up top's almost down, but as they get centered up, they'll slowly make their way for this Lord. If Nightmare Esports wants to contest it, I'd be rather surprised with given how much damage they're lacking. So this is going to be a started up Lord already. Look at the positioning for Jasmine though. Is he going to try to pull some crazy play? He might be too late.
He's a little late on it. Yep, they call it off.
Yeah.
He could have cut right across, or maybe try and conceal. It could have been on cooldown, but I think this is probably for the best for Nightmare Esports, right? They don't exactly have all the items that they're looking for. Lightning Truncheon just got finished by IDID at this point, and now Falcons, the most ideal scenario is to fight underneath an inhibitor and take the inhibitor with no trade kills.
Uh-oh. Team fight in the jungle. Jasmine, half health.
Golden Hour's good. It finds 3 at an interception point. The spear will connect, and the appraiser's rad just to try and take away the purple buff fast. RWM comes out late just to make sure that they can trap. Too easy for Lexi, but he can now tank the damage. Without Sano, it might be a little hard.
Yeah, they get the tier 2 down bottom. Nomad standing right next to the Lord. He'll go back to base. They know they have to get prepped and ready for a base defense. Facing it down the 6,000 gold deficit, Nightmare Esports. They've got the holy defenses. The one in the mid will pop. Still holding on to that bottom one as Nomad tries to go ahead and clear things out. Team Falcons Mena looking to capitalize the last tier 2 turret as that Lord charges in. They want to approach this base. A massive lead in the Black Dragon form.
Here we go. This is what we were looking for. They're trying to siege underneath the turret as the Black Dragon form flies through to zone them away. They take the inhibitor, no problem, and now it's time to trade. Boyette, they want a little bit more. They're going to go for 2 inhibitors as Jasmine says no. He walks up, doesn't find the angle for a Fatal Links, but right now Troll is stopping the entire backline as he dashes right through. Another inhibitor falls, and that's going to be too easy for Lexi, dying to Sano. Good catch from Boyette.
Team Falcons just dissecting Nightmare Esports right now. We'll take 2 base turrets. Oh, they want to go?
Here it is. Fatal Links into 2. RWM into the golden hours. Nightmare trying to disengage from this fight, but Juviana is just a little too deep, but he gets it. Sano ends up dying into the up fights. A shutdown onto Boyette. The double that saves the Nightmare life.
Juviana buys Nightmare Esports a little more time. Team Falcons got the 2 base turrets. They ended up staying a little bit too long in the base. Let's look at the instant replay here. This is where they're caught out. Sano's there. He gets Fatal Link too. He's just under half health, and Juviana sticks to him like that, pumping out that damage, just wanted to take him out enough. And he'll accomplish the job, buying themselves some more time, but with the way the game has been going, with the nature of these team fights have been going, there's so much more to work on if you're Nightmare Esports.
30 stacks already. This guy is getting a minimum of like 2.5 stacks every single minute. And he is having the time of his life. Now, looking on that top side, you can see that the damage is very relevant. Nomad is almost losing an entire bar. Oh no, wait, that's the BMI, and now the RW is out, and now the Sharazu kills him. Sanji gets it, and now Fak attacking the back line. Aiden next to try and turn this around, but he's got the golden hour, needs to drop it now. Oh no! He's locking down the right targets, and Boyette continues to chase. Jasmine in some trouble, but the Fatal Links will buy a little bit of time for the main carries to get back out of there as they reset underneath their base. They're going to be losing one more. Sano was pushing the mid the entire time, and that's going to be the crystal falling. Game 1 going over to Falcons Mina.
Team Falcons with a finesse at the end will take game 1 in this best of 3 against Nightmare Esports. Man, the spear was thrown, it missed, it didn't matter. They'd had enough of a lead to go pretty much 4v5 and just cap out a win in a decisive manner against Nightmare Esports. There's a whole lot that Nightmare Esports needs to kind of adjust before going into game 2, because man, it looked messy.
It looked messy, and I'm so sad to see Claude players throwing out their BMI that early on. You don't do that at a high level. You gotta wait till the last moment.
And I gotta say, this is the Falcons, Mina, that we were hoping to see. This is the scary Falcons coming up, because not only do they look clean, they look aggressive and calculative. It looks like whatever mistake that was done is more on outplays coming in from Nightmare, but all throughout, everyone performed well, but we can't say the same about Nightmare. I'm looking at IDID. On that Valentina, the early game was not there, and Valentina is one of those heroes because of her passive. She wants to do well early, and then if she doesn't, then she's just there.
Yeah.
Not really doing much.
I agree. I definitely think in a couple of these moments, maybe probably the better ults to actually go for was the Black Dragon form rather than just the RWM. Because we're talking about zone control. They've got plenty of zone control. They've got Juviana. They got, Jasmine to kind of set it all up. They just needed the extra bit of sustain and damage, knowing that the gold lanes weren't going to participate in the fights.
Yeah, that's one of the things, though, is like, I called it out in the beginning, and I was like, IDID's positioning was not where you want to be, and it just kept happening, man. And unfortunately, even when you're on a Valentina and you're trying to, maybe he was getting too caught up in what ultimate can I actually take, or what ultimate can I utilize here, because there was a couple moments where it just seems like they didn't have what they wanted. But even so, if he did, all that reliance was on Juviana's damage output. Nomad really didn't even get to shine throughout this game because he spent the entire game farming up, and then by the time he had the items, still it was a positioning thing. I mean, even that last interaction, they were caught up in that top side, knowing that Sanji is on a Yu Zhang, by the way, and you have pretty much Troll all over the place.
Yeah.
That's not a positioning you want to be looking for if you're Nightmare Esports.
And here's the thing, like Marcel is running free because his typical counters really isn't shown anywhere in the meta. Not the Hilda, not the Khalid. Because the kind of roamer that can stick onto the Marcel is the one that Marcel really doesn't like. So he's been roaming around free. Boyas have an amazing game. Sanji as well. Early on, gets the kill. I did, and then have so much pressure around Turtle. This is good drafting coming in from Falcons, and I feel like Nightmare, they got to revisit this because losing the lane in the first 2 minutes is criminal. It's a nightmare.
It's their own nightmare, man.
Yep.
Everybody's battling their own demons, whether it's sleep paralysis or not. But I think that at least for Nightmare, you have the foundation of like, okay, here's where we messed up. First of all, we can't let that Marcel ever get through because it's just too much. And plus, all the characters that we want to play against the Marcel isn't really following with our style right now.
Back to the problem of not enough bans.
Yeah.
There's always something. There's always something.
Not enough bans.
I just think if they're going to run a Hilda into the Marcel, they have to take the risk of either playing an assassin-style jungler or maybe they play more towards the lanes. And not just one, all lanes. Just show up at weird timings. Get early first bloods.
But that's what I'm saying, man. That's a dangerous grass map, too. They probably could have brought out the Hilda, and who knows? Like, maybe you are enough of a threat yourself on the Hilda that, Troll's not having a heyday. Like, there was no problem for Troll. I think that's the big problem. If you think about a lot of the roamers right now, too, especially specific heroes, well, Marcel being one of them, if you have no threat and you're just kind of left to your own whims, that's the best place to be if you're a Marcel. So you need someone to actually handle what Troll was doing there.
Especially when you have access to Thunderbelt, because my God, he was like, what, 30 at like 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
You know the maximum Thunderbelts I have ever gotten, Aisu?
What's that?
81.
That's a lot of Thunderbelts.
In that game, I did over 100,000 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. And for now, we will be going for a short break because we're giving time for Falcons as well as Nightmare, especially Nightmare. We're going to give them time to really think about the next draft because it might be the end. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
And welcome back. Ingan definitely won something, especially from Naisu. Speaking of, Gideon as well as Naisu. In that game, Nightmare really didn't show up. But Falcons, it looks like they were more than ready for that game. What are the changes that we really have to see from Nightmare?
Oh, the changes? Yeah, there's got to be quite a few, Gideon. IDID's positioning, I think, number one. Like, actually, almost not. I don't even want to just put it on IDID. I think the team as a whole.
Really?
The positioning.
I feel like you're the kind of coach who's just like, do better. That's my advice for you. Keep doing better.
Do better. No.
Yeah.
Positioning's important, though, you know?
I do agree, but it's one of those things where it's like the players really need to just wake up, right? Number one, wake up. Two, drafting solutions. I think right now, Falcons clearly have a plan in mind, and they're playing around that, around Sanji, but they also have to keep in mind that the secondary win conditions also lean into Coveted as well. So I think they need to attack the mid lane first, and then look which side they want to play for.
Yeah, I feel like Nasu's the kind of guy, right? After I display, just pull him to the side and be like, you're the kind of mid laner I like. You wanna know why? You're very easy to kick. You're very easy to catch. You're the kind of guy that I always want on the other side of the team. That's what your opponent is feeling right now.
And then what? That's supposed to motivate him? That's how you think I would motivate my players?
Yeah.
And then just stare in the eye and then...
Okay, maybe that last part is probably accurate. The first part, I'm not so sure.
I would just say, hey, give me 10 push-ups right now.
Oh my god.
That's it. And then the marshal came in and is like, sir, we're about to start the draft.
He's not done yet.
You leave. The quicker you get your 10 push-ups, the quicker we get to draft.
Hey, and that's why I've never been invited to be a coach or an analyst. You know, leave that to you guys. Leave that to the analysts.
Hey, wait until they hire you for their sports psychology. You know, that's when the good times are going to happen. But if anything, right, I don't only want to talk about Nightmare because their adjustments seem a little bit more obvious.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that Falcons, every single time that they play the game, they played the game during the group stages here at Wildcards, they kind of shake it up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Whether red side or blue side doesn't really matter. Sometimes they play for Sanji, all of a sudden they start switching over back to Sano. So I think this time round, since we saw quote-unquote 2 to 3 bans on the EXP lane, they might lean that into the jungle.
You know why they do that?
Why they do
That's
that?
their own San duo, man. That's their own San duo. Let them interchange if they have to.
Now we have San Mina and San PH. That's gonna be the branding. We dropped the teasies, now it's gonna be the Sans.
I already know what the memes are gonna be.
The images are gonna be good. I swear.
He's thinking about it.
No, for like Malaysia, the closest we got is like Sesto.
What?
Sakai's Storium.
Yeah, we don't have a banger.
Hey, we got a couple weeks to workshop that, right?
You know what? Let's go back to our old countries. We'll figure it out on the flight back.
Yeah.
Y'all got some long flights ahead, but
hey,
just
chat.
as long. Hey, chat. But with the rest of these teams, nobody really wants to go home here. Everybody is looking for that opportunity to go into the main stage. And yes, it is later down the line, but that's so much time to learn this new meta.
And that's exactly why actually whoever competes in the wildcard, remember yesterday I was like, oh, the weak point is everybody studies you, everybody sees your wildcard games. But it's also it can be an advantage too. You got all these reps in on this, new meta that's forming, and you can take that information as well and prepare for the main stage. And they have what, two-ish weeks or so before the main stage starts. So whoever ends up getting through the wild card will have, I feel like, they can look at it as an advantage, or maybe it's a disadvantage because everybody's studying you right now.
And at that point, like, I'm harping on what you guys said earlier, like playing their style, because you have 2 weeks plus to readjust, right? So might as well just do what you know works.
Yeah.
And then start to, recalibrate to
make a new style.
To what Moonton wants you to do.
That's exactly what I'm hoping for. But let's not forget the real life implications here, right? Jet lag, the people having to fly in. Those are the main stage guys. That day one is going to be looking good for any of the wildcard teams because they're well adjusted, they're warm. Yes, you know our information, but can you play at 100%?
Oh, yeah, and so wait, the wildcard team that wins stays here, right?
It's pros and cons.
Right? You don't want to go home. Paris is great.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can walk around. The sun is there all the time.
That's true.
Daylight savings, but yes.
Yeah, we went on a run last night, and I was like, is it really 10 p.m.?
I slept and woke back up, and I did not see the moon. I spent an entire day without the moon. I never thought I'd have that experience.
Yeah, that can throw you off, actually.
Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen the moon here at all.
Yeah.
Paris, now that I think about it.
We haven't.
Yeah.
That's an interesting observation. Something that's going to be keeping me up at night. But now, Matilda alongside with the Arla is going to be the ban.
You wouldn't know it's nice. The moon doesn't come out.
Yeah.
It was keeping you out during the day.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was thinking about that, too. I was like, huh.
Well,
anyway.
Nightmare is going to be the first pick. Falcons second. We're going to be playing on Broken Walls. Marcel has been banned out by Falcons themselves, alongside with the Arlet. And now the Phobius and the Matilda banned out by Nightmare. Nightmare is the first pick here. What was going to be the priority, Zushin?
I think Zushin probably. I mean, now we're not seeing as many quote-unquote EXP bans coming out from the side of Team Falcons, and I think it's probably a good idea. And usually, when we see teams banning out similar picks, or at the very least picks that they think is generally good, it reflects.
Yeah, and I don't know. First blue pick priority for Nightmare, just with the case of. Juviana's not going to get the R-Lot. The Marcel's not going to be taken. They're still going for those targeted bans, of course, towards Team Falcons Mena. What does this mean for Nightmare on their game plan to get to a Game 3 here? Again, the stakes are high. You got an elimination through this wild card. You've really got to lock in a good pick for... And who is it going to be? I think that's the main question. Is it too easy for Lexi where you want to go ahead and solidify a solid choice in the jungle, or do you go for something else?
I think it's got to be more straightforward here. I think they need to actually play for a power pick on IDID so he's comfortable first, build up his momentum to get a better mental for the rest of the series.
So I'm thinking this the Zushin.
Yeah, Jushin.
Even if it's not your comfort, I'm pretty sure it still look good.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to mess up on a Jushin. So if you do, you're really bad.
Yeah.
I think it's Jushin. With the Boxer band there, that's this...
Come on. Or Freya. I can accept Freya as well, but Zushin.
99% that's going to be the Jushin.
Keep it simple, and now Freya should go on to the opposite side. The question is whether or not Sanji is going to be the one playing it or Sano.
Yeah, Freya gets picked up. Zushin is one of those characters where you're like, oh no, I got nerfed. Anyways, but yeah,
Doesn't matter.
Atlas as well as Freya. Freya has been having pretty good games. Paquito, not so much. Today, the Paquitos have been knocked out.
Maybe it's not new skin, man.
It throws you out.
Maybe it's lore accurate.
To the point where we saw the new skin, and then the second time it was used the old skin. It throws you off.
It messes with you. It messes with you.
It's like I'm heavy left punch with a kick. Knockout punch with a kick.
I'm just glad that they don't change the ability names to fit the quote-unquote themed skin.
Oh wait, they might. I haven't gotten the skin, but they might.
I'll be really upset.
Knockout kick.
Hado knockout.
Or
Hado knockout strike.
So because I have the Badang Seiya skin, and they changed the abilities there.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
I thought they wouldn't
There's
do
a
that for
few.
the Street
There's a
Fighter
few
one.
Cho skins that they changed the abilities.
Oh no.
I think even the Kiev skin they changed it.
Oh no, not the greatest thing to hear, but hey, that's just part of our jobs. Yves, you're gonna get locked in one more time, at least the way to actually poke against this Jushin.
Okay. Both of these sides of the first draft are really good, honestly. I mean, the game plan is there. I think with the Fred, Jushin, you've already got a really solid mid lane rotation that you can go with, depending on what they put in the roam here. But this is already good for Nightmare Esports.
I think I know what's going to happen. I think they're going to lean into maybe a Uranus pick here for the side of Nightmare. It feels like a very old traditional style comp from last season, but we'll know for sure once the bans start coming through in the second phase.
You think that's just to deal with basically make it a dead lane?
Make it a dead lane, yeah. Make it a dead lane and let Freya kind of do whatever she wants, but still being relevant. The Paquito gets bought here. If they really want to kind of match the Freya in terms of like
Gideon
movement speed, yes.
Chose a Seiya skin instead of Way the Dragon. It is Rozan Hakyu Ryuha. Sorry, Ryuha.
Good thing we're not required to say that when they choose that skin.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Thank God.
Not yet.
Hey, stop giving away $1 million ideas.
Okay, at least the new skin is still Way the Dragon.
Oh, thank God, thank God, thank God. All right, but coming back into the draft, right? Yeah, it does look like a little similar to what was going to happen last season.
Yeah.
But now, looking at the way that Falcons might actually look to adjust, where do they make that happen? This Freya going into the gold may not necessarily be a bad idea, but at the same time, now that they're banning out Paquito, I'm feeling like this is Sanji's pick.
Yeah, it makes sense that it would be. I think at this point, it's still flexible, right? That's one of the advantages you have with it, and they see exactly what ends up being banned out and then picked up, of course. They'll have the red 4 option, so we'll see that in a second here. Now, this last ban, what is it going to be from Nightmare? They've honed in on some of the jungle. You have a Fred. The box is already banned out. Is this just going to be an Akai going over to Boyet?
Most likely, unless Nightmare has anything to say about it, because the
Use
problem...
shit, oh.
The problem right now is that they're unsure. Are you going to go into that tank? Are you going to play some of these other stuff like Harley and Yishin Shin?
Maybe they took out the YSS just to cover the base so that it's not a Ruby Freya.
Yeah, I think they just want to make sure this is not double fighter. They do not want to deal with that.
I like that a lot because Lapu Lapu gets locked in right now, and they've already shown that they want to brawl. Unless...
So what, Roger for Falcons? Actually, I think their lineup's still okay with a Akai, but who knows?
Is this a... No. That'd be crazy. You probably want the Freya to still go into a lane, right?
Yeah. What are you thinking? What, jungle Freya?
I think for Nightmare,
there's a possibility.
A high loss wouldn't be bad here, just for forward momentum for the Fredrin as well as the Sushi, because you really just want a front line.
Yeah.
But instead, to pick up the Cho, let's see which skin he'll be using, and the Benedetta.
Yep, so they want to match. They want to match speed. They want to match rotational speed. They want to make sure that they can kind of help out that mid lane a little bit.
Oh, man. I'm hoping that they've fixed the positioning mistakes because when I see the Benedetta now, I think of JM's Benedetta, the positioning, overcommitting. And so hopefully, whatever happened in between Game 1 and Game 2, Nightmare Esports as a team has been able to go ahead and alleviate that problem and fix it going into this one. There's great tools here. There's a great damage profile, too, if they can actually utilize a lot of these heroes' kits together synergistically. The last pick, a Hayabusa. Welcome to the Wildcards here.
Wow, okay, so that's definitely new. What an interesting draft here coming in from both teams. And as I was looking inside my memory hotel, I believe Benedetta has not won a single game just yet. Yes, I have a memory hotel.
I'd love to check into your memory hotel.
I read it not. Admission is not free. So I'm going to give it over to you guys to cast Falcons against Nightmare.
Oh, man, I've never heard of a memory hotel. But you know what? Maybe I'll have to construct one myself.
Because it comes and goes, you know? Like, once your stay is done, it's like, all right, thank you. I'll see you next time.
It's like the Grand Budapest.
Yep. Hey, the elevator's closing right now.
Yeah.
Blofeld.
Yeah.
We'll see you on the other floor.
Find me on 6.
All right, we'll see ya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is going to be Game 2 right now of this matchup between Nightmare Esports and Team Falcons Mena. It's match point currently. Can Nightmare Esports drag this further to a Game 3 with their life on the line here for the MSC Wildcards? We're going to find out in this one.
Well, let's find out. Because again, it's all about this level 1. How are they going to exactly prepare themselves? Because we are not getting a leash on either side here. Maybe just a little bit of a leash from Sano, but nothing on the opposite end for Nightmare. As mid lane is already in full control, Juviana is already doing a good job playing this level 1 against Sanji.
Yeah, this is that'll be interesting to see, I guess. Fact 2-wise, the fact that Benedetta really hasn't done too well in the wildcards, you know, looking for that win. But like I was saying, when it comes to down to the team fights, the spread of damage that this lineup that Nightmare Esports has is rather good. Also, Jasmine's going to have to rely on the kicks again, you know, to make this work and set up the team. They just don't want to get set up themselves. Every single time we see this Atlas in play, you already know that's going to be a big problem.
Dude, Sanji needs help. He needs help right now. He's about to die. He's literally about to die. First blood by Juviana underneath the turret. He was not able to touch his wave for 2 levels straight. And now Jesbin is the next to fall as Coveted secures the kill.
All right, so there's a trade. You know, a bit of a trade. Yeah, I am surprised just as you that he ends up dying level 1 currently.
He missed EXP. Every single time he walked up to the wave, Juviana came out. Made sure that he traded well, and Sanji, unfortunately, couldn't micro to get close enough to the wave to get the EXP. It's a losing matchup at this point, right? That 1-level lead is just too much for Sanji to deal with.
Let's see if he's actually able to go ahead and recuperate there. They might have to rely on Boyette. Sano's on this offside, though. No mid.
Are we not punishing this? Okay, I guess we're not punishing this. We're going to go straight to the turtle. Going to leave the gold laners on an island as Sanji honestly really can't do much about this.
Goodness, level 2 to level 4 Juviana. He's pretty much not going to join this XP or this turtle fight. It's better they just give this up. Let's see. Boyette.
They're going to try. Jesbin takes a bit of damage, but he's not afraid. As long as Sanji ain't level 4, there's nothing to be scared of. It's too easy for Lexi aura farms in their tri-brush.
Yeah, so this is a problem right now for Team Falcons, just because of the mere fact that you really can't compete in the XP lane currently unless some type of miracle happens. I mean, looking at Sanji here, you just see he gets comboed and gets brought to half health. Now the Petrify is available. If Juviana has the Electro Final Blow or not, he could probably kill Sanji at this point. There's pressure on this turret. Sanji Gonna clear this minion out. He'll do just that. Hits the level 4, so at least now he's got the bravest fighter.
Oh, Juviana. That he did have an opportunity, a window while he was level 3 to maybe go for the kill here. Boyette tries to make an attempt of his own. Troll now in some trouble. He might have to use the Fatal Links, but decides not to. Gonna make sure that he gets on out of there safe and sound. Need to cover this purple buff for Boyette, but now Sanji should be dead. Oh, he flickers out of there just in time.
You talk about the value right now from Juviana. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Nice.
He's able to get away.
Good reaction time. Good reaction time. Making sure to use the CC immunity to not set up for another kill. However, Sano on the opposite side realized it too easy for Lexi is here. Juviana in some trouble. Oh, yes! The Electo final blow is technically an iframe.
You love to see it, right? And he also picks up the Blade of Hespes off that. So now he's got the Blade. He's going to do even more damage to Sanji. And this is why Boyette's still going to stick on him.
Oh, how long can you do this for? Because again, without that ult, it's a bit dangerous. Fatal Links comes through, and now Jesbin really has no means of escape. Oh, flickers out of there, but the RWM is going to catch him in the net. Fish caught, and now they're looking for a second one. Boyette, oh, he gets hit! He gets hit! He gets out of there just in time. He still has that Purify, though. Lives to see another day. Somehow.
I was gripping the desk because I thought that he was going to stay there way too long. Would go down. He could have gone out a little bit sooner, but at least he had the beacon to use. He didn't have to burn the Purify. Team Falcons gets set up now. The second turtle of the game is up. Juviana, a big threat, though, to this front line. Here they go.
Oh, the Sentinel Valkyries into the Electro final blow to try to zone the rest of them out. Too easy for Lexi. Tries to secure it, and he gets it. And now the back line already having to move away. Troll lost too much health. They back. They're safe. Even Nomad getting double waves this time round. A better adjustment as the Xamot Force comes on up. Trying to get Cuff in here, getting pretty close, and now he gets it underneath the turret. Looking for one more. Sano needs the trade to make this worthwhile, but peels him off.
I'm really surprised. I don't know if he just expected Cuffin to survive that, but that Sano at least didn't kind of go a little bit more forward to, keep Nomad from looking to capitalize that kill, because I was going to say, Cuffin is the guy right now in this game for Team Falcons. Was sitting at 3-0.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Bro.
They got him back.
Yo, Nomad. Yo, Nomad. He was so confident. He's like, I'm 1 HP. Don't worry, guys. There's no way they'd flicker on me underneath turret. Oh, they get the pick, though. Sano now forced to use his ult pretty early on. It's too easy for Lexi. He's absorbing the damage. Unfortunately, no Fatal Links, but a good way of the Dragon to keep Troll underneath the turret. Oh, and it's good. Boyette finds Jespin with the help of the Yogi Shadow Kill. Gets the double as well, and that is top tier 1 for free.
Oh, man, that is a big pickup, too. Off the turret, Team Falcons Mena will go ahead and make a big play up top. This is, again, it's coming down to it. When you have to break down what is happening for Nightmare Esports, where are those weak points in their play? It's, some of the decision-making, the positioning. This was a kick that had also initiated the fight, and then, they get collapsed on under the turret. Boyette has a clear sign to go ahead and use the Wiki Shadow Kill and capitalize on this around the real-world manipulation. So even under your turret, you are not safe.
Well, hey, look, Juliana now in a 1v1 against Sano, which is basically unwinnable for him. Petrifies Electro final blows, doesn't have enough time. It's too easy for Lexi. A millisecond off to get him out of there. Really unfortunate, but also, why?
Hey, man, that's their Sansan duo, right? The double fighters. It's working for them this time. Nightmare Esports keeps wanting to fight.
Yep, they're trying still. Oh, it's good, but Sanji has already taken out Nomad. Purify a little early there. I don't know. It's going out of control as Falcon now sending the reply, hey, we messed up mechanically last time. This time, we're going to outplay you.
Team Falcons Meta, this is what we've seen before. They're able to make these quick adjustments on the fly, punish the mistakes from the opponents, and that's what they're doing. Now Sano could be in trouble. All right, here's the cavalry, though.
Hey. What is this, the Brady Brunch, right? Another episode, once again, still going, the feel's good. These French princes so far doing a lot of learning, a lot of mistakes here.
This is one of those cases where if you can't get something on one side of the map, there's probably something else. Oh no, too easy.
Like what? What's going on here? Why are you walking through when you have no vision whatsoever? And Iden is like underneath your turret. There is a breakdown in communication, and I think that's clear enough for people to see. They need to start being attuned to each other.
Yeah, something is off. Juviana
Oh, gets out of there with the Electro final blow. They did get the Oki Shadow kill, but Boyette adjusting very well. Waiting for the last second to take the Phantom back to hopefully find an execution. But Nomad gets a great push down on the bottom side.
You know, Team Falcons isn't doing anything crazy across the map. They're just punishing Nightmare Esports' out of positioning plays. This is exactly what happened in Game 1. It's happening here in Game 2. Even when they had essentially a lead because of the way Juviana played the XP lane at the start of the game, that's essentially been lost. And now they're scrambling across the map to try to get things together. You know, you can see the gold lane, the deficit there isn't anything too crazy, but Nomad just isn't where he needs to be. The team as a whole isn't connected. They really need to kind of hone in on this before this Lord takes. I almost expect them to potentially give up the first Lord, but with the way it's going, they might just throw themselves at Team Falcons Mena and hope to overcome them in a team fight.
Yeah, looking at the items, Jesbin first time decided to go for Antique. He's specifically looking for Boyette, and that's why Boyette always comes in at the very end, because he knows he's getting targeted. I would have liked to see Jesbin actually just go for half the component and then immediately start leaning into the Dom Ice, because I think that's what they need more right now, as Sano is really starting to pick up speed.
Yeah, Lord's up. You can see still got Sano up top. Juviana's going to have to keep him. And that's the thing. Juviana is such a big part of the damage right now for Nightmare Esports that if he's not there for the fight, then Team Falcons has that advantage to work with. So they'll see Juviana up there. You got rotate happening for Sano. They'll give a clear sign to go ahead and start with this Lord. But I think Team Falcons would rather just go ahead and bait Nightmare Esports into a fight. It's at half health. They've got to decide here.
Yep, and now they're going to bait them right into the fight that they were looking for. Onto too easy for Lexi. They zone them out as Boyette secures the Lord. As we see that Sano getting hit by the way of the Dragon. Vengeance going to keep him alive, but that's just too much. And unfortunately, Sanji unwilling to flicker forward. However, Boyette almost catching. Oh, man, so close. And like the final boy gets him. Juviana turns it around, and now we see I did. Lantern flaring forward, trying to catch as many people as possible. Can he pick up Troll? No, not enough. RWM gonna come out as a response at the intersection point. Juviana goes down. Sanji holds. He goes down to Nomad, and now they're looking for their backline. Troll the next to fall as Jasmine slays him.
Well, Nightmare Esports has been making mistakes all game. Well, that time, that was Team Falcons Mena overstepping after the Lord was secured. As you look from the instant replay, Sano did his job. He kept them busy while they secured the objective, and then Boyette decided to go and initiate the fight that they didn't have to take. And what ends up happening, they get smacked in the face. The wings were clipped in that one.
They just weren't paying attention, right, to Juviana getting into that back zone, even though they were the ones who actually took the ground from them in the first place. A simple mistake that honestly costed them a lot more than they probably should have. Now, gold score pretty even on either side, despite the KDAs going 8-11 as the total kill score.
At that point, Lord was pretty much nothing. Team Falcons pop and conceal, potentially want to make a play with Troll here, but he doesn't have the flicker, so if they can put some pressure on the tier 2 turrets, that might be all they can do before the next Lord comes up. Mistakes like that are crucial here, especially in the best of 3 format, especially in this elimination match right now through the wildcards, because Team Falcons, who had a relatively good lead, has essentially now left it almost to an even playing field, right? Nightmare Esports is slowly catching up. You saw the amount of damage that Nomad's actually able to go ahead and pump out now. He's still working, I believe, on his next item. He does get the Feather of Heaven. I'm not sure if he's got the Holy Crystal yet, but this is potentially a play they're going to try to make up top here. He does have the Holy Crystal, so Sano on Jasmine.
He's trying to sell this. He's trying to sell this as much as he can, but they also know that they don't have enough damage. They see Troll coming in. Jasmine's going to go for the kick. He's going to get hit. Fatal Links as well. They give the free pick over to Falcons. Going to get a little bit more. Oh, thank God he had his ult. The barrier keeps him alive.
Yeah, good thing. I know what they had an idea there. It ended up not working out, but at least, granted, Nightmare Esports will get a tier 1 turret. It's something. It's a consolation prize at this point. The tier 2 and mid, they're going to try to hold it down.
Oh, the Electro final ball. He doesn't get the eye for an eye in time. Gets out of there. Ends up dying anyways. Boyette secures one. RWM next. As Sanji tries to move forward. Troll needs to peel backwards. Sano now finally back in. Needs to attack that back line. Unfortunately, can't close the distance. Ogi Shadow Kill being thrown, but thank God, too easy for Lexi. Body blocking the shadows.
Good defensive play there from Team Falcons Mena. Playing around that rear world manipulation Cuffin to make sure that they had a way out and to also stop Nightmare Esports from moving forward. So they'll try to blitz this Lord, it looks like, to go ahead and secure it. The rest of Nightmare Esports just came back up. They are in position, though. It might come down to a retribution.
Let's see it. Let's see it. 50-50 here. The kick on towards Boyette's side. Retry open. It's anybody's turtle. And Boyette finally gets the Lord. Neutral objective secured. Backline now under attack as Sanji gives up his life for the greater good.
See what's happening here. Both Sano and Sanji giving up their lives for the team. This time around, though, Team Falcons Mena made that adjustment, said, hey, guys, we got the objective. Let's go ahead and reset, even if we lose one, to get to these base turrets of Nightmare Esports. Because if it goes on too long, the Nightmare Esports is back in positioning. They're almost there. They're getting to that point, especially like I was saying, Nomad now has the items he was looking for. Feather of Heaven and Holy Crystal locked in. Lord's making its way. Down one member, this might not be too much value with this Lord again. Oh, Jasmine.
He finds it, gets the kick onto Boyette's side. Unfortunately, Juviana just a little late to the party there. And now Sano in the fight. The backline troubles the RWN, cuts the fight in half, and they're going ham. Ida trying to peel backwards, and finally the Ogi Shadow kill comes on out. Too easy for Lexi, still maintaining his life, but Sano says no. With endless battle purchases, this could be an endgame angle. Boyette's ready to fight, and inhibitors start to fall.
All right, Lord is work done. They couldn't get the mid turret just yet. They do have a wave pushing in still. Two members are down. Nomad.
He's trying. Salmon Force is already through, but he doesn't find any kills. He gets hit by Landshaker, and unfortunately the Raging Blades is going to be enough to keep him off. They're running out of health, and Troll finally dies. Juviana gets it. Yoki Shadow kill going for more as Jasmine takes out Sano, and they manage to hold at least one of their damaged inhibitors.
Okay, Nomad is still up. That's fine for Nightmare Esports. This is what we talked about with a double fighter lineup, though. You know, that range to knock down these base turrets, it's a little difficult. As we just saw, even with that Lord making its way, they really have to maneuver around those fights perfectly. So they only got one base turret. Yes, there's a sliver of HP left on that mid-base turret for Nightmare Esports, but ultimately, they kept it together. So as long as Nomad is staying alive in these fights, you can see there is a chance for them to stay in, potentially turn things around. It can just take one team fight. You're starting to get to that point too with Team Falcon Men in the lineup that if they don't essentially have that Fatal Link setup they're looking for, or forcing a fight around the rear world manipulation, they sort of have to be a little hesitant on being overzealous into these team fights. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Fatal Links won't land.
And I think it's fine for now because Troll understands, hey, by the time the next Lord actually comes up, we're going to go back into that dance. He's going to get it back up.
Yeah. Again, sometimes it might just be, can I get a Purify out? Can I get one of the battle spells out? That might be best case scenario, but...
Oh, good sidestep here from Idid. These shadows. Again, keep in mind, Boyette, he is dangerous. He's 6'1" and 6 right now. He's got very relevant damage. Everybody is afraid of him except for Too Easy for Lexi. Jasmine, he knows that he's not the target.
Yeah, he's not. Lord's coming up here in just a couple seconds. Again, biggest advantage, too, right now for Team Falcons is they've only lost one turret in this game. Not too much that they have to worry about. Jasmine gets spotted out by Troll. Troll will go ahead and back off here. Both teams kind of feeling things out. Now,
I personally like the way that Falcons kind of play the macro game, right? If we are going to send somebody to set up for the push on the opposite side, let's just cover No Man's Land, right?
Yeah.
So that we can actually start spreading from that side over the Lord.
Okay, Lord, quarter of health here.
They're going to make the attempt here. Jasmine tries, but Boyette's the one who secures it. Descent of Valkyries is good, but Boyette gets Idid as well. The RWM is out, and they can't get out. Nomad trying his best, dashing back and forward. He actually gets one, looking for a second, survives, but Cuffin says no. Double on Yves. Juviana finally out and about, but Cuffin, he's not letting anybody escape. Falcons get the full team wipeout and the Lord.
That's a full team wipeout, and Team Falcons will soar through this. Ready to win the series here in a sweep. Off of that team fight, they'll clear out the minions. They're going to go ahead and lock on the base. They don't need the Lord. Team Falcons Mena will knock out Nightmare Esports.
Oh, what a game. What a chaotic game. It got desperate at the end. You could see composure being lost and being able to calm it down. But at the end of it, just the macro coming up from Team Falcons was just too much.
It looked so close, you know, in that moment where they had the setup potential. Juviana, like I was saying the whole game, he had the damage. I mean, think about it, from the laning phase to that last fight even, he was their biggest threat. And unfortunately, the rest of the team just took too long to catch up to where Juviana was. And so a lot of those team fights, a lot of those skirmishes, just it couldn't go in their favor. So really tough there from Nightmare Esports. Hopefully they can come back stronger in the future.
I'm sure for Falcons, it smiles all around. But I'm pretty sure the happiest guy was Sanji.
Yeah.
Because he's like, if I lose, man, if we lose, to be like, you were level 1 for almost 2 minutes of the game.
Hey
right?
man, somebody had to take it, and he was like, me.
But at that point, even Giviana was like, guys, listen. It almost went to 2 minutes, and I kept this guy level 1.
Yeah.
What were y'all doing?
Where were y'all? Where were y'all?
I mean, because again, like Giviana, he had an amazing game. Like I wanted to bring up how Benedetta still has a 1, but it's not the dude's fault.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's look at the replays here, and throughout, we definitely see Giviana trying his very best. Heck, even Nomad got like the victory plays around those team fights.
He did.
Like I said, the side laners are good.
They're doing great. They're doing especially well. I think it's really tough. It's not like there were definitely moments where obviously it's like you're a half second late, a split second late to block a skill shot or not being in the right position. But it's all of those stacking on top of each other, which allows Falcons to have this large amount of time to not only set up, but most importantly, make the big plays. You always see them fight 4v5, 4v4 if necessary, based around their ultimates. A very simple play style, but it's so effective.
I think also Boya just had a great debut here for the Hayabusa. He was really able to go ahead and capitalize the mobility, but also the damage throughput that a Hayabusa brings to the table. Playing around a lot of the times the real-world manipulation or the setups from Troll. This is, again, what people really wanted to see even on their first matches throughout the wildcard. This looks like the Team Falcons meta that a lot of people have been watching in their international performances and even in their own region leading up to this. And yes, there were some mistakes on both sides here and there, but I think, again, Team Falcons meta just adjusted quicker. They knew who to hone in on, who to target. Even this last fight, look at this damage that Giviana pops out on the Benedetta. Like, that is insane with the Petrify, Elect Final Blow combo, but unfortunately, the rest of your team got dismantled.
Well, Falcons, so far, if I'm not mistaken, they have not survived any wildcards, right? Like, they did well, but not well enough to the point where they get to the main stage. Now they're just getting closer and closer. Speaking of, after this, we do have Alpha 7 coming out, which is looking like the next favorite. With that being said, Falcons have been looking pretty clean to the point where maybe even that Hayabusa was just trying to test the waters to see, like, in this environment, can we use the Hayabusa and can it still win? And it looks like they can. I think this is just to set up for their next match, in case things goes wrong, in case it's not a tankable jungler kind of situation, then they have something else to lean on.
I think that's fair. I think it's honestly a really good approach if you're dealing with A7 specifically. They have been, setting up for the double fighter style compositions, BP1 whipping out even marksman junglers in this current metagame, which is
the Roger.
Yeah, the Roger.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It's such an NA thing.
Yeah. After this, KOG and Alpha 7, that's going to be a very interesting matchup for us to see as we're setting up for the interview with Falcons, just to see how they feel about that matchup and, of course, the upcoming matchup. So they're going to be playing for tomorrow. Speaking of, wildcard is almost over. Tomorrow is going to be the final day. Tomorrow we'll see who actually makes it through over to the main stage.
It's kind of wild, man, how fast wildcards have gone. I mean, I know we got one more match to go through today here to close out it, but that tomorrow is already the last day, and then tomorrow everybody wants to know, who is that last team that's going to lock in the spot there for the main stage. And I think that's really exciting because...
Could I be blocking so that you don't see it turn?
At this point, I don't know who it's going to be, man. I think they do know.
Well, with that being said, let's actually go on over to the interview with Eterna and Team Falcons.
Turn over here, and I am with Troll from Falcons Mena. So congratulations on that victory.
Thank you.
Okay. How do you feel about that? Was that a big morale boost? I mean, this is such an important match. It's an elimination match as well. How does it feel right now to be able to actually eliminate another team?
Yeah, it feels pretty good, especially since our group, you cannot eliminate anyone. So we're pretty good about it. We feel pretty good.
That's true. That's true. You're moving forward now. And of course, your next match will be against Foot. So Foot were the top in their group. What do Falcons MENA need to do to improve and maybe be able to carry on maybe a lesson from the group stages to be able to win this one against Foot?
I think we need to stop choking some matches because we like oversteps and dives. So we need to stop choking this.
Okay. So, I mean, we did see, game number 2 at the 9th minute. I think it was around the Lord. You guys kind of lost that team fight. So what happened there?
I think it was just a bit of a miscom. Someone wanted to go in and we wanted to go back. So we didn't have we weren't on the same page.
You were on the same page. Was there one particular shot caller or are there several shot callers for different stages of the game?
Like we have 2 main shot callers, me and Boyet.
Okay. So in that moment, who was the shot caller in 9th minute?
I said back and he said go.
Okay. So what happens when that happens?
He just went and we go back. So I left him.
Okay, so that's what happened, guys, in the 9th minute, if you guys were wondering. But, Falcons MENA is a namestay, of course, coming into the wildcards. We've seen you multiple times before, and flashbacks to last year, 2025, unfortunately, you guys fell short. But was there a particular lesson that you learned that you can bring over to this year here in the wildcards?
We learned we shouldn't underestimate any team and play every game as its own game.
So, was there underestimation last time?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to ask who. You guys can figure that out for yourselves. But that's really good insider info. Now, I'm also wondering, we don't see Hayabusa too often, right? I think a lot of the people out there, maybe the audiences are wondering, is Hayabusa in the meta right now or is it conditional?
It's conditional, I think.
Conditional. In what situation? I know you're roamer. This is a weird question to ask you, but we don't have your jungler right now, so maybe you could share something about that?
The Hayabusa wasn't our main priority. We have 2 main, but they got banned, so this is our 3rd pick.
Okay, so 3rd pick Hayabusa, it worked out in the very end. So before we throw it over back to Lafel, we were wondering if you had maybe a message to your community.
Keep cheering for us and we'll do our best.
And we're excited. Thank you so much once again, Troll, and we're going to throw it over back to Lafel. Take it over.
Can we just say that's like the most realist thing ever?
I love it.
How's the show go? He say go, I say back. So what happened? First we go, then we go back. That's like the most realist rank experience with friends ever.
Hey, I like the honesty
Yeah.
of his answers, man. Shout
I
out
do.
to Troll.
Yeah, big shout outs because again,
No wonder that's his name.
to be fair, not a lot of our players on these interviews are, willing to kind of give that information over, and not to mention some genuinely valuable information about their picks as well. So this at least gives us an idea before they start making their way over to face off against Foot.
It's funny too because I was thinking the same thing. Like, is Hayabusa, now that he's had his debut, are we going to see more of him? And it's just like, you know what? He was like our 3rd pick because everything else was banned out, which is true because that is going to happen more often than not, especially when you get to the main stage where you've got a lot of the utility junglers being banned out. So, now it's a toss-up of, all right, what do we bring back out? Even earlier today, we saw the Suyo in the jungle, come back through, now the Hayabusa. So, Roger, I feel like some of these picks are bringing some flavor to the jungle.
Haya must be feeling just a bit sad. It's like, I'm number 3? I'm not even a second choice. I'm the 3rd one.
Oh boy. Oh,
Right?
3rd wheels.
With that being said, we have one more final best of 3 for today. It's, again, an elimination match. It's going to be KOG going up against Alpha 7. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. This next one might be a banger.
Hi, we are Kings of Gamer Club from Thailand.
Winning MSL Thailand Season 1 really means a lot to me. I've been playing a really long time ago. This is my first championship. It really means a lot to me. I really dedicated this international tournament in my beloved father who passed away recently.
I got a dream, Payen and I, climbing on Eiffel Towers. And today we are being here. I hope the dream comes true.
Hi, we are Alpha 7 Esports from Americas.
We're still here because we want to prove that we could be one of the best regions in MLBB. And we are here to prove that we can make it back to the main stage.
I look at Wildcard as redemption because we did lose to South. It was pretty heartbreaking for the team, I guess.
I think we will be more disciplined and determined to win. We just have to beat everyone.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Final match of the day is going to be Alpha 7 going up against KOG. And again, it is an elimination match here at the EWC 26. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcard. My name is Zafel. Alongside with me is Getting Q as well as Naisu. So far, Alpha 7 really looks like they only had one bad game. The rest has been looking pretty good. Yep. KOG, it looked like they roughly understand how they want to play. And even in an interview earlier with Eterna, they said they have studied extensively for a lot of different teams, including Alpha 7. But I believe we have discussed just a little bit. It looks like the bans might not be enough for Alpha 7. So it will become, for me, I'm curious, what will we KOG do to disrupt the drafts?
I think that instead of disrupting the draft, let's just make the draft predictable, something that is straightforward. Hey, I don't want to deal with your double fighter nonsense in the Yishin Shin jungle. Let's get rid of the Yishin Shin and force BP1 to go back on a tank.
But that's what we just saw, though, too. Like they got rid of the
Roger.
Yeah. They pick up the Roger. In that case, in the previous matchup, they picked up the Hayabusa, so they still had essentially two fighters.
Suyos as well.
Yeah. So I think Alpha 7 is that team that, like, even if you have a game plan when it comes to the draft, and we talked about how the advantage of going through their own little like global ban system has kind of made them a little bit more of a threat, I feel like, when it comes to certain types of bans. They still have the potential to go ahead and surprise you with a draft that's more unique than what you're expecting.
So let's talk about the must bans, and that will give a picture of how difficult this is, right? You must ban the Marcel.
Yes.
And then this is debatable, but I feel like you must ban the Arlet.
I think that's the two guarantees.
Right?
Yeah.
But then, what about the Freya? What about the Zushin? What about the Yisun Shin? What about like, even with all the jungle bans, eventually something will get through. And if jungle has such a bad hero, it's an almost guarantee everyone else will have S tier heroes for themselves.
That's the
conundrum.
the choices. That's the conundrum you find yourself. Good thing it's the coaches, not the players. No, I'm joking. It's a community effort, but that's the thing. You are at this point where you've seen these crazy performances with certain heroes and certain players that you kind of have to take that risk, right? You can say the same thing for KOG. Throughout the course of their games, you've seen different variations of success with certain heroes. I mean, Payan especially. Whenever he gets his hands on one of the gold laners, the Claude especially is what he performs great on. So that's also going to be the case for Alpha 7.
Yeah, we even see Zed utilizing the gourd with the Sky Piercer. Probably overkill, but it's just one of those situations where I just can't get away with it, right? So comparing between Alpha 7 as well as KOG, KOG switched things up quite a bit compared to Alpha 7, where Alpha 7 has power picks. They have power picks. For KOG, it really does seem like they change their flavor based on the opponent. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad.
And Alpha 7 just plays their game.
Yeah.
I think, you know?
I think, well, despite everything, you know, having the ideas of like trying to play against the specific teams, I think coming into this best of 3, right, instead of the best of 1, the mentality has already changed. Now it's more so of like, hey, even if we drop game 1, it's not the end of the world. It might just be more beneficial to, you know, get the information early on.
Yeah, I think as we get to the draft here, you're going to have to go ahead and see, you know, exactly what the play is for Alpha 7, because we've just seen so much different priority, and the same can be said for KOG.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this lineup here, it's going to be the ultimate test for the coach, honestly, right?
Yeah.
We are going to be playing on dangerous grass. Alpha 7 will be the first pick, KOG on the second. We already see KOG batting out that R-lot.
Yeah.
And Alpha 7, they're like, you know what? We will make it so that even if it's a good time to use a tank jungle, we will not be using it. They're batting out the Akai, the Boxia, and I'm guessing the next one is going to be Fredrin for KOG. This has to be a Marcel ban.
It has to be. I would be surprised if we
let it
end up letting it through. Yeah. Also, you know, the utility jungler. So it just kind of, you hone in on, all right, what potentially can we go ahead and lock into the jungle? The Phobius would be the last ban from Alpha 7 and towards KOG. I don't know if this would be the case, but like if maybe one of the options, and I don't know if we've seen any teams do this just yet through all the games, but what if you just prior the Claude? Like for Zia.
As a Malaysian, that's what we've been doing.
Sometimes in the Philippines too. You just take the Claude. But Atlas is raising in stock value, man, already. Think about it. 15 times it's been picked up already.
And let's also talk about how many times Shark Zero got prioritized, right?
Yeah.
Marcel, Atlas, and yeah, Atlas looks like to be the top dog here. So for KOG, in terms of tank jungle, there's still the Fredrin, but I kind of feel like you have to take the gourd. If not, you will have a very, very bad time. Who knows? Maybe Alpha 7 will go for a Valir or something just to make sure that data feels bad. But yeah, I feel like for KOG, either Claude Gourd or Gourd Fredrin. But instead, they pick up the Harif here. Very interesting. As well as the Fredrin. The reason why I don't care if they don't pick up the Fredrin, because come on. There's no way, right? There's no way that Alpha 7 will take Fredrin.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't see best player 1 picking up the Fred. Although, you know, it's not to say he can't play. He's played it before. It's just one of those things where it's like, they might want to go with something else. And with the Atlas priority, it's kind of already telling us things. This YSS is the case. Now do you grab your Ruby? There it is. Now you're going back to it, what we saw them do yesterday, right? The double fighter. So what does this mean for the last 2 bans for KOG? Do they have to kind of waste bans on making sure they narrow down the options for the XP?
One thing I do have to say, going up against Yisun Shin, you wish you had the Claude.
Yeah.
Claude is one of those heroes that can dive and kill the Yisun Shin. Hive can kind of do it, but not without its risks.
Yep, there's definitely some risks there, and I think overall, with everything that's going to be playing out, I think it's pretty straightforward for KOG if they want to like start attacking Nats again. Get rid of the Paquitos, the Benedettas, and now you're stuck with things that have to wait till level 4.
Man,
wait, Yuzong as well. Yuzong.
Yeah, Yuzong. That's why I'm saying there's so many bans. Like now that you see the YSS and the Ruby, it's like, all right, our automatic mind, our mind switches, we got to take out XP laners. But this is also Navs that we're talking about, right? This guy has a pretty big, deep hero pool when it comes to how efficient he can be on the XP lane options. And there's the Paquito. That'll be one of them that's taken out for KOG. You can expect the last one to be an XP lane ban too. Hylos is the answer right now from Alpha 7 to go ahead and not let that be paired up with the Fred Kimmy, who is usually that pair that's tough to deal with. You know, in play, by the way, too, is still a Matilda.
Yeah, because
for them.
Right now, Alpha 7, they kind of don't want to deal with dive.
Yeah.
Because a dive call will be difficult for them to deal with.
What else could they go for?
So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to see a Matilda. It might not be great because you're not tanky, but fight fire with fire, you know?
Yeah, maybe that might be the actual way to go. I think that there's an honest argument for a Gatot here. Because now you don't have access to Akai because you're already going into the Fredrin. What is your disengage mechanic from this point onwards?
We haven't seen have we seen the Garakacha yet?
Nope.
He hasn't
No.
popped up yet, right? He hasn't
No.
debuted in the wild card. So
He's
that's
jumped
crazy.
up in the air, hasn't landed.
Yeah. He's still in the air.
He ulted in the last tournament,
Yeah.
which is Asia Games, hasn't landed.
We have slept on Revitalize.
It's far from Singapore to Paris. It takes a while.
It takes a while.
Yeah, he's
No,
a
you know
demi.
what? He got visa issues.
he's a demi guy, but he's still, demi.
Hey, he abides by the law, okay?
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't have to be on the airplane.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Yeah.
But these are some great...
Padang shouldn't have issues. Malaysia is fine.
Does he have... Oh, yeah, he probably would have the passport.
Yeah.
Looking at Alpha 7, I really like the bet. It's really well thought of. Anything that stops the double fighters from actually closing the distance is a great way to deal with that style of composition. So getting rid of the Glorious Pathway on top of the Wrath of the Dryads are amazingly good tools.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Maybe
now
got
at
the
this
Roma
point-
here.
Yeah, they have.
Glue.
Oh, all right, glue.
Yeah, I was thinking of the glue as well. The only problem is if somehow Alpha 7 picks up a counter towards it, but it doesn't really look like their style to use something like a Vexana or a Faramis. Actually, a Faramis might not be bad, but, maybe they haven't practiced it yet.
I wouldn't put it
there's the
past
gourd.
them. Yep, the Gore comes through as expected, right? True damage to kind of cut through all these big tanks up front. What is that?
Terizla?
I don't know. I think they might just go back into the...
Alice?
What about the Freya?
Wait, it's still open? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Like, they have Freya Ruby, man.
I didn't notice.
They can go... I don't know. I'm just going to go
I'm
based
more
on history
impressed-
and say Bene.
I'm more impressed if they didn't make a good pick. Alice, again, still pretty good. Still pretty good. You need the front line and someone with continuous damage.
Interesting. So again, it does go to show that they're really... Hey, after yesterday's game, BP1, I'm putting 100% trust in you. I'm going to be initiating for you. I'm going to create those angles for you, says Nats.
And I think he's showed that. Remember in his interview, the question, best player one, what do you have to say to the doubters out there for Alpha 7? He's like, well, I hope yesterday's performances and the results spoke for themselves, basically, and now let's see if this composition, which is shades of what we saw yesterday, albeit the Alice is a little bit different, but it also works really well to have that paired up with this kind of composition that has a lot of crowd control, a lot of burst magic damage too, gives space to a YSS to work with. You've also got vision, which even helps you even more against this. So Lapu will be the last choice here to round out KOG's lineup.
All right, so now looking at the lineup here, Alpha 7 still gets the draft that they want, right? They got 3 of the core members. Something that KOG has to look out for is that Sky Piercer, right?
Yeah.
Enough Sky Piercer stacks that Fredrin is going to go down faster, maybe even to Kimmy. So just got to be careful for that. So Naisu as well as Gideon. Final elimination match for today, Alpha 7 against KOG.
Here we go. Last match of the wild cards for day 3 anyway. We still have tomorrow before we complete the run and find out what team will move forward to the MSC main stage here in a couple weeks. And I think a lot of people, myself included, it was nice to see, refreshing to see Alpha 7 come into play. Took a little bit while to go ahead and find that groove, but they definitely found it going 3-1 yesterday. Now, on the other flip side, KOG struggled here and there, but they've so far gotten things together under their belt. Let's see if they can do it here in this best of 3 against Alpha 7.
The question is whether KOG can continue this run and whether Alpha 7 takes the mantle now and tries to qualify for the main event after. So far, going to be pretty traditional starts, mirrored sides of the map as we see the mid lane being highly contested for as always. And to be expected here, Zed is going to have a natural level 1 advantage.
Yeah, this is one of the things that you usually see, right? The Kimmy, the Fredrin. Now you also pair it up with a Glue. Glue is a pretty annoying roam to deal with just because in a lot of cases you think you're safe. And then next thing you know, you're being dragged back to the enemy team. And taking a look at the emblems here, you can see things not too crazy. A little bit more tankiness here for Nafs on that Alice.
That's so good. They saw the retribution come out from BP1 on the Lethal Wanderer, and now they're going to go for an immediate invade. If Kaizen doesn't have to use his retri, ends up using it anyways, can't go for more than that. Still very worthwhile.
Yeah, right now they're still putting pressure on him. They want to go ahead and keep putting pressure on Best Player One's jungle.
The longer it takes for Best Player One to scale back up, the better it is for KOG. And yes, they still have money on the map. The longer they delay this, the less likely it is for the rest of the A7 members to contest for first turtle.
This is going to be such a fun matchup to see, too. 33 versus Navs. The way they move around the map, the way they played throughout their games. You know, obviously Navs has been making a lot of highlights, but that's also with the R-Lot usually that has been able to go ahead and pick up. Now he's going to be on this Alice. It works a little bit different, but essentially, you know, they're still looking for those big setup potentials, the Throne of Ruins, which can all complement a Fatal Links. You can interchange those if you want to. And so for KOG, they've really got to be aware of where that setup potential from the Gleam entrance point or even a Flicker from Shark will set them up. First turtle, the game's up. Mount Shark are going to be used. They have vision. Can they take it?
It's very early on, but he's got to make something happen. But no, Colwell ends up taking it up with Mystic Gush. Kaizen does secure the turtle, but it is now time to disengage. Nat says no. Nal in trouble. Glue can't seem to run away from this, but Zed and Kaizen hold tight to their lives.
Turtle secured for KOG, but they lose 2 to A7. And right now, trading for objectives is the case, but that's exactly what we were talking about. The setup potential right now with this composition early on and even into the late game is going to be worrisome if you're KOG. How do you play around that? How do you make sure that you're not going to get engaged on? And that's one of the things why the Fredrin, being as durable as he can, helps out. Obviously, Zed might sometimes have to utilize his traction pulls, the ultimate of Kimmy, to go ahead and either peel or just kind of keep things from getting too chaotic there. Nile also going to be big, and as we know with the Harith, even from game to game, it's going to take some time for Payan to get there, right? Zia's a little bit of a different case because he's on this gold lane Ruby where it's like, even if you're not crazily scaled up, your crowd control, your ability to even surprise people by, oh my god, he's so low, but then he gets all this health back is a problem for KOG.
It's going to be tough to deal with this raw sustainability, especially in the earlier stages. Once they get anti-heal, then it becomes a little bit easier, and the next point of contest will come down to BP1 and Cold World. So at this point, KOG, they just got to have a nice and steady graph. Their composition scales really nicely into this game. Keep in mind that they still have Harith on their side alongside with Kimmy. Zia makes an attempt, unfortunately does not find the hook.
Yep, doesn't find that pull in. Oracle was the first item for Navs too, so he built that in. Little durability there to help with this Alice. Mount Sharker, best player.
Okay, engagement looking good here, especially if you are Lapu, but best player able to traceless out of there just in time, despite the flicker. Nats, he's holding his best, but now the Fatal Links comes through from Shark to allow him to survive a little bit longer. Nats almost out, still holding on, so strong. Takes one back with the help of Glue, but that is still an inevitable defeat.
Hey, they took out best player one. They're looking for Zed.
They're so good at extending their leads. They had already won the fight, and Shark said, no, I can fish for one more.
Okay, best player one's to pick up the Sky Piercer. The team's going to go ahead and hold out that turtle for him to make his way here. Let's take a look at the instant replay. This is actually surprising. All right, we get a bit of a look at this, but what happened here was essentially best player one gets caught out. Nats does a great job at following through. And mind you, he was really, really low, ends up still staying in it, and just in time for Cold World and Shark to make it there for that fight. So all that leads them to also securing the turtle.
Yep, they're trying to do their best here, but KOG, they're only following just by 2,000 gold behind. At this point, 1.8. Nats, he's making sure that he's covering as many sides as he possibly can, because from this point onwards, Alpha 7 is expected to start snowballing out of control. They're expected to win all the neutral objectives from this point onwards.
Okay, Shark up on this bottom side takes out KOG from this side of the brush. They want to start going ahead and knocking down some of these tier 1 turrets. They've garnered themselves a couple thousand gold ahead. Nothing too crazy that KOG can't work against. Taking a look at the gold difference here across the lanes, you can see that, you know, at least for Payan, he's been farming up. He's going to have to just deal with Naz here. Naz tanky enough to go ahead and push him back, but Payan is what they want to go ahead and lean towards once we get to that later game potential. So we might even see this be a full breakout fight for the last turtle. If not, then KOG decides we'll just wait for that Lord. We're ready. We have the firepower that we need. But so far, A7 has had the control.
I really think that as long as KOG is able to not even like secure the turtle at this point of the time, just kill BP1, right? as long as they slow him down, it should be a pretty straightforward line to get into the later stages of this game. But I love the fact that Alpha 7, they're not wasting any time, right? We're looking for turrets. Ideally, we'll want to break open mid-tier 1, but since they're going to defend it, we'll take everything else.
Yeah, Alpha 7's really playing this cleanly right now.
Very good flicker all coming in from Zia, but not enough to secure this kill. 33rd does lose his flicker, so that's great for Cold World.
Okay, lost his flicker. He had to brave his fighter earlier when they set up on that tier 1 top side. Turtle's coming up though now. This is what I was expecting them to go ahead and rotate for this. It might still be that full-on team fight. 33's got his brave fighter now. He just doesn't have the flicker. Oh!
In trouble, and now unfortunately Cold World gets caught out here. Nicely played by Nile, but it's not over yet as Nats is thinking about going for this, but they call it off. It's too late. We've lost our main win condition. We need to start backing up here. Take our turrets, take what you want. Look on the opposite side. BP1, he doesn't care. He is going on a upward trajectory.
Yeah, good use of the traction pulse there. I think that's kind of what you have to do for a YSS, is be a little greedy. Now it's tanky enough, man. 1v3 doesn't matter. He's going to be fine in the lane, just clears out the minions, will hold it down, giving space for BP1 to do what he needs to do across the map. You know, continue to go ahead and farm up. He's just a bit ahead of Kaysen right now in terms of levels, but that's what you want to be able to do on the YSS. They're still putting pressure here, bottom side tier 1. The KOG will finally go ahead and back off on it, but I will say this for KOG, they've essentially stopped the bleeding. It could have gotten too far out of hand. You know, we were looking at 2,000 gold earlier. They basically maintained it, which all this means is they're in really good contest period for that next lore, for that first lore that comes up. They just have to avoid the setup potential that comes through this, with the Gord especially. So as long as they take their time, I feel like they're going to be in a good position to hold things down before the Lord comes up.
Oh, look at this. Shark now having to take the turret path just to make sure that he survives and disengages. These movements coming in from KOG is putting A7, having them to get taxed underneath turret, losing a little bit of HP, but really they don't need to had they just moved a little bit sooner. But that's the idea, right? It's about taking and giving away the space, the constant push and pull.
Holy Crystal almost locked in here for Payan. He's already got that Starlium Scythe, so we'll see. He once he has that, his damage third put's already going to be pretty good, and that's why I think they're in a really good position to fight for that first Lord. Zia gets the wings. He's got the War Axe there too. Shark working on his second item, already got the Dom Ice. And, you know, there just hasn't been too much for Stacks, at least for Best Player 1, after he locked in that Sky Piercer. But, you know, it's more so of this, it's one of those games where it's not going to be crazy team fight burst damage type thing. They really have to choose and pick their fights, and that's why we see them kind of take it slow on both sides.
They need the right opportunities. Most importantly, they need the right conditions. Zia's got some very relevant damage in this in this game. But Kaysen just purchasing Chastised Pauldron to keep him alive. Now, once again, they're going for a catch onto BP1. The split is good, and he is out in the open. That's the kill that they were looking for. And now Shark unable to do much about it. This should be a Lord take for free for KOG.
Hey, Gideon, you said it. You know, just find a Best Player 1, take him out. KOG does just that, but it looks like A7 wants to stop them.
They're not done just yet. Right into the Mystic Gush, flickering backwards into the Fatal Links, but Cold World cancels it out too early. 33 spooked him up, and now Harris gets to go for free in the Zaman Force with the help of Zed as they gun down each of the members one by one.
Oh, that was tough to see. The Mystic Gush, he flickered backward to gain some space, but then it was ended too early after, and then the Fatal Links came, so just not the connection for A7 on that team fight. That is a mistake, and that'll lead a Lord secure to KOG. So they have essentially not just stopped the bleeding, they're healed, right? They brought it back. They're in a good position to start marching towards the base turrets. They haven't got any turrets yet, so they need to go ahead and play around this Lord, take down some of the tier 1s, at least put some pressure. That might be all they get off this first Lord, but they've essentially gotten themselves back into this game.
Yep, we're now hitting the 30K mark at 10 minutes, which honestly is kind of slow for 10 minutes overall. It just goes to show that both sides are not hyper-focusing on just farming. They're so worried about these bigger movements that they have to focus their attention to defending their borders.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, you know, very different kind of nature that we're seeing here unfold in game 1 of this best of 3 as the tier 2 turret does fall. Divine Glaive now locked into for Payan, so you already saw a preview of the damage in that fight up in the mid lane. He's gonna hurt a lot more, so Turrets will fall across the board. Tier 1 up top, Tier 1 in mid, Tier 2 in the bottom. KOG looking to take another turret up top. This is huge value off the Lord that they were able to go ahead and secure. Now at this point too, you've essentially made it difficult for best player 1, right? He's had his own free time to go ahead and roam the map, take what camps he want, take what he want around the jungle. Well, now I think you shook him up a little bit, right? You found him out now in that moment, so he can't just be roaming around by himself up to this point of the game.
I think right now, A7, the next adjustment, they got to kill that glue. Glue's the only one who can really mess with BP1, right? Everybody else, he can maybe traceless away, get enough distance to stay off, but glue sticks on you. And once he's stuck on you, you can get dispositioned.
Yeah, the glue was such a good pick. You know, I was thinking maybe that Matilda, but this glue's working perfectly right now
It's
for
smart.
KOG. And they can pretty much continue to just keep Alpha 7 on this side of the map, you know, keep them onto the turrets, keep them kind of in check. They've got about a minute for that Lord to come up. Look at the Lord advantage, man. You see how much towers they were able to go ahead and knock down, that tower damage there. Really good value, considering the fact that they really had to kind of just buckle themselves in before that Lord broke out here. Oh, they might be looking for something.
Oh, the flicker is good, but it's on to Zia. Oh, they examine force as well, but they're out of position. Fatal Links comes through. Kaizen able to tank the damage, and Zed's got to be careful, but the line has been drawn in the sand, and they can't force any further. Nats! He catches 4, and now they take out Payan. This was the fight that they were looking for, and best player 1 securing Kaizen's life. Now with Glue still able to find the big reset, they need Zed and 33rd to get in here. If not, they're just going to have to watch as their friend is going to get cut down openly in the mid lane as Nats holds them back. 4v1 compared to a 1v2.
Navs was so good there. Not only did he engage with that initiation to get 4, but then he kept the 2 members back, cut off from actually following through, and still lived to it. And now that's going to get them in the Lord here. Alpha 7 finds a moment to turn the game back in their favor off a really decisive choice from KOG that ended up biting them in the behind.
Yep, that definitely was like the closest we'll ever see to a Muay Thai match, man. Both sides got into a quick scramble, got into the clinches, pulled away, and all of a sudden a huge roundhouse kick coming in from Nats to catch 4.
Hey, man, and this is a game without a Cho or a Paquito, right? And we're seeing martial arts basically unfold in the mid lane. So at this point, if you're KOG, after having that in your favor, now you're the ones thinking, oh, maybe we should take a breather here. Because of Naps. Naps' re-engagement on the Alice is stopping them in their tracks because it's making it difficult for Zed or even Payan to an extent to try to actually follow through in that fight. So they're on the defense. Lord charges in, takes out the tier 2 turret. Let's see what they decide to do. They still try to maintain the distance here, but Alpha 7 knocking on the base turret doors.
Well, let's find out how this is going to play out, because once again, Cold World real good on this Goshen at artillery, just throwing down the projectiles, looking for any potential for maybe Shark to actually re-engage upon them. He does have the Fatal Links and the Flicker, and KOG is just as aware. They're doing so good every single T2, methodically taking them out one by one.
They wanted to go ahead and get some equilibrium across the map. Alpha 7 will do just that as the last tier 2 is knocked down. KOG on the defense. Shark.
Okay.
Links.
Purify already out into the Mystic Gutch on towards now side. Third. Oh, he flickers forward with the Bravest Fighter into the Raging Slash on top of Cold World. Don't see the Landshaker out, but it goes out to best player, but it doesn't matter. He gets back out of there with no problem thanks to his Traceless. Back lines, however, start to run as KOG finally take a fight back.
The pendulum swings back and forth in this game 1. Past the 15-minute mark. Alpha 7 chose to stay in that brush up there towards that turret, right? Again, this is dangerous grass. And unfortunately for them, they ended up now getting shot and counterpunched in the face because of that. KOG is now knocking on the base turrets a little bit. They're not going to be able to put it too much, but what we're seeing is, you know, this setup that Alpha 7 is looking for really is built around that Mystic Gush from Cold World. The problem is, once they see that big beam come through, KOG is very quick to just force themselves towards Cold World, so either he ends it early and he's forced to flicker backward and try to run away. And then you just have this full try to retreat from Alpha 7. They get collapsed on, and that puts themselves in a very difficult position because with the double fighter lineup too, you know, what are you going to do? Just crowd control them? Keep them there? You know, you don't have someone like a marksman, a traditional marksman, to go ahead and fight back or keep them at their whims.
It's all about just working off the ultimates right now for the side of A7, right? True damage is a powerful, powerful tool to have, but it has its limitations. For now, wait, how is he... Wait, how did KZen... Hold on. They know where he is. They quickly use the turtle button. They notice that KZen's already in their backline. They quickly split into two as Cold World looking to reposition in their place. Thank God.
That could have been way worse for Alpha 7. KZen, I don't know how he ended up there. That's one sneaky Fredrin.
Very sneaky indeed. But they don't have the turtle boat. And Nats doesn't have his ult as well. No traction pulse coming in from Zed, but still... The ult economy is better for KOG, and their battle spells are coming back up, except for Payan, so they have to be careful. And A7 willing to roll the dice. KZen now initiates. Right on top of Nats, he gets knocked up. Is looking for space here. Best player one's thinking about it. And 33 gets on top of him. Traceless forward. He's trying to zone him out. Flickers to get the stun. Gets somebody. Take this Lord. And it looks like 33 gets best player. Cole takes out KZen. It's Zed with the Lord. Now Nats looking to clean as many as possible. And Payan managed to survive for so long, but really, what can he do against the unkillable Nats? He's waiting for the Zaman Force. He needs now. He gets it back up, and now he can fight back. Nats, he just has to wait it out. Just wait it out. Don't let him get another reset. And they find the Fatal Links to secure the kill onto Payan.
And the whole time, Zia's up there on the turret, walking with the minions. Oh man, what's happening here? KOG, it slips through their hands as Alpha 7 will win the fight. And they'll clear out what they can. They need some more minions though. They need a little more time.
Oh.
KZen's back up.
Wait, just KZen absorb the minions, absorb the minions now! He needs to hold it. The next wave is about to spawn. So close, and yet they couldn't close it out. The minions spawn just in time. And nothing they can do about A7. They found the opportunity, unable to close out the game, literally 3 seconds away from it.
So close yet so far. I mean, looking at the instant replay, this one again. All right, we missed it a little bit. This is the live cam, but what happened there is they went for that fight. They end up, again, dissecting things. Nats bought so much time. It was the Mystic Gush that actually killed KZen. So, but surprisingly enough, Zed secured the Lord for them. And then they were able to go ahead and keep them into the game because of that Lord, those powered up minions. Because if that wasn't the case, then that would have been the game-winning push because Zia had just decided to go take that base turret and make things happen. But unfortunately for them, with those powered up minions, KOG is able to stay in this game a little bit longer.
I think right now people need to recognize who are the ones who play around the burst and who has consistent DPS. For the side of A7, it's best player one. He has the most consistent amount of DPS they can pump out if he has the space. Same goes for Nats. He can fight on a dime. That's totally fine. But on the opposite side, it's actually Zed alongside with KZen who can take... Well, actually, let's also include Nal into the conversation as well. They can fight forever for as long as you want. 33 and as long as Payan, they must play around their ultimates to make it work.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the last team fights too. Again, just how long they stay alive. And I almost think too, in that last one, 33, maybe if he stuck to Cold World, put a little more pressure on the gourd there, that could have been a different case because that Mystic Gush, if it gets that full use, that efficiency there, that's where, you know, you get the majority of the damage burned through. Taking a look, not too many stacks, right, for best player one with that Skypiercer, but that does still have a value to it, just having a couple stacks here. Lord's coming up this time, powered up, evolved, 20+ minute mark for this one. A very long game one so far from what we used to see in the wildcard matches, but either team here, at this point, when they start to switch in some of these defensive items, now we're seeing the immortalities come to play. They want to make a play on Payan.
Well, they're going to try. And now on top of Pan, Pan is 1v1 and almost gets it. The Fatal Links in time. Oh my goodness. He's able to swap items into the Immortality, but still dies anyway, nearly finishing off a 3v1.
That got a little close, because I was going to say, if best player one died there, they can't get the Lord. They can't do what they wanted to do. So threading the needle on that one for A7. They stay alive. They've got a clear sign for this Lord, but it's not going to be easy to take because KOG has the tools that they need to stall this out, to play up front. Immortality for Kazin. Niles got his own as well. They got to go ahead and fight for this space. They need to buy time. 20 seconds for Pain to be up.
Oh, and now they're making the attempt. Early Purify. Oh, and now the engagement from Nats is beautiful. His best player wants secures the kill out towards Zed's side. The front line, however, now slowly getting whittled away. BP. Oh no, he's caught by Kazin. He should be able to Traceless out of here, but he has Immortality. Traceless saves him anyway. His 33rd, unfortunately, is the next to fall. And there you have it. After all this time, you have Alpha 7 taking the win 4-0. Payen is the only one left. Can he truly clean this up?
Oh, this is dicey. Zia, does he get the pull here? The stun's gonna come out with a projectile!
It's good enough. And before Payen could even wait for his Purify to come back up, Alpha 7 take game one.
Took them a little bit longer than they probably wanted, but Alpha 7 will make it happen to come through in game one. It went the distance. It would have been a little bit longer than we expected. Well, what a game. Even for KOG, back and forth, making things contestable. I mean, down to the wire. It was really what it came down to is both teams had their moments where they were able to go ahead and find a certain member on the opposing team, take them out. Again, that would have been very different if best player one ended up dying in that exchange up top. But good thing for Alpha 7, they didn't. And I get it. KOG wanted to stall it out. Maybe they had enough time to wait for Pan to come up. But, hey, Navs and the rest of Alpha 7 did not even give them a chance to think about it.
Yeah, looking at the kill score, you wouldn't know that the game was actually quite close there. And I feel like KOG, they got what they wanted, was to be able to deal with best player one, because that wasn't his standout game. The standout game really is coming in from Nats. Nats is the enabler on making sure that Alpha 7 looks amazing, right? And I feel like the mindset of this draft is KOG understands that Alpha 7 wants to overload on the crowd control, funnel every single thing onto best player one. So they try to make a lineup that's a bit tanky. Even Zed on his Kimmy, building the Demon Hunter sword, make it so that eventually he'll be able to have enough damage to deal with Nats. But the problem is, the target, look at this.
That was so clean.
Nats has been having MVP plays over MVP plays. Like, he's making it easy for his team. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I really got to give it to not only Nats, but alongside with Shark, because they're the only two who can force out Purifies from their opponent. And they work well in tandem. If Shark is the one who initiates, then it's Nats who's going to catch them at the end. If it's Nats who initiates, it's Shark who comes in at the very end.
Oh, man, even this is what I was talking about. It's great that best player stayed alive there, of course, through that. Really good decision from the team. But this, too, Zia, the one who had to get the Purify, and then there was the follow-up there with the Throne of Ruin from Nas into the Gush. So the layering is what worked so well with Alpha 7's lineup, because it had to be someone to get the battle spells out, or even so the Purifies out from this lineup from KOG for them to actually fully utilize this. And so it was just really good layering of the kits that their heroes brought.
Honestly, looking back at the clip of the 1v3, there was very little chance that the Hive could have gotten killed there, actually, because what he wanted to do was to chrono dash forward, but then Zia was there. And looking at a clip, Zia has been saving the Don't Run Wolf King. So the moment he moves on forward, he's going to get stunned up and he's going to die anyway. So I think it was hoping for more crit coming in from the Chrono Fission. Hopefully that's enough to take down best player one. So it was a very, very good attempt, but also Zia just making sure he doesn't use the second ability, making it so that there's hesitation. Enough for best player one to get a kill.
Yeah, I think, again, the teams are going to have to start to really consider that double fighter. That double fighter from specifically Alpha 7, but even as the meta develops and we get to the main stage, because now it's just showing that it's working really well. It's able to work. I mean, yes, it's an Alice, you know, in that case, but still, that early oracles and the tankiness that an Alice brings play so well with Nas' playstyle.
How about this? Instead of banning the junglers, you ban the gold laners.
Ooh.
Right? The enablers for this double fighter anyways. And right now, what has been Bible for the last 6 months is Paquito, Freya, as well as the Ruby, right?
Ruby, yep.
I feel like try to attack some of them and try to see what else do they have in the pocket to actually play that goal lane. But for now, we will be going for a break as we're thinking what other things that KOG could have done. We're going for a break. We'll see you guys right after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Was it not a short break? Welcome back. And we just saw Alpha 7. It wasn't a close game, right? But they won a lot of fights in the previous one against KOG. So, not gonna lie, I feel like KOG is moving in the right direction, right? Like, they have semblance of an idea how to deal with Alpha 7, but it looks like they aren't there just yet. There's some missing pieces left that they got to figure out.
I agree. I think that right now, a lot of the problems really just come down to who are the key players on the opposite side. What are some of the key picks that need to be taken advantage of? Because as much as we talk about so many of the other picks, there are those common ones that always reveal itself. Like, I don't know if we can really commit to all these gold lane fighter picks when you still have to deal with Marcel, the Atlases, and is on top of the Jushins. It's too much.
Not enough bands. Not enough bands.
Hey, he's gonna stick by his statement of we don't need more bans.
We don't need more bans.
I prefer global ban. Makes it exciting. I had fun watching Amir.
Yeah, so after watching MCT North, I really enjoyed it. And I was like, maybe someday there's room on the international stage for some global ban. I don't know. Maybe we'll have stipulations to it or not, but I think it's also one of those things where it's like it widens obviously the hero pool for the players. It makes things a little bit, I feel like, more difficult too, obviously for the coaches out there to really decide on what to bring to the table. But
why do we want to make it easy for them?
We don't.
Why do we want to make it easy?
We want to make it hard.
Right?
That's why we have more maps.
It doesn't have to be global ban. It's just something to spice things up. Because my pet peeve.
What's that?
A lot of grand finals is a sweep. A lot of 4-0s. Right? Malaysia has been hitting it. And what are the chances?
Can't relate.
What are the chances that MSC will be like that?
I don't usually.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I'm now looking back at history.
It's 4-1. Like 2034 was all 7. After that, no more.
What if before more bans or before global ban, what if they just made more maps? What if we had 8 different maps?
I think that's one that's going to be difficult because...
Like, what else could you add?
Yeah. Or what else can you subtract,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I would just apply for a gun license at that point. I don't think that's the right way of doing things. 8 maps is ridiculous. And not to mention that we're already in testing in some places, allowing you to pick what kind of maps in not only the sides, right?
Yeah.
Especially because I feel like some heroes, honestly, unbalanceable.
Yep.
Like,
facts.
If you nerf too much,
it's unusable.
Then it's unusable. It's some heroes, some not all, some very hard to find that middle ground. For example,
Ollis.
For example, Ling. I feel like they want to make Ling usable, but they cannot make it to the point that overpowered. Like Ling,
he flies around the map.
You make it strong enough that he would just get banned instead of getting picked anyways.
What about Fanny?
Same thing. Same problem.
Yeah.
Literally the exact same problem.
Like there are some heroes that's just unbalanceable, man.
You want to hear another one? Jushin is another one that's also in that category right
Unbalanceable.
now. Unbalanceable. Like, how do you do it? The only way that they can technically fix her is if they reduce the range of that lantern flare.
Yeah.
Harith is
now I'm
kinda
thinking about
in
it.
that-
Harith is kind of there too.
Harith. Lunox is also like sort of, but right now she's under the line rather than above it.
Fredrin is also kinda in that. His kit is good enough where people find ways to make him work.
But there's never going to be a world where like all the heroes are viable. You know what I mean? Like,
unless you force them that you can't pick it up again for game number 2 and game number 3. That's what I'm saying, you know?
Hey.
You can try your best to balance, but you know, some are just unbalanceable.
You might get it next year. Who knows?
I think that personally, like going for the global ban system really is just putting a band-aid on the inevitable problem of, hey, maybe some of these heroes actually do need a bit of a rework.
You know what, Gideon? I think this has been shared. This thought has been shared in my chat too before. I think people, after what has it been, 9 years of competitive MLBB, they're fine with a band-aid. Like, let there be a little band-aid for. Let's test things out with a band-aid.
Final thoughts,
huh?
This is my final one before we get into draft.
Okay.
Make MLBB FPS. So you just create another platform for a different problem. So people forget about this one. That's what happened when they did MCGG.
Hey.
All Fanny players are like, hell nah, I don't want to do this anymore.
Hey, I'm sure people out there can think of a MOBA or two that is first person.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, the Unreal Tournament players are like, finally, a game we can play.
Well, now into the pick and bans here. Alpha 7 again is the first pick. KOG second. Banning out the Baxia, Akai, as well as the Phovias. KOG ban out the Arlid, Zushin, as well as the Marcel. Again, I'm just waiting for that invitation for dinner with diamonds, $1 million. we got ideas, you know?
We do.
We do.
There should, you know what? If that never happens, we should just create our own. Like,
you know what?
Video of it.
Invite us to your podcast. We'll just talk about it there.
All right, well, no, this is nothing new, by the way.
Yeah,
Alan's
nothing
first
new.
pick.
They always do this. They really, again, I have to admit that out of all the players that we've seen coming out from NA consistently, like Shark has just been really outstanding to me.
Yeah,
and most people are looking at all the other big names, but Shark has been so consistent. I haven't seen him had a terrible, terrible game except that one time on Lolita.
It's great to see him back on the competitive scene, you know, of MLBB. I know we missed them for a year or so, but yeah, Shark has always been a pretty consistent player, and I feel like now more than ever that we've seen him in the past, he has been that consistency for Alpha 7, and hopefully he can carry that through. The answer right now from KOG, they'll pick up the Harith again, and then pair it up with a Kimmy again.
Really nice stuff, really nice stuff. But again, it's going to be I think it's going to be the exact same thing.
He's a Shinrubi. I mean, like, why change?
Don't need to change it.
If they change it, be like, guys, this is not global bans. You know, he can just pick up the same thing. Why you even think about it?
What if they just run the same draft back?
It basically is going to be that, right?
Don't you want, like, feel how the rest of the world feels?
They're just like, oh yeah, we can do this.
Yeah.
Chat's asking, is this game one?
They're asking the coach, like, wait, what do we pick? It's like, the same thing. I mean, like, we did win.
Guys, it's inevitable. I mean, if we're seeing the global bans in other regions, you know, and it's some people are saying it's a test or not, eventually we're going to see it on the competitive international stage.
Oh,
I mean,
eventually. I'll just put eventually.
See how crazy this is.
Okay.
We're willing to create multiple maps.
Yeah.
Instead of just going for global bans. Like, just put that into perspective. They are willing to create 4 different maps with different mechanics, adding more files to the game. You're like, oh, global ban.
Having that clear solution, just being like, no.
Nah. By the way, Matilda picked up, so a bit of change here. So instead of going for the Fredrin, but that means Fredrin will get banned. So interesting to see what will be the follow-up here. Will they inevitably be forced to use a Battleman or some kind of damager? Because I'm thinking for Alpha 7, ban out the Fredrin. Because even though Gwyn is like a viable utility jungler, I don't think it pairs up that incredibly well with the Matilda. Could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it depends, right? Because at this point, Matilda already with the base damage is actually at level 4. Once she hits level 4, and I would assume that Yi Shin would be roughly around level 5, level 6 at that point of time, you can chunk him for half of his HP.
Yeah.
And that's not cool, especially if you're a Yi Shin.
Yeah, I think
pretty cool if you're the Matilda.
Yeah, it is pretty cool if you're the
Matilda.
Matilda.
Good band, though. Good band coming out from Alpha 7, right? Go
Very
ahead and take
good.
out that Guinevere. Like we mentioned, Freya's going to be the option here. honestly, at this point too, I'm wondering if you just see the Alice again. Now this might pick something else, but it worked so well in the last one. So if it just happens to be the same exact draft for Alpha 7, where does KOG make the adjustment, right? Other than the Matilda pick right now.
It has to be in the EXP, no?
Yep. I agree with that. I think that it has to be in the EXP, and I think that as much as I want to see Alice again, I think they're pretty confident that KOG is going to lean into that Lapu Lapu once more. So maybe you can actually lean into something that's more lane dominant rather than just sandbag, so you can eventually invade enemy territory.
We need to eventually make an EXP laner that will just make other lanes puke, where he gets stronger when he gets hit by CC. You know how Phoveus likes going up against dashes?
Yeah.
So make a fighter that likes when he gets crowd controlled. Like
He gets an
basically
empowered auto attack every time he gets crowd control.
a martial artist.
Someone who likes pain.
Martial artist that's masochistic, exactly.
That's Aldous, dude. You're trying to get your stack off the minions. You're just getting hit the whole time.
Yeah, but he doesn't get a benefit out of that, you know? Like imagine Argus another revamp. When you get hit by a crowd control,
it increases your body, reduces your ult cooldown.
It increases your sword's range. At maximum range,
he's hitting you halfway across the map.
Exactly.
And you don't have to press your ultimate.
And at enough stacks, it gives you life bane. Meaning that you can't stop.
So
it.
does that, wait, hold on. Sorry, I know this is sidetracked, but does that mean Argus only technically has 2 abilities?
Yeah.
Didn't they say Hirara was the first hero? Well, technically it's Argus.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to press his ultimate.
It's the first hero to have 4 abilities at level 2 for Hirara.
There we go.
And unfortunately for Argus, it's always 2. But I like the steal coming in from KOG, right? They take the Alice, and in response, Alpha 7 is like, you know what? If you want to be a nerd, I'm going to be a nerd. I'm going to get the Uranus and sandbag this lane harder than you can.
At least he can't, 4-man stun, you know? And then the Barats.
Barats Matilda.
Actually,
this is Shades.
Yeah, because I think I've heard in scrims, people have been trying out, and they're not saying it's S tier, but having the Barats, Matilda, but more importantly, the Kimi, maybe.
I've seen this somewhere before.
You've seen this?
Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it personally. I get that it's a tank, but what he brings to the table doesn't make sense.
He can eat someone.
Okay, sure, but then there's still a stronger counter engage from A7, right?
Then
I mean,
eat
yes,
them
there's
again.
Alice.
Right? Imagine this.
All right.
You get a kill reset on your ult.
Bleeding time.
I'm not going to imagine this, Lavelle. Throw it to us.
All right, well, you know what? I'm going to give it over to Gideon and Naisu. It's been a long day for me, all right?
Hey, keep that one in your memory hotel. Yes, it's me, Naisu Gideon. We're about to jump in to game 2 of this one. Again, it's the last match for today. Wildcard day 3 here. Alpha 7 is inching closer to get to the next stage. KOG, they need to go ahead and win this to get to extend the series. I know what you're seeing on there. It's a little mixed up, but hey, here we are in the land of Dawn.
Yep, here we are. I do really want to see how this Barats is going to work, right? Now they've got much better engage and disengage tools on their side, making it a little tougher for best player 1 to really start taking advantage. But here's the thing. The big problem with Barats is those stacks, right? The bigger you get, the more stacks you technically have, and you have to maintain it throughout the course of the game. Once you lose those stacks, I don't know, man. It feels like it's a downward trajectory for the most part.
Yeah. Again, taking a look at the emblems here. While there's a bit of action in the mid, they're just going to clear that out. Nothing crazy. Obviously, you still have some tankiness there, that tenacity for now. So I think this game is going to be very different for him instead of having that Alice, right? There's still value that obviously the Uranus can bring, whether he's just kind of cutting the waves, pushing things off, but also he's just a bulwark for the team right now. So that alleviates some of the pressure for Shark. And then, of course, you can supplement it with Zia there. And just allowing best player to have that space to work with. Cold World, same thing like we saw him on the Gordon in the last game.
Yep, he's got to be Cold World especially. He's going to be the key to this. He's the main anchor for the team. In the previous, there were moments where he's forcefully, ejected from the formation. I want to see how KOG is going to try and disrupt that, because they got close, but A7 just had the better counter response each and every time, just mechanically forcing their way through and also punishing the overextensions.
Yep. Again, just for a side note, if you guys are just joining us here, it's Alpha 7 that has the win for the last one. I know you see the little triangle there, but first turtle.
Oh, and turtle falls into best player one's hands. Best player trying to get on out of there, but unfortunately, 33 is making his life difficult. Flickers on top of him, but the traceless is good. Best player is doing his best, but the gleam is allowing 33 to stick on top of him. While this is all happening in the backline, Decay Zed alongside would now end up dying. Zed can still clean this up. He's got the damage, and 33 will try his best, but unfortunately, Zed does get hit by the projectile. Loses just a bit of DPS.
Yeah, it was a good attempt there, but, you know, KOG ends up losing 3 bodies plus the turtle over. You could see just how this composition could work, though, right? There's a lot of tankiness, there's a lot of durability to it, and mobility. That's one thing that they can take advantage of, and eventually, once Payan's online on the Harith, this is a reason why they go ahead and prioritize this for him. He's able to pump out a lot of damage. The problem is right now, they just don't have that just yet. Looking at this turtle is very quick. VP1 gets in there, secures that. Nath zones out the members once again. Zed doesn't really have a choice to join towards this fight because you have a Mystic Gush, you have Nath zoning you out, and the rest of the team just collapses down.
Yeah, I think unless they have a way to disrupt Cold World's PO, position or get some early ult out of Shark, it's pretty unwinnable, right? Or is this just my assumption? Because I feel like KZen walking into there tries to go for the Daytona's welcome. Unless you're hitting BP1 or Cold World, everybody else just doesn't feel worth it.
Might be one of those cases where it's just like, eventually he's going to land that Daytona's welcome right on the right target. That could change the course of a team fight, essentially. Little pull in here with the I'm offended. Pay it.
Oh, okay. Zia now 1v3 here. Really, he knows he's dead. He's not even going to try. No point trying at this point, but the rest of his team is there to look for maybe a turnaround. Shark tries. Fatal Links through. Gush is close, but not close enough. Best player one. Able to secure it at the very end, and of course, that one kill gets him the Sky Piercer.
Yeah. He's able to get it just on the edge of the Mystic Gush, man. Turtle's up. After that exchange, Nas will go ahead and bully Nile out here. Payan's going to go for this reset. We'll see Alpha 7 get in position.
That's how you play EXP.
Yeah, that's how you play EXP.
Ruining people's days.
You can't go back.
No, you're not allowed. I'm the one who shuts the door.
Yep.
Oh, this one's dangerous, but Nats, he doesn't care. He knows that as long as Nile is there,
oh man,
KZen ain't even gonna bother. But now he is attracting a lot of attention. Shark could potentially get him out of here. They know they don't have the Daytona's welcome for the time being, but here comes Turtlebolt thinking about it. 33 trying to slow down, gets underneath this turret. What a disengage.
Yeah, this whole time too, Naf's just playing his own game, just annoying KOG, blocking him off from the rest of the team, from the rest of the objectives, and that's a problem. This is what we usually see and why the Uranus was such a cornerstone pick in the XP lane before. He might have fallen off a little bit, but he still essentially does the same thing. And so even if you have 33 jump into these fights with the Gleam, trying to get the Throne of Ruin off, if no one can join you, because Nath's is zoning them out, that's going to be a big problem.
Yep, quite a big problem. I am curious about the itemization, though. Are we expecting our tanks to straight away go for the traditional armors into Radiant armors, or are they going to go for the anti-heal? Looks like anti-heal first for Shark, which is probably a good choice. Not to mention that Nats is just eating it.
Yeah. He doesn't really need to do too much. I mean, he already locked in that Oracle.
Uh-oh, this might be more than he can chew. Without the broken walls, able to find a different angle, but Daytona's welcome going through a guiding wind as well. He still flickers out of the air, almost survives, but 33 now trying to extend this lead even further as they pull themselves back here. Shark able to slow them down for just a little bit.
Okay, so he's not that tanky just yet, right? And it was also a good use that time in the Daytona's welcome. I almost thought that might backfire, though, because it might have bought them enough time for that rotation for Alpha 7 to join, but luckily for KOG, it didn't. They're able to go ahead and capitalize a kill off that. They're keeping things even. Across the board, even though they've lost 2 objectives, those turtles have gone to Alpha 7. They're still allowing the proper members to go ahead and get farmed up, get what they need to do, and then hopefully they can contest in this next one. You can see they're going to go ahead and secure that orange buff. They've already got vision around there. They're going to go ahead and try to contest this again on broken walls. They can pull it towards that backside if they want to, but we'll see. BP1 is still on that bottom side with Naz. Shark is up here. He's going to go ahead and spot this out, give that information, but here's the rotation. We'll see if KOG is able to secure an objective here.
They're going to take their time. In terms of the wave, it's pretty neutral on top and bottom side. It's an honest 50-50 here, but the control is for A7 on that mid side. And it's best player one who steals it away. He's trying to get on out of here, but the guiding wins. Unfortunately, not going to get Niall out of there. And now, Shark in the back ends up dying to 33s. He's trying to cut the front line and back line in half. He's able to catch them, and finally, this might be their moment. Gush comes through. He's gotten 33s out of there. Payen looking to clean anybody up, but there's just too much mobility. And now Nats, he's thinking about going further. The projectile hits, but he just doesn't have enough life. He just wants to keep his eyes open, and they want to take mid-tier 1, and they get it.
Oh, very clean team fight from Alpha 7. Great take with the retribution from Best Player 1 on there. And Palo, I think that was a kill. Let's take a look. Okay, no, Payen's still alive. He survived that. He'll get back to base, but that's that instant replay here. Niall goes down in this, and then they try to disengage here. It was a good attempt, but Cold World held onto this Mystic Gush, which came in clutch here, bringing them low enough for them to capitalize on this. But Payen, you can see this. He's got damage already.
Yep.
Give him some more time. KOG might be able to go ahead and win out those fights if they're able to get the right targets down.
I think if we pull up the item list, I'm pretty sure that Payen might have... wait, hold on. Let's have a quick look here. Almost there. Oh, he's already moving towards getting on to that Holy Crystal early on. We've seen a couple of teams actually do this of getting half the component here for the Feather of Heaven, and then making sure you get the entire damage from the Holy Crystal before completing your last item.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy that he's already able to go ahead and pump out that much damage with basically a Starlight Scythe, right? And as you kind of get to this point in the game, KOG...
No, he did it outside of the bush. They all saw him.
They saw him, man. You're a huge dinosaur. You can't hide like that.
I've never seen a dinosaur exhibitionist ever, but this might just be a first for everybody. Hey, don't worry about it. We now finally get the tank shredding items. Wishing Lantern already purchased by Cold World. A very valuable item here, especially since the Guardian Helmet purchase from KZen.
Okay, Lord is up. They know that they're on that bottom side, so KOG, they're going to take the risk. They're just going to try to blitz the Lord.
Oh, here comes BP1. He's going to try his best. Guiding Wind's going to come through. Oh, no, the Traceless might be good enough, but somehow Niall is able to secure it. KZen ends up losing his life. How did Niall get that? How did Niall take the Lord?
Hey, maybe one of the Wisps came out clutch for that one. They do get the Lord. KOG still has 4 members. They've got plenty of Purifies too. Oh, they're going to jump in, 33.
Okay, 33 right on top of Cold World at this point, and as long as he gets... Oh, he gets pulled in by Zia, gets hit by the Mystic Gush. The Gleam is in the wrong direction. It's now Payen tries to clean up the 2 members, holding 33 down. Now in some trouble, Niall gets topped up with the help of Payen, and as well as the Flask at the Oasis. Not a bad fight there, actually.
Not a bad fight. It was just seconds off for them to have crucial ultimates for the re-engage there. Cold World, once he landed that stun, he just got the Mystic Gush. Same thing, Best Player popped the Mountain Shocker, but still, KOG comes out with a pick. They got the Lord. They'll take out some turrets. This is great for them to start getting some momentum in their favor. Alpha 7 has pretty much controlled a lot of these little moments around the objectives. Well, now KOG can turn it around. They've got potential to go ahead and let Payen now pump out this damage, get to where he needs to be. He's going to slowly crawl up this damage dealt ranking you see here because he's enabled now. So Lord will eventually go down as they did a little bit of damage to this top turret. They do take out the tier 2. So Alpha 7, that 2-ish thousand gold lead that they had has been pretty much taken care of. But KOG in a really good position now.
Yep. 10 minutes into this game, and now in a much better position in terms of their raw gold. Compared to game number 1, which was a lot slower, we were like at 29, 28. Here, we're already at 32, 31. Already showing how much more action it is and how much more gold efficient both junglers have decided to be this game.
It's really interesting that the Barretts is working the way it is, you know? I mean, part of it is not even so much these crazy Daytona welcome setups, it's just also how tanky he is and the threat of the missiles and everything else. Looking at the gold distribution here between the 2 junglers, you know, it's nothing too crazy. You expect the YSS to be a little bit higher, just in terms of the speed and the farming he's able to go ahead and do. And that's definitely something that has worked for Alpha 7, but nonetheless, KOG has done a phenomenal job at keeping things in tow. And now they've got control. This is where we start to see the strength, I feel like, too, of having a Matilda, help you rotate in different areas around the map that you essentially wouldn't have if you didn't have the Matilda.
Yeah, and I think it gives a lot of security for Kazan to be like, I don't mind dying, because there's always the possibility I could be able to get on out of here at any moment. And if I still do die, that's fine. 33 is doing a great job. Payen, he's 0-4, so he's not dead yet. Zed's in a good position too. Like, things are falling into place.
For KOG at this point, when this Lord comes up, because that's essentially where we're going to see this all clash through, is number one, relying on your Purifies for that setup that Shark, you know, again, we talked about how consistent Shark has been throughout the wild card so far. He can still do the same thing on this Atlas. It was priority pick on the blue side for them now twice in a row. And there's just, it's more for KOG being mindful of all the crowd control that can come through, and then dealing with Naz and not getting tunnel visioned on Navs, zoning them out. Because that's what he did in the early part of the game. But now they have enough defensibility that they can deal with this. So they're all just crowding up around here to go ahead and start this Lord dance up.
Yeah, I like this a lot. You can see that A7, they instantly adjust. I love this, I love this. They're making sure they have mid-prio, forcing KOG, who are currently just trying to make sure that this Harith can pick up the farm, top side, mid, wherever he needs to. The rest of the team is looking to position themselves at intersection points so they can't get into the back line.
Okay, let's see this. Again, wings picked up here by Nile. He's got a little bit more movement speed to work with. Pan gets a Divine Glaive. Noah's picked up by Cold World too. This is a very important Lord for both sides. Mount Shocker used half health on this Lord.
Oh, they get right on top of BP1. And more importantly, the Daytona's welcome connects! Payton now goes in hard! Zamanfort's already through. Shark the next to fall. Here's the Fatal Links comes down. Doesn't matter when you've got that Purify. This fight is done for. They turn back and they need to secure this right now.
Oh, great move. Great play from KOG. We talked about how much of a threat the Matilda and the Barretts will be at this point in the game, and we saw it just happen there. Best Player 1 had nowhere to go. And when you can make a move that quick and literally a snap of the finger, that's the strength of KOG's lineup.
Oh, super dangerous. Just super dangerous. Any little mistakes could cost you so much here. I wasn't expecting the draft to turn up in this particular way, but considering everything that has happened, I take my words back. Maybe Barats could be the way to make this work, and you said it yourself. Inevitably, he's going to get the jungler on the enemy side.
It's not about how many Daytona welcomes you take.
It's about how many that hit.
It's about how many that hit, right? And at this point, Kazan happy to go ahead and take up a ton of this damage. You know, even because he got the Guardian Helm earlier, he's got enough magic resistance, physical defense as well. He can take those shots, just heal it back up and get out of dodge if he has to with the Guiding Wind. So Alpha 7 trying to stop the bleeding on their side right now as they have to deal with this Lord. They cleared out some of these lanes. But KOG, do they have the potential to actually just force a fight? I think that's one of the biggest things here.
Honestly, they probably shouldn't. Ideally, they don't, because A7 want KOG to actually come into them rather than the other way around. I feel like if KOG need to try anything, it's with 33, and then afterwards, nobody else, right? 33 and now should try something. If nothing happens, that's fine. They can at least get out.
I think KOG is more comfortable just waiting to go ahead and fight around the Lord. I think throwing 33 maybe forward like we've seen might be a little bit too risky. They don't want to lose 33 on this Alice, because just like previously, it was so good in the hands of Navs for Alpha 7, and right now it's 33 shining through this, doing the same thing, just kind of sticking to that front line or just pushing off Shark from even getting some of the vision that he wants to. So KOG with the upper hand, and you know, the sleeper of this, the whole concept of having a Harith again, slowly build up. Earlier he was 0-4, now he's got a kill. But it's more so of the amount of damage that Pan is dealing out that is, I think, keeping Alpha 7 in their tracks.
Yeah. Also, Kazan is starting to lose his stacks. There's kind of nothing to hit. He's getting a little smaller.
Getting smaller.
He's getting real small here unless he gets into combat. And finally he's maintaining it. He's get back out. That's a scary thing right now, especially in the late game where you're like, you do so much damage to the jungle creeps that you can't just hold it in place to maintain the stacks anymore. So you got to go up into the waves.
Yeah, you can see this, you know, I think in their case, KOG happy to play. Even if Kazan doesn't have max stacks, like he's still essentially got to get out of jail free card. Oh,
good
Shark.
Daytona's welcome. As a response to the Fatal Links from Shark, anti-CC, can't do much about it. They back away, and now they know Fatal Links is out of the question. turtle boat is also out of the question as well.
This should just be a lord for them. Yeah, they see Zia at the bottom. I don't see them really contesting this. I think Alpha 7 might just choose to wait to defend, but they are crowding around this.
Oh no, BP1, he shows himself, and unfortunately Colwell makes an attempt onto 33 Sly Payen. Now takes the Lord, they've got no resources left. A7 need to start running here, and now the flicker forward catches 3. Too easy for 33 is Payen. Fights BP1. They get the initial pull coming in from Zia's side, but he pulled it in. 33, the one person he didn't want to stop. And now Nats, he tried his best, but now recurring. Walking back, they lose one member in that full fight.
That could have been way worse for Alpha 7. They only lost best player 1, but I was thinking at least 3 were going down in that exchange. KOG able to make it happen. Again, there's just so many shields, so much utility and speed to work with.
Oh my
Alpha
goodness.
7.
Wait, the fat flank here. Does he have the Fatal Links? Yes, he does. Shark, there's an opportunity here. Payen does not have his Purify. At any moment, they could unleash. They're waiting for BP1 to come back up. They're willing to sacrifice this inhibitor. And you can see the engagement coming off the 33. The attempt is made. Shark is coming. Payen in trouble. Flicker forward. Fatal Links onto 3 once again. BP a little short on the turtle boat, but it's good enough. The damage from Payen is just too much. KZen finally falls, but it's still a 3-for-1 trade. And KOG bring it to game number 3.
The ideal was there from Shark and the rest of Alpha 7, but just not enough to get through the shields, the mobility, and everything else that this lineup from KOG came together with. A tough loss there for Alpha 7. I mean, I feel like they controlled portions of the game. KOG took some time to come back, but they did exactly that. And now, who wouldn't want this? A game 3 for our last match of day 3.
We started with 3 games, and we're gonna end it with 3 games for today. And personally, yes, the Barats was there, the highlight, but I kind of feel like the missing puzzle to the piece is actually Alice, right? Like in game number 1, Atlas plus Alice, the combination of the AoE crowd control is just too much, alongside with the Ruby as well. So I feel like, again, take some core ideas from game number 1, which is be tanky enough that you don't mind getting crowd control that long. But also number 2, have some AoE CC yourself. So this time, it's a good deny coming in from KOG, taking the Alice away. And I gotta say, it worked out beautifully for them.
Oh yeah. I mean, there was a bit of an adjustment period for 33, right? Again, he's over-expending his resources to get the singular job he needs to do done, but then he starts to get more efficient over as time passes.
Yeah.
And not to mention, even like Nile, I think this is one of the better Matilda games we've seen from Matildas out there already, because BP, holy, what could he do? He shows himself for half a second, and guess who's on him? Nile.
Yeah, Nile was that guy that just made it very difficult for best player to 1 moving around the map, or even the objectives. Half the time they were just trying to even get him to provide vision, and then here comes Nile and the rest of the team, you know, and this is one of the combinations that we see work really well. Yes, Alpha 7 fought back here. You know, they had the Mystic Gush to work with and everything else, but this is one of the things. Eventually, that damage isn't going to be as deadly towards the late game. Once those defensive items are built in, like we saw from 33, for example, Nile even so, he's able to provide enough shielding. Even the Zaman Force for Payen, there isn't enough damage to just kind of get through all of that eventually in the late game.
So now, honestly, there's multiple layers of question that we have to ask coming into the next game, because it looks like for both teams, AoE crowd control is the name of the game because they like to clump up. So either deny some picks, maybe change the bans a bit, or they got to make a draft that makes it so that you can fight in a spread position, right? So there's multiple different ways to tackle the problem, but for now, it looks like both teams do it differently, but they like to play clumped up together, right? So in a way, they have the same identity, just maybe a different playstyle.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure.
Or same playstyle, different identity.
Yeah, same playstyle, different identity. But then you could see that both KOG alongside with Alpha 7, right? In that second half of the bans, they were already thinking about the wide open AoE ults as well, right? Bellerix High Loss is already getting taken up. The one that I'm surprised about, again, Gothot hasn't been seen, not as an engaged tool, but I really want to see more disengaged tools if you're just running out of resources.
Yeah, and it's different now too, because the nature of the team fights have changed since we don't really have all these vitalized roamers coming into play. Now you favored more towards these. Obviously, Atlas is the setup roamer currently. We've seen the Cho, now the Matilda's popped up a couple times. So roam, you have like these options of what playstyle do we want to go with. And, you know, we were going through that draft, and I'm thinking now, maybe we won't see that same priority. We won't see that Atlas, the YSS Ruby pickup first 3 picks, because now they've tried to run it back, ended up not working. Maybe the biggest weakness of that was not getting the Atlas. So I think, yeah, game plan for Alpha 7 has to change. KOG executed really well on that one, though.
Well, for now, we will be going for a break, giving time for Alpha 7 as well as KOG to figure this one out. We'll see you guys right after this. Jumping into the last game of the day, we got to make sure everyone understands the stakes here, because elimination as well as another fighting chance to get to the wildcard stage. And here's the thing, KOG came in as one of the favorites to make it all the way through into the main stage, but then during the best of ones didn't look that great. And then during the best of ones, Alpha 7 looks amazing, and then they became the favorites. And now both teams look like they are on equal footing, because not only is it a 1-1, but both games went all the way to the late game.
They've adapted well, and I think at this point, right, unless they want to have some new breakout strategies to kind of change things up, I feel like it's going to look the exact same way, this time with a couple more bans in that second phase rather than just the first.
And that's the thing. I think when we first saw it yesterday with the whole YSS double fighter thing, we realized, like, okay, Alpha 7 really likes that. They showed it us twice now, back to back. And so I think this is where they go and do something a little bit different, right? Because they should be on the red side, right? I
They get to choose.
They get to choose.
I believe Alpha 7 gets to choose.
Okay. Well, in that case, that's the thing. Do they go still with the blue side priority? Are they still trying to get the Atlas locked in for Shark? Are they going to change it up there? Because so far, I think through all the games that we've seen aside from today, we've seen different variations of Alpha 7. KOG is a team too where I feel like they stick to a pretty good game plan. Harith seems to be the way to go right now, at least for Payan, and then they just kind of complement him by playing around that. So, yeah, honestly, for game 3, I don't know, man. This is like a 50-50 for me.
I feel like Matilda is also going to be something that you have to look out for. Not sure if it's going to get banned or contested, but yeah, I feel like that's something that Best Play 1 is kind of annoyed now, because 2 games in a row, even though it's different heroes, he keeps getting targeted.
Yep. I mean,
it's almost like he's the only real damage dealer of the team.
I mean, that's kind of the point here with the double fighter comp, right? But that Matilda is really frustrating. The 2 times that we've seen that all kind of circle around, he loses half of his health. That one time he ulti brings Barat alongside with him, that's when the game ends.
You're not escaping, you know?
You're not getting away.
That is a guiding wind I don't want to be a part of, right?
That's the closest Bara has been to a Velociraptor.
He's evolving.
He's evolving. He's like, I got wings.
I got wings, baby.
Oh, it's good.
I've seen that documentary.
Yeah. It was a baby boy Barat stomping on some jungles, and then all of a sudden, mommy, my wings are like what, 60 feet long or something?
I have no idea.
I can't remember. It's like, it's bigger than a plane.
Yeah.
It's bigger than a plane.
That's airtime, baby. You know? Who would have thought, too? I mean, I always like to see these unique picks come up. I just didn't think I would see the Barrett's pick picked up.
Here's the thing. It's a wild card thing, man.
It's wild.
Main stage is going to get boring again. But hey, for now.
Please, no.
Please, no.
I think the main stage will be more interesting than that, of course. This is just like an appetizer.
I like that wildcards, NWI, people have identity and they stick with it. In main stage, just copy and paste, man.
It's not this year, LaFell.
Not this year?
I know. It won't be this way this year.
Not in 2026?
No.
All right.
You know how we fix copy and paste?
You know what it reminds me of?
What?
That one meme that's like, 2026 is my year. Cross out. 2027 is mine.
Add one every time it's just it's December. It's going to be a tough one here, and the stakes are extremely high. As much as we joke around, I can't imagine the tension that these players are feeling, especially when we're talking about Alpha 7. They've been in these positions before, and KOG, this is the first time they've gone to any international for their region. So no matter what happens here, both are looking to move on.
Let's talk about KOG for a speak, Alpha 7 a second here. The bans are the same, so not a priority. Will KOG take that Atlas away, or is there something more pressures here? Because I feel like Atlas might be something that we might see in the first three.
Oh, first three, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Atlas is still the move to go. If not, what else have we seen priority other than the Marcel, which is banned out, and the Jushin?
I don't know. Unless they want to say, you know what, we're not going to do these big team fights anymore. We're going to play for pickoffs. Because now that Atlas is gone, and I'm surprised because Alpha 7 has been going for Atlas first pick every single time on blue side.
Is this going to be a Harith? Like, or do we see blue side Harith just for paying? Or, you know, is he comfortable giving that up this time after going a back-to-back?
Not 100% sure, but I think it would make the most sense if you want something that is not only just safe. Oh, they also they take the Kimmy this time round. Okay.
Is this safe?
I wouldn't say Kimmy is the safest, considering what's out there.
I was considering that they might want Kimmy first pick, just because they have used both games, and I think their main idea is they need a draft that can fight at any time, right? Not being super skill dependent. And now with the hard pickup, I want to see whether KOG will instantly pick up the Claude or the carry.
Yeah, I do want to see what that matchup is going to start looking like here. But at the same time, this is finally, for the first time, we're not seeing, you know, a support picked early on in that first half. Finally, we see Fredrin get locked in.
Are we swapping the logos here? What's going on? Fredrin?
You don't like Fredrin for best player one?
Fredrin has a punchable face.
You don't see the value in him?
Daytona!
Oh god. Oh god, we gotta work on the voice lines here. So far the dubs for the Japanese voice lines have been my go-to. Now we see at least the Barats alongside the Matilda get picked up again. If it works, don't fix it.
If you don't like my Barats, there's an easy one from Matilda. I'm on the way.
Yeah. Hey. Either way, they're running.
She might be Malaysian because she says that all the time. I'm already on the way.
Why do you have to tell me that as I'm about to take a swig of water? Why do you got to bring up the Malaysian culture?
Malaysians get it. I was like, one of the most said, Benedetto.
Oh, Benedetto right away, man.
Benedetto?
I don't know. This might be one of the situations where both sides feel pressured, and Alpha 7's like, let's play comforts. You know, that's what we got to lean into.
And here's the thing. I think they're going for option C of what I said earlier. Instead of playing clumped up, just play a draft that can spread.
I guess because you have the
nice
Barretts
banana.
and Matilda crossing your. Thank you.
That's like twice the size of a normal banana.
No, that's about average. I don't know what you're talking about. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that's a normal size banana.
Can one of you guys take a story so people know?
We already got a photo. Don't worry about it.
No, keep it in no context.
No context?
Yeah, no context.
That's even funnier.
Well, the carry has been banned out, so that's a direct counter for the Harith. So now is it just going to be defaulting to the Claude? I mean, like, why not? That's one of Payton's best hero. He even got a backdoor just earlier today.
That's true. That's true. It's not a bad idea.
Yep.
And you probably want to have a Trinity build user when you're dealing with, especially when you're dealing with Fredrin on the opposite side. Belleric? Man.
Belleric has I'm so surprised at how much he's banned out.
Right?
I'm actually just surprised about that.
I understand because he's a 3, and right now KOG, if they pick up the claw, they got a lot of animals there.
Yeah.
They got an eagle. They got a dinosaur. So it's gonna have a monkey.
They don't want to deal with the tree.
Kimi's the scientist experimenting on them.
Yeah, science experimenters are there. They're animals, clearly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So what is going to be the roamer here? Looks like they're still going to hide it. They're going to pick up the E first. Solid pick against the Kimi.
I'm okay with that.
This is a very old school kind of concept too already that Alpha 7's going with. The Eve, the Fred. You've got a Benedetta to slice things up within the real world manipulation, so if anyone's caught in there too. I mean, we saw this before too. A Petrify right on the targets might be enough, but again, what's the last pick for them? You know, what do you put in the roam to make that happen? Is it just going to be a Hylos? It's not banned out.
Maybe even a Cho. Cho is there too.
I think it's either Kalir or Cho.
Wait, no, maybe not. Maybe not. They need some kind of AOE as well, right?
I mean, they can all. I mean, no matter what, Yeve's position is kind of compromised, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you can defend her if Alice is there.
Will they use a support too? They still need a front line, but sometimes as a roamer, you get mildly infuriated with healing, so you kind of want to use it as well.
Yeah, there's also an argument for like Valir roam just to be able to kind of like push people away. Kaja, all right.
We were thinking of Catch, but Kaja's so left field.
Yeah.
Hasn't been revamped just yet.
I don't know how I feel about Alpha 7's lineup, man.
I think it's okay. Generally speaking, I think that Kaja, the only reason why they didn't go for Kalia or for the Cho is the fact that at least when I catch you with the Divine Judgment, you have reduced MR. So now Yeve and Harith can start doing real damage early on.
That's true. The only thing that I worry about as a Kaja player, I learned this the hard way.
Yeah.
I can ult the Claude, but the ult still goes through.
It still goes.
It doesn't cancel. So
crazy, right?
Jinanaisu, this it. If I get tied out, I probably stop shooting. Anyways, Jinanaisu, it's your turn. Final game of the day.
I guess the guns don't work like that for Claude, right? He's not restricted enough to stop shooting.
No, if you tie Claude's hands, Dexter's the one going
That's
at
true.
it.
That's logic. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final game for day 3 here at MSC Wildcards at EWC 2026. It's me, Nice get in, and this is what it's come down to. KOG or A7, who will move forward to tomorrow and who will be knocked out?
Let's find out right here, right now. Level 1 already going to be extremely dangerous on the other side, and Zed unfortunately does not win out the level 1 trades, losing out his regenerate early on. Nats, at the same time, this is tough, right? Like, as a Benedetta, like, yes, I get to push first, but now that I've got Shark on my side, like, even then, it doesn't feel like I'm quote-unquote winning the lane yet.
Yeah, it's just one of those things playing against the Alice here. You know, seeing Nats on the Benedetta is very nostalgic. One of those picks for him especially.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, look at this motion.
Whoa.
Look at this movement, Nats. He forced the level 2 to get the early Litho Crab, and now on the opposite end, they've already gotten first blood just because of it onto Kzen.
So that will stall out Kzen a bit. Oh, Naps. Okay, he should eye for an eye. He's fine. He's going to go ahead and get that XP too as before he goes back to base, resets. So that bit of an exchange actually kind of stalls out Kzen in the jungle for KOG for now.
That was a really well telegraphed play coming in from A7, right? They call Shark early from the mid lane to come and help out Nats to get that first push and minimize the damage, the life loss, and then contest for Litho Wanderer and take out Kzen at the same time. I mean, Kzen was trying to go for an invade if I was being perfectly honest, but even so, it's a good adjustment.
Yeah, good adjustment. Buys him a bit of an advantage. Nothing too crazy, you know, at this point, but that still is something. And you also know, just because of the case of like we saw from the previous game, that eventually that Matilda Barrett's combo is going to be something to deal with. So if you can go ahead and get a snowball, even if it's small, built up, that's great for Alpha 7. Off of all of this, look at this. They're going to go and get the turtle.
And now they're going to fight even more. Daytona's welcome aura connecting onto Nats and unfortunately connects with best player. Oh, dodges! Thrown away just in case. Benedetta comes in hot with the Electo final blow. Everybody's low. He wasn't able to take him out. Everybody flickered away from it. Kzen, help somebody, anybody. Can anybody save this man? No! So close. Nile, he tried to shield him, but BP takes the kill.
Did the missiles bring him closer so that he could get the hit? I think it did. And now 33 in trouble too. Can he gleam away in time? No. Shark will pick up another.
This has got to be the best early game start for A7. Like, they've got the tempo on the strong side of the map when technically it was supposed to be weak. They were able to take KZN down 2 times already to maintain a very solid lead for best player. At this point, invades are necessary, and look at that, immediately punishing Nile.
Oh, Nile trying to get away.
RWM as well being utilized. Oh, he just makes it out of here! Surprised that he didn't die. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that was smooth by Nile. Staying alive there, good for him. They can't lose any more bodies at this point. They kind of have to reestablish themselves in the jungle. I mean, even looking at their emblem breakdown, you know, there's nothing too crazy. They're tanky enough, just like we saw from the previous game. Eventually, though, too, there's so many good interactions that KOG's lineup can allow them to have, and I think that's why the scaling of this composition is quite scary for Alpha 7. You know, I know they want to go ahead and just play that pick-off style of game with the Kaja, just getting the numbers advantage, but KOG's lineup can actually get them to a point where they're just, who are you going to pick off, right? Who is going to be that target to go ahead and get? It's most likely just either Zed or Claude throughout the majority of this game.
Yeah, but I think at the very least, when we look at the opposite side at A7, it's kind of Cold World and as well as Zia who are the main damage dealers, right? Nats, yes, as much as he's kind of independent, he can kind of supplement anybody on his side, but Shark, unfortunately, the ones who can really take advantage of it is Cold World alongside with Zia when they have items. For now, Nats has got to carry them through the early stages of the game with best player 1, and hopefully that's enough. They find another Divine Judgment, and it's perfect! They managed to take out Payan early on into this fight, and now KOG just have to back away. What can you really do? BP1 immediately thrown a ruin, able to catch onto 2 members, but it's just too late. Look at the damage as they're starting to melt one by one. Even Zia can't and is laughing at the amount of puny damage KOG can throw in their faces.
People were probably asking, best player 1? Utility? Question mark? Fred Truin? Question mark? Well, right now it is working. 3-0-3 on the Fred. Looking to take out 33. He can't even escape either. Man, Alpha 7 is on fire right now in Game 3. Let's take a look at the instant replay. They obliterated Payan before this. He gets the turtle. They collapse down around the real world manipulation. Look at his energy eruption, stopping Nile from escaping too. Great plays from Alpha 7 right now.
Yep, Alpha 7 right now, they've got some great mechanical advantages against KOG. KOG, unfortunately, just doesn't really understand what the power spike is here, unfortunately, right? They need to wait for their power spikes. Without the item power spikes, there's no point even going for these big contests. They can wait for Turtle 2, Turtle 3 even. And usually most teams would wait for that 3rd turtle before they, you know, limit test themselves.
Yeah, at this point, KOG might have to wait a little bit longer because I think all across the board since the start of the game, they've dealt with trying to catch up, right? It feels like they're trying to catch their breath. They're in this marathon they didn't train for, you know, at this point. So now, what do you do in that case? Well, they got to slow down maybe a little bit, not give these bodies up. Shark is the problem because the Kaja, even if you want to slow down, even if you want to avoid it, if the Kaja wants you, he's going to get you, man.
He's going to get you. And it doesn't help that best player 1 is literally able to walk into your territory and say, this ground is mine now, right? Yeah. He's able to take space naturally. He's got the lead to do that. And he's honestly dealing a lot more damage to Zed and Nile than they would have liked.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. See Halbert pick up by Nats. Going to go ahead and help deal with a lot of that sustainability, the shields that come out from the Matilda like we saw previously. If they get caught in a Petrify, the RWM, they're in trouble. Whoa, flicker forward.
Onto 2. The knockup is great, but now immediately we see the Zia dropping down. Oh, the RWM as well. The throne to ruin. Everything has been thrown underneath the sun. Cold World in trouble. Tries to get away. 33 flickers forward and trying to enable it, but unfortunately the peel might just be too good. The backline, however, Nats tries his best. Can't get Zed. KZ ends up going down. Nats is down for the count, and 33 is just trying to get on out of there. No, he walks away. Oh, the Gleam able to pull him through. And still yet, they are slippery.
What a trade. The 1-for-1, Navs had the right idea, but essentially he cut off the team from each other. But ultimately, Alpha 7 will get themselves the last turtle of the game. They secure it now, 3-3 on the turtles. I don't think they're too worried about losing Navs in that exchange. The job was done. They got it done. And that's the thing. They have to continue to build up on the snowball they're building because eventually KOG will be in fighting form with this composition. Payan, once he gets to turning on the clock, that'll be a big part for them, right? Zed can then just rely on maybe being a little bit more of an assister, just throwing out the traction pulls to set things up. You're already seeing, too, even despite 33 dying twice, he's quite tanky already, right? That's what the Alice has showed us now back-to-back games.
They catch him, okay. Now, already, Daytona's Hour's already been thrown out as they knock up forward with Guiding Wind, blazing duel on towards Shark's side. Zed, he's getting some good damage, but nobody is going down just yet. KZen, the first to fall. Just too many stats. Appraiser's Wrath onto 33. Gets it to the back line, but Shark able to dodge out of the way just in time. Ring of Punishment to slow the rest down, and 8-7 have covered themselves from every angle.
Man, really good team fighting presence from Alpha 7. They dissipated from the fight. They spread out enough for them not to get collapsed on. Look at this. Daytona's welcome. They said go. KOG wanted to make a play. They end up fighting into this crutch here around the real world manipulation. Payan went in. Good damage with the Blazing Duet, but by the time he goes back, again, Shark survived. They weren't too worried about it, and they're tanky enough and ahead enough in terms of itemization that they keep themselves into that fight. No one falls into that.
Yep, which begs the question. 7.2K, one of the biggest leads we've seen here in this match between A7 and KOG. Let's pull up the item list to see how far they truly are, because that's Thunderbolt. That's fleeting time already for Shark. On the opposite side, first item completions are through, but we don't have the Trinity from Payan.
Man, the jungle gap, especially here. Best player one because he's 4-0-5, you know, tanky enough to deal with a lot. Eventually, that might not be such a big factor. The Lord is up right now, so they're going to go ahead and start this up. Alpha 7, Shark, and Naz will make their way. Shark very quick on this Kaja. They might potentially just go for a pick-off, use a Divine Judgment, get a numbers advantage to work with. They can take their time with it. We'll see if Naz goes and plays the long lane, puts some pressure there. See who from KOG decides to go and deal with it.
Yep.
They'll take their time.
They should set it up. They honestly should play to set it up because best player, his itemization is great. Chastise Fulgent into the Radiant Armor. They're trying to rush in, and now the Conceal comes through. RWM is the first to come out. They're trying to get the Lord. Cold World! How? He steals the Lord as he takes out KZen. Now with the Salmon Force, they continue to press on forward as Nats finds one into Zed. Guiding Wind is able to find a trade backwards, but this is not what they were looking for KOG. And best player, Energy Eruption doesn't connect, but it's okay because Zia puts him in his back pocket.
Cold World. It's a cold world right now for KOG. 33 will be able to gleam away, but can he actually get away with his life? He's caught under the turret. He's getting cleaned up. Lord charges into the mid.
Oh no, KOG, after that one fight and a Lord of Steel, they might just be seeing shadows in their rooms, and they'll have the name A7 as they're looking to crack down on every single inhibitor. First with the mid, and now with the top side. They don't have the Salmon Force. They might have to back away here. Nile, he's looking for an opportunity. Pulls in, KZ to the back. Daytona's welcome combination connects. And he spits Cold World into nothingness. And Shark, he's already slowed it out. Praises Wrath. This is now a bad fight. The RWM catches them in the net, and it's over. That's it.
Alpha 7 come back for the fight. KOG with 3 members trying to defend, but it won't be enough as Alpha 7 looks to clean things up.
Oh, the wave! It gets cleared up just in time! But at what cost? And the next wave is here! Alpha 7, 19 kills to close out this game. GG, well played.
A valiant effort from KOG, but Alpha 7 came into Game 3 with a game plan, and they did not let up. Best player on Fredrin. I don't think any more doubt for that one. But as a team, man, they made everything work there.
Everything that could have possibly gone wrong went wrong for KOG, man. And it's all because of a simple goal lead, a simple early game movement from Shark and Nats to turn it all into one beautiful package.
I'm going to say a lot of mistakes as well that we will be discussing later on. But yeah, let's first address this best player one on that Frederick. Looks absolutely amazing. But here's the thing, I got to say, as a roamer, I'm more excited about Kaja because I'm like, wait, It's viable? I mean, like...
The Kaja works like that?
I mean, like, you know...
Let's go.
Eventually, you'll be like, okay, I'm tired of using Atlas.
Okay.
You know, and then I'm not feeling like Cho right now, so, you know... Maybe a Kaja.
That's fair. That's fair. And I got to give it to Cold World here because that was a crazy steal. They responded to that so last minute as well.
That was more on what was going on with Case because he already ate.
Yeah.
Right? He already ate best player. And then he still has retreat. I think he got stunned, but we got to look back at what actually stunned him because that was a long time. It wasn't an instant steal.
Yep.
It was like a good 1.5 seconds, and then all of a sudden, Cold World got it.
I have no explanation for that as well, but really...
He has to be stunned. We just have to see what stunned him.
Yeah. I don't know. It could have been one of those moments, too, where Cold World just, like, you know, doing the tap, 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 tap with the Eve.
Yeah.
It could be the Petrify as well after he spits him out, but then you're not supposed to get CC'd anyway when you're in like the Daytona's Welcome, you're CC immune. But then when you spit it out, that's when you're, you know, viable to be hit.
Should see it here in a second for that Lord.
Yeah,
So
because
the 8-minute mark here.
It's not that he missed retreat, he just didn't use it. Not at all. And yeah, in this game, we can definitely see that KOG, they tried it. They tried their best, but again, I feel like the early rotation from Shark helping EXP. Okay, hold on. I think
This is the one.
Okay.
This is the one.
All right.
He eats
CC immune, CC immune. He was suppressed.
He got hit by the Divine Judgment.
Yeah, he was suppressed by Shark, bro.
I thought Zed or 33 was the one who's got hit by the Divine Judgment. It actually was straight on to KZ. Well done, Shark.
MVP, man. Shark.
Consistent, man. Consistent Shark.
Woo!
I mean, like, that's one of the situations you don't think about using the Divine Judgment on the Barats, because again, CC immune, and he is rarely picked.
Yep.
Even in ranked games, so you probably don't even remember that interaction, and all of a sudden, you know what? Global ban, man. Because of global ban, they face against many different heroes, and they use many different heroes, so they just got all of that inside their memory hotel.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying, man. Teams.
Global ban, man.
They're global ban. It's
call it whatever you want.
Call it what you want, but it's clearly
if that's a copyright thing, you know, international ban, I don't care.
Either way,
Mythic ban.
Mythic ban. When you get to mythical honor or mythical glory, you have mythic ban.
Either way, still, KOG, as much as you see them, they're not walking away disappointed with this. They still, a couple of them side smiles. They understand that this is only one step in a very long journey for the region of Thailand, and we were happy that they came here and put on a great performance.
Yeah, again, you know, it's great to have MSL Thailand, you know, to have that first season for them. I think they really surprised a whole lot of people. It was great to have them here for the wildcards, and just like with any of the regions that are finding themselves in the wildcard for the first time or on the competitive scene, it's great to see the faces, even old faces, by the way, you know, from 9 years ago.
Yeah, honestly, right now, for everyone from North America watching, this is a good time because now you can unclench your butt cheeks, right? Because now you're like, oh, okay, no, that's good.
Well, there's still tomorrow.
There's still tomorrow,
There's
but
still
hey,
tomorrow.
one problem at a time, am I right?
Yeah.
One problem at a time. And this is just one of the advantages that I guess the region of Amir really experienced. Amir experienced, because they should not have a hero pool problem, which, let's face it, for today, quite a few teams fell victim to that. One of them is Mongols, and that was the first match of the day, where it's like, you don't get Hirara, you don't get Yusin Shin, and then it's like, you got nothing left.
Everything needs to be played at a high level, and I think that's the really scary part, because we heard it from so many regions already, so many influential people within our esports scene saying, hey, the rest of the world's catching up quick, so you better buckle up.
Yeah, I like that also you got to see kind of the versatility from Alpha 7 so far. If you think about all the games that they've played, it's been very different strategies from them, and I think that makes them a big competitor going into tomorrow.
And you know what? Global Bang, tough situations make tough men. Speaking of tough men, we're going to be throwing it over to
Alpha
Eterna,
man.
the Alpha Woman.
Welcome back, guys. Here on stage, we have Nats. So congratulations, Nats. I have to shake hands with every player now. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, how does it feel to go one step forward here in the wildcards?
Honestly, I was really excited to, you know, be in the grand finals. Really one step closer to grand finals. So
It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. You know, absorb how you feel.
As of now, I'm just really happy to like be here.
Okay, he's happy to be here. He's happy to be back on the international stage. And of course, all the viewers out there are very happy to see you, especially on your Alice pick earlier on. What was that? Is that like your power pick? Can we consider Alice your power pick?
Actually, yes. Before the damage XP meta came up, it was really one of my special heroes. Back then in Amer, I was always using it. And I never lost in my Alice. In my league.
100% win rate on the Alice. That's something that, of course, we need to take note of in the coming future. And, you know, of course, talking about these picks, there are some signature picks that we're seeing from Alpha 7, right? We saw the Ruby back-to-back Game 1, Game 2. We saw it in the group stages as well. Is this in the meta, Ruby Gold, or is this just a signature comfort pick for Alpha 7?
I think it was only signature pick for Zia because Zia is like fighter, gold laner at the same time, carry, marksman. So he was really capable of playing such of heroes.
Okay, so we can expect more versatile heroes, I think, coming in from Zia, yeah?
Yes, of course.
We saw him suddenly move on to the Harith. Was that planned? Like, did you see like, okay, maybe Ruby Gold doesn't work anymore. Let's try something new for Zia.
No, actually, if we win in second game, we're not gonna pick Harith, obviously. But when we feel like we don't have damage in second game, we just pick Harith. And the same time, Harith is one of the powerful gold laner as of now, and we can like flex other heroes too. Like if we pick Harith, I'll play Bene because Bene is such a good for marksman heroes. Yeah, we play utility, such a good comp for us.
Okay, so we definitely know that Alpha 7 has a lot of strategies under their sleeves. Let's not spill too much. Okay, we still have 2 more matches before you get to the main stage. And as we're talking about coming closer to the main stage, tomorrow you are going to be facing Hans Esports. Now, what do you think about them? Did you have time to study their games perhaps yesterday? What do you think is going to be your main challenge up against them tomorrow?
Actually, I haven't studied Hans yet. But now that we're up against with them, after I get home, after we eat, I'll just study all their game style and how they play.
Is that usually your job?
Actually, it's all of us. But sometimes, you know, as an individual player, I still review games, especially if the enemy we're up against is them.
Okay, and we're curious to know, is it a short amount of time, you know, overnight or?
Actually, I'll just watch the game to see what are they doing, what's their specialty in the mid-prio, what's their XP always gonna do, is he taking crab or he's like more on the turtle fight.
Okay, so more on specifics of rotations per player. That's what we're getting. Okay, so earlier on we got to speak to 33 and he mentioned that you guys once were coached by the same coach, Coach Panda. And earlier on, he was like, yeah, I'm really excited to go up against Nats in particular, and he really wants to give a good match. So maybe do you have something to say to him as, of course, unfortunately, they will have to be eliminated today?
I feel bad because me and him were both coached by Coach Panda. But, you know, this is esports, so I really feel bad about him. But it was a pleasure game. It's an honor to fight him, and he was really pretty good player.
I think that's going to hit with him. If he's watching right now, that'll probably hit that message. So thank you once again, Nats, and good luck, of course, for tomorrow. Good luck studying tonight as you do. Okay, and that's it. Congratulations once again to Alpha 7, and we're going to throw it over back to Lafel.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Nats. She didn't even address Alpha woman.
Alpha
Eterna.
woman. Hey, you know what?
I was already saying, oh, you know, it's like self-woman.
You know what Nats is going to do?
What's Nats going to do?
He's going to study his mind up.
He's going to study his mind. Old inside joke. If you guys heard that before, then you guys are real OGs. Speaking of, again, like, still an amazing performance coming in from KOG. Unfortunately, they have been eliminated. And like Eterna said, tomorrow we'll be starting with 2 best of 3s and then rounding out the decider match to see which team actually make it outside of the wild cards and go straight into the main stage, where we got Falcons Mena going up against Foot, and then later on it's Alpha 7 going up against the Huns.
Yeah.
Right? So right now, a lot of basically everyone's coming in from different regions. They're all representing their own regions here.
Oh, that's hard to choose, man. I don't know.
I feel like if you start pulling lots, you probably get the same prediction rate as everybody else. It's tough. It's tough.
I don't know. I think looking at all the regions, everything they've showed us so far in the wildcards, I think whatever team ends up getting to the main stage, they deserve it because this has been, I feel like this has been a really good competitive wildcard though, like from what we've seen in the previous.
Yeah, by the way, just to let everyone know, tomorrow not only will we see which team actually makes it all the way through to the main stage, but make sure you guys watch at the end of the day because we will have a group draw for both MWI as well as MSC. So that's something that you guys have to be looking out for. But now we're looking at a wildcard gauntlet bracket to wrap up what happened today. Again, we start off with Nightmare having a good game against Mongols, but then gets eliminated by Team Falcons Mena. KOG as well had a pretty good start, but then eventually found against Alpha 7 and they got eliminated there. For tomorrow, it's going to be Falcons Mena going up against Foot and then Alpha 7. Oh, wait. Or are they going up against each other first?
So I was wondering, is this a...
Wait, but if that's the case, then they should be
because we were talking about cross group. I forgot it was cross group.
Cross group.
That was on me. That was my bad. That was bad information on my part here.
Yeah. The acronym.
Wait, hold on.
Cross
No,
group.
there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, it is this. Yeah.
Okay. There we
Okay.
go.
I was like...
Because that was just the phase 2. Now coming into the phase 3, this is by far the most important part here. Because remember, only one team makes it to the next group.
Yeah, basically you got to win the first one and then win the second one. For Foot as well as Hans, they have not played a game today. They've had, I would say, plenty of data.
You think that's an advantage? The resting today, basically?
After what Nat said just now, I think that's a lot of information you can work off of the next draft.
I feel like it's less about the rest and more about the information. I feel like Foot has less so because Falcons Mena, they showed the Hayabusa, right? Which for some people is like, oh, you revealed your card, but at the same time, it might make you paranoid, right? Makes it so that you don't know what they're going to pick. So for now, we're going to be looking at the schedule for tomorrow just to see the matches as we saw just now. We're going to start with Alpha 7 going out against the Huns Esports and then Team Falcons Mena against Foot Esports. Again, winner will fight for the final best of 3 to see who makes it all the way to the main stage. And then once we know, then we'll proceed to the group draw for MWI and MSC. So once you know that you're in the main stage, you just know like who you're going up against.
Oof. Yeah. That's,
and by the way, I think Mirko is going to be the one doing the draw. So
is it? No.
Good luck.
Do with the information as you please. I'll be there, but I won't be touching any balls. Mirko said he wanted to do it.
Hey, let him. At that point, let him. He's on stage. He's dressed fancy. Let him.
At that point, just call him Bruno. Don't even call him Mirko anymore.
Yeah. Because, you know, Bruno.
Bruco.
Don't you dare.
Murno.
That's the one.
With that, thank you very much, Gideon, and thank you very much, Naisu. Tomorrow will be the final day of the MLBB Wildcard Small. We'll see who will make it to the main stage, and we'll see all the draws. And so with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow for more EWC 26 MLBB Wildcards.